Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican, or he's verbis Latino. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
That's literally not true.
Oh, for crumb's sake.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Monday to you. Hope you had an absolutely wonderful 4th of July. Happy 250th to America. And all that. It was wonderful. Although I didn't do anything we had planned on doing over the weekend. The drone show, we didn't go. Fireworks, we didn't go to those either. So, good morning. We're going to be going to Provo, Utah, where the families are showing up for the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing. It's the first time that Tyler Robinson will be facing the victim's family in person. This is going to be a 5-day hearing. We're going to be here all week. Selena was here early. I think she's number 1. And by number 1, she's number 1 in line for the public seats, of which there are only 14. 14. And Selena's one of them. So we have a court watcher down there. This is a big deal because not even the media is allowed to bring cell phones, laptops, smartwatches, any electronics. No one's allowed to bring electronics into the courtroom. So it's notes only, handwritten notes only. And we've got 14 people from the public who are there, and a handful of press and a lot of family. So back to the books we go on that one. So we're excited for that. We're going to be going there in just a minute. Big shout out to KSL, Channel 5, Salt Lake City. The big KSL, strongest radio station west of the Mississippi. I'm at on AM, 1160 AM, and 102.7 FM. It sounds like they've got all the media covered. They've got TV, AM, and FM radio. Anyway, KSL, that's the first company I ever had any of my footage shown on when I started filming. So that goes way back. Anyway, they're going to be the pool media provider for this week, and they've provided us the links for each of the days. So thank you very much, KSL, for that, for putting in the hard work there in the courtroom and taking the heat from the judge, which will happen here in just a little minute. Welcome everyone, especially a big warm welcome goes out to Kim R. Congratulations, Kim, you're first in chat. Selena was first in line. She was way before you, but first in chat today. And yeah, we're gonna celebrate that by punishing you. Everything IP related worldwide is your responsibility. We will be going to Provo in just a moment, in just a hot minute. I'm missing a plug. I'm like, where's camera 3? Now where's camera 8? I have 7 cameras, but 8's missing. Wait, I thought there were no cameras. Something changed? There are cameras. Oh, there are cameras. Tyler Robinson and his crew, his defense team, does not want cameras. They have fought this. They fought it actually at the Supreme Court level last week with an emergency request to ban cameras, and it did not get granted. It got denied. As a matter of fact, everything he asked the Supreme Court got denied. So we're going to hear hearsay testimony in this. Just know that is allowed in a preliminary hearing. It will be very different in court, but in preliminary hearing, they'll allow hearsay. So we'll have officers getting up there testifying about what somebody else saw. Maybe a witness or something like that. That's all going to be happening today. So it's going to be a little bit different that way. The purpose of this preliminary hearing is to determine, hola, Angel Watcher, welcome, is to determine whether or not there's enough evidence to bind Tyler Robinson over for trial. Does the state have enough evidence to actually pursue this to the end? The judge makes this ruling. This can either be done in a preliminary hearing or it can be done in a grand jury. Not quite as common in Utah for a grand jury, but they can do them. So we're going to do a 5-day mini trial with preliminary evidence. Hearsay is allowed, and then at the end of it, the decision is not guilty, not guilty. The end of it, the decision is whether or not the judge says, yes, you have met the burden. You have enough evidence to pass this level of proof, which is not beyond reasonable doubt. It's lower. And I can tell you right now, it's going to pass. They almost always do. Very, very seldom, especially with a big crime. When I talk about a big crime, we're talking about one of the major ones. They usually pass this point. So. Just Stephanie, you answered your question. I didn't even see it. Welcome. We might hear new evidence. Yes, we might also be kicked out of the courtroom briefly. Also a thing we need to expect, because every piece of evidence the defense has they've laid the groundwork. They're going to fight over it. We have to do birthdays before court starts. We've got birthdays to celebrate, and then we'll jump down to the Provo area. Let me see. Where's 3? Why is 3 up there? Where's 8 when I need it? It's 8 right
Happy
here.
birthday. You look good.
Got to celebrate some birthdays here really quickly. Come on. I think that's 8. I'm here just like I said. Good morning, Tony. Welcome. Good to have you here, my friend. Lois, thank you very much for bringing in the birthdays this morning. We've got Britt Peep, Karen Dietrich, William B., Coach Bubbles, and Alicia Love Horses. Great birthdays, all of these. Let's celebrate these people through the traditional method in song. But when I say let's celebrate, I'm talking about us, all of us. We, not the royal we, me, myself, and I, but we, all of us, are going to sing together. So please, wherever you are, if it's legal and you're able, stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, and warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There we go. Quick happy birthday song to these wonderful folks, then we're going to get ready to zip down to Provo area. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Brittany, Karen Dietrich, William B., Coach Bubbles, and Alicia Love Horses. Happy birthday to you. Alicia Love 4 Horses. I left the 4 out. Alicia, hopefully you're not offended. Alicia loves horses as well. A love for horses is there. It's both. It's there. Oh, wow. Wow, we've got a new one. We'll add this one to it. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. 21st to It's a Lizard. Happy birthday to you. Did I just sing to a lizard, or is this a person named It's a Lizard? I have sung to a lot of things, and a lot of most of them beings of some sort, living beings. Happy birthday to everyone who's celebrating. Happy birthday. I realize there are a million places you could have celebrated and a billion people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be right here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy, that is ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy right back to you, make your day just a little bit more special. Or begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. Woo! There we go. Nancy has this stuck in her head forever. She's going to be watching court going, happy birthday to you. Sorry about that, Nancy. 21st birthday and spending the day with us. Yay! Shannon, thank you. All right. We are about to go to court. It is crazy the amount of press. Associated Press is there. Every news station in the Intermountain West is there. All the big networks are present down there in Provo. And to think that Selena's first in line. Drum solo for the big finish. Help me here. It's best exercise of the day. Isn't Happy Birthday technically copyrighted? I think it's out of copyright. Because I haven't got any strikes in the years we've been singing it. And I also use a version that is in YouTube's music library, which I have license to. So either way, I think I'm covered. Poll, will Selena be interviewed on the news? I think she probably already has, honestly. Just there are so many just news media cameramen down there. It's wild. It's wild. Everyone's just standing around. It's not copyrighted anymore. It's in the public domain. Good. We can all celebrate without fear of reprisal. Stacey Mathis, dang, just missed the birthday song. Just missed it. Luck of the draw, huh? You don't have to sing this time. All right, give me a minute to get a couple things set up, and one of them is going to be, let's get channel 2 running, shall we? Let's get this one off there. And is this live? It's live, but I don't know what we need here. I think it's just... Let's check and see if there's anything else we need. Which keyboard? Pick a keyboard, any keyboard. I have 6 to choose from. All right, we're going to go over a little bit about what is expected to happen today and what is not expected to happen. This will be a very, very interesting an interesting hearing for a couple of reasons, and one of them is that, why is that going up there? All right, let's see. Man, I like how East Idaho News did their thumbnail. That was good work, Nate. All right, let's check around. I'm just looking. Our feed coming through. I told you it was coming from KSL TV, which that was not what I was supposed to do. Oh yeah, that will work. We'll just do cut next time. So KSL is waiting for the feed to come up. We expect it to come up any minute now, and that will be a feed from inside the courtroom. Following the decorum rules, the judge has ordered that the cameras not show the family in the courtroom unless he's changed his mind, which I have not seen a change order on. We should not be seeing any of the family in the courtroom, although there's some video of them entering the courtroom and everyone arriving this morning, just in a big mass, a group of people walking to the door. It looks like a stampede, but in organized fashion. Gigi Sharebear, happy birthday. Glad to be back with y'all after a week off. 33 months makes you an OG. Thank you very much, Gigi. Love it. Kim R., member for 37 months, our internet owner today. OG, there's no other place I'd rather be. 37 months, say it with me. OG. Just Stephanie W., member for 28 months. Also, that makes you an OG. I love us. She says, thank you, RA, for all the hard, endless work you do for us. Well, that's stretching it a bit, but I appreciate the thought. It's not hard, endless work. It has a limit. And then thank you, Tumwater Troy, Mimi D, Portrait of Jenny, and White Bear, all for the jewels, the stars, and the sunshine, and the happy poop. Yeah, I said it there, the happy poop. Appreciate that. All right, we live here this week. That's what I'm telling you. We live here this week, and we'll be watching this every day. I'm not sure if Selena's going to be going every day, but we'll get a read from her possibly at lunchtime. Because here's the tricky part: just because they go on a break doesn't mean we can get a phone call, because you would have to then leave the courthouse, leave the courtroom, leave the courthouse, run out to your vehicle, which is the closest place she can actually store her phone. Turn on the phone, make a call, connect, talk to us, turn around, run back in. There's not time. And I happen to know she's parked like a mile away. I mean, she has a walk. And I think it's actually a mile away. There's very limited parking here. The media has a few spaces on the top floor of a parking garage. It's not built for crowds. So it's possible that any phone call we get is going to be late in the day, at the end of the day. So just be aware of that. But we look forward to hearing from Selena. She's an experienced court watcher for us. Baby Bear, so happy to be here, to still be here. Gallery for 38 months. OG. Thank you very much. Cindy, RN retired. Welcome to the gallery. This is not your first time. Cindy, welcome. Good to have you here. Well, quit advertising for KSL just for a minute. I'm not going to read all these comments. Some of them were quite funny. Out and About with Di, member for 34 months, still here all these years, and I love it. Thanks, RA, for all your hard work. Out and About with Di, thank you very much. You're just 2 months away from New Color Courthouse. excited to get the red one for you. I'll dust it off and apply it to your sticker here in 2 months. Amanda H. has the Red Courthouse. Happy Monday. Thank you for this amazing channel and RA and mods. And Amanda on the jury. Thank you so much for your help and your support of the channel. OG. Susie64, member 28 months, another OG. Thank you, wonderful channel. RA, keep great place to lurk and work. Paula Mack, a member for 38 months. I love being here and hate that work keeps interfering with my lurking. Such great friendships made, right, Stephanie? But I'm 10 months ahead of her. That's awesome. Paula Mack, OG as well. We've got a lot of them coming in today. This is great. Richard Chambers, OG, back after 2. OG is original goat, by the way. It's like, I think I'll have to play this one. Not this goat, but greatest of all time, you know. Richard Chambers, member for 28 months. OG, back after 2 weeks away to Cornwall, UK, and had lots of hot weather. First week was too hot due to the heat wave. Glad to be back watching Court and RA. Richard, glad you got a little vacay in, little holiday. The Creative Bee Shop, member for 40 months. This is Debbie. Debbie, thank you very much. Morning Pickle Peeps. Thank you, RA, for all that you do. Best channel on the interwebs. OG, Debbie, thank you. 40 months. Judy Freese, you're also an OG. Lego My Brief says, I'm a goat. Judy Freese, 21 months. Congratulations. Thank you for being here. Okay, we have, just checking to make sure all of our systems turned on. We've got audio turned on from Court. We've got our personal hyperdeck so we can save Court if in case we need to go back and film anything. City 10, thank you for the GOAT trophy. I tried to make it stand up. There it is, the GOAT trophy. Takes a while. Jersey Prods, member for 20 months. He just hit the OG threshold as well. I don't know why we made it 20 months, but that we declared 20 months as OG. Jersey Prods, thanks for your coverage and commentary. All right, love it here. Mel Poi, OG, member for 29 months. I actually have 2 goats, says Mel. That is awesome. Princess Sugar Plum, member for 16 months. Love this channel. Thank you. Love that you're here. You're going to be an OG before you know it. Now, we've got a couple things I want to mention, and let me go back to my notes to do that. So give me just a second here. Back. All right. So we've got a few bits of news that are important about this case. Obviously, there's a lot of interest and not very many seats available. That's one of the reasons why there's a media pool, because there's a lot of cameras. Oh, we're getting a little bit of action from KSL. Let's see if we can get that feed. They flashed for us. That sounds terrible, doesn't it? They flashed the screen for us. That's still not very good, but we'll have audio as soon as it comes in. So only 14 seats. It's first come, first served. They've handed out tickets to those who came first. And thank you for Selena for putting in the work. I think she was here at like 2 a.m. That's this many, guys. 2 a.m. is an ungodly hour. But there she was. And so thank you for doing that. Hope Ain't Fear, member for 33 months. Hit that like button. Thank you, OG. Let's see. Wolf, yeah, you're dragging yourself in. Selena was up at 2. Super early. Thank you for clarifying the flashing. Sometimes my mouth goes faster than my brain, and this morning might be one of those occasions. No caffeine today. I've sworn off it. Saturday was the last day because I ran out. Donna Turner, member for 25 months, finally made it. No other place I'd rather be. Love all you guys. Thank you very much, Donna. Thanks for being here. We're going to do what we can to bring you the best possible audio and video of this court that we can. There is only one video camera allowed. Can you finish explaining the court proceedings this week? Christy Gibson, yes. Hang on. No electronic devices allowed in, including media. No laptops, no iPads, no smartwatches, no cell phones. Everyone's going to be the old pencil and paper. That's the way it's going to be. And there's basically roughly the same number of receipts for media as there are for the public. So about 27, 28 seats between public and media is all we have. So it's coveted space, because I can tell you there are a lot more media than there are total seats in this courtroom there at that courthouse. The live stream's going to start. It starts 9 a.m. In Utah time, which is 11 a.m. Eastern time. We have about 13 minutes. Hey, how's it going, little bud? Got some mail? Oh. This is from Mom, actually. It's a museum thing. And so lots of pressure down there for sure if you're in the area. The prosecution has said they're going to present about 40 exhibits. These exhibits are many of them are items that the defense does not want out to the public. I don't know what they are. Some of them we've probably already seen. They might be, shell casings or bullet fragments or maps, layouts. Some of the information we might already know, and some of them might be brand new to the public. The state is aware that some of them may be sensitive in nature and is open to having them excluded from media view and public view. The defense basically wants everything out of the media view, and they're going to argue everyone. It might actually get tedious with how every time the state tries to do something, they argue the media access for that. If they argue it too much, I think the judge will make a blanket rule and then say, no, you can only ask for an exception. So that's the right thing. I think that's what he should have done, but that's where it is. This will be a sad trial, as they all are, but yes, they're sad. They're sad trials. I would ask, we've followed court for a long time. For those of you who are new here, we love following the justice system. We love the pursuit of justice, the transparency involved in the system, the charges, the arguing, the courtroom chess matches that are played there, and how they play out. We would ask that you keep the political side of some of these court cases, as this one has one, out of court as much as possible. I realize the prosecution may have to bring in elements of that, but we don't need to fight that battle amongst us. All right? So I'd ask that you guys be respectful, and if you've got something to say, I can promise you there are some great places to say it, just not here. If it's political, okay, please let's dial it back a little bit on that front. I can say that I will do my best to not contribute to that. I think there are a lot of people that like court and like high-profile cases, and we're here to watch that, not necessarily cheer a specific political party on or another. Hi all, Ramsgate, England here. Ramsgate, where's that at? Is that north, south, central? Compared to Aylesbury, which I think is the center of England, right? It's the highest. I think the highest point in England is Aylesbury, or near it. It's like 600 something feet high. Where is it from Aylesbury? That was the first place I stayed when I was over there. And an extension of the whole Pickles Not Politics part. Let me just say this: our mods are really good. Let's not make them work any harder than they have to. If somebody else strays into that territory, by responding to them and saying, "Hey, don't do," and telling them what they were doing, that makes 2 comments the mods have to delete. And if everyone only responds to like 1 or 2 people who do that a day, suddenly it's tripled the amount of comments that the mods have to delete. So let the mods do the work. We'll try to catch it, and sometimes we'll miss a couple. That's okay. Just don't fall for the trap. Don't rise to the bait. Sometimes we might even get trolls in here that are very tricky. So appreciate them. We don't get paid enough this week. Ain't that the truth? All right. Mods got all the coffee and caffeine they want today. They're going to send me the bill. All right. You guys are amazing. So I'm not even here to help, says Red Pen. Just here to watch the circus. That's all. It is 10:51 on the East Coast. That means 9 minutes until we expect to have court start, and hopefully we get a camera feed before then. This court has been prompt in its scheduling previously through most of the preliminary pre-trial hearings that led up to this point, to this preliminary hearing. I'm sorry, what was I being told not to do? I want to make really, really sure not to do it. We're doing Pickles, Not Politics, that's all. Thanks, Kurt, for being here. Appreciate it. Kurt from Uncivil Law in the house. We do have a couple mods on Baby Nephew Watch, or Baby Watch. I'm not going to announce anything for anybody, but I'm here for my 10-minute break from grandson duty. See, there's one watching the baby. I'm just saying. All right, I think I've covered most of the facts that we need. As far as the people that are testifying, we will have a video recorded testimony of Tyler Robinson's roommate, Lance Twiggs. That's going to be shown. We expect to be able to see that. That's going to be a spicy battle over that. I'm sure the defense is going to have reasons to fight that even during this. We expect photographs, video recordings, autopsy reports. There are going to be a handful of officers, 5 or 6 police officers who are supposed to testify, as well as a few experts from out of state that are going to all testify in this preliminary hearing, which is not going to be like the defense gets a turn and then the prosecution gets a turn, then the defense gets a turn. This is basically, does the prosecution have it? Did they bring it? That's all that matters. Let's do both pickles and politics. Are you team dill or team kosher? Pick a side so I can judge you. I like dill and kosher. Sandwich pickles, and you know, Kurt, spicy maple bourbon pickles are the best, absolute best. Saw Josh from Courtroom Confidential on Fox this morning at the courthouse. Josh is in the house. He's actually going to be there, possibly trying to get a seat in the courtroom. Just seeing if I can see him on any of the feeds. No, not seated there. A lot of live views, a lot of cameras and live views out there. 6 more minutes. We expect this to start. All right. Walmart stopped getting them. They've disappeared. I have one unopened jar of spicy maple bourbon pickles in the fridge, pre-chilled, ready for an emergency spicy need. But I don't want to open it because they are single serving. They're only like a 20-ounce jar, so it's single serving size. And I'm holding out. Hope you're all having a lovely day. Potato smiley face 666. Thank you very much. Hope you are as well. Thank you very much. Yes, this is a 5-day trial, or at least that's what's calendared. If it goes longer than that, we might have a problem, actually, because the judge will have to push some stuff. So
in front of the Walmart.
If this turns out to be if this turns out to be a slower paced than is anticipated, like at the end of day 1, the state says, wow, it's taking a lot longer to get through this than we anticipated, you might see the judge try to manage the schedule, especially become about midweek or towards the end of the week. That monitor makes it look like an actual window of court. I'm looking out my window at the court. What's going on in court? That's funny. It bugs me that I know why the camera 8's off. I forgot to turn on my my Go kit. It's not tied into our main system. Is this a preliminary hearing? Gene, yes, it is. It is a preliminary hearing. Kathy, should I be consuming bourbon? It's not bourbon. It's spicy maple bourbon pickles. And I'm pretty sure there's no alcohol in it because I tried to light them on fire and they don't burn. I think that's what means there's alcohol. It says there's no alcohol, but and I'm not just like drinking the juice. I tried it. It's okay, but has anyone tried the Ingalls brand of spicy maple bourbon pickles? Majestic brand Publix carries are horrible. Oh, man. I haven't tried either. All right. Imagine if RA could have a mobile streaming station so we could really see things out a window. That's Psychosaurus Rex. That's the plan. You tried to burn pickles? Yeah. Okay, we have a feed. We're up. The cameras from KSL are in the courtroom. I think the judge is going to do the first thing is going to be the media, like swearing the media in. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen, right? But this judge, that's the plan he's got. He calls the media, the state, the representative from the video and the still photographer up in front of the judge and basically makes them promise on their pinky swear, cross their heart and hope to die that they're going to follow the rules and they'll be good. And that's what he does at the beginning of every hearing. So he might do it one time for this hearing or twice, because there's actually no still photographer today, because Deseret News got their application in late. And so they missed the 14-day window. So they're going to be here starting tomorrow. We'll have still photography for the pool. And then, I vote when RA gets a media van, it's wrapped with a thumbnail from a trial of our choosing. Oh, no, that would be terrible. Please let me choose the trial. I'll make a new thumbnail. I think they did discontinue the Pickles. I'm not running a clean feed on Top Mark because there's a media pool clean feed that's already out there. And but if anyone needs to access something, please reach out to me directly for one of our partner channels or friend channels that needs something. Let me know right now, like as soon as possible, and I might be able to set something up just for you. All right, Mama G, welcome to the gallery from Texas. Thank you very much. A very inexperienced judge for such a high-profile case. Yes, he is new to being a judge, but he does have a wealth of legal experience leading up to this, as many judges do. And he has what I believe is a good demeanor about him. So although he's a little bit, he's a lot deliberate in how he does something, how he thinks something through. Reminds me a lot of Mrazek a little bit up in Summit County in the same state. But look at that. Beautiful courthouse. This courthouse actually, I think it's huge. It's like 216,000 square feet or something. Seven or eight floors. It was built by Oakland Construction. Oakland Construction put this one together. It's got custom tile inside, 3D, three-dimensional wall tiles and things. It's pretty nice. It's a glass reinforced concrete frame. Beautiful newer courthouse that we're in, so we're hoping that the audio is beautiful as well. All right. Let's see. We did read Corey Richard's motion for a new trial. We read it, I think, last week on the channel. 28 seats for the public, including the media, and I think it's actually 27 because there's like 14 public seats and 13 media seats, which by my math is 27 or thereabouts. So very limited, and then a lot for the family. And of course, I think they're reserving some for the legal team because the legal teams spill over, they overflow. Grizzly Grandma Court, thank you for all that you do. RA and the best mods. Thank you very much. Let me just check my audio, make sure we haven't got any filters on here, which we do. We're going to remove those. Start afresh. Let's do everything back to foundational levels. Okay, there we go. We're good. Grizzly Grandma Courtroom Addict, thank you very much for the kind words and for the super chat. CCG Shots, stay hydrated. I have brought red, white, and blue Gatorade left over from the 4th of July celebration. Which, can I tell you just a little bit about what we did? Instead of going to any of the crowds, no fireworks shows. We had 3 flyovers, but that was a Cessna, a little Learjet, and then another Cessna. Because we went out to Manteo, which is on the outer banks of North Carolina. And instead of going out to the beach where the crowds were and everything else, we stopped at a little heritage farm, a working heritage farm that's been in continuous use, like farmed since, I don't know, it was like 1790 or something like that. And they had on that tree, on that farm, a massive tree that they estimate to be 550 years old. It's a huge white oak with swings hanging from the branches. And we played under this massive tree. It was funny. This tree was 250 years old when our country was born. And it was just really cool to see something that old, and kids got to play with the chickens and feed the well, it was a wild pony that had to be captured and taken care of, and it's now tamed. They got to feed the one of the descendant of the Ocracoke ponies, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, got to do some fun stuff. Play some old timey games. They were firing a musket, reading the Constitution, all that, and there was maybe 20 of us there. It was so quiet. It was beautiful. Anyway, hope you had a amazing 4th of July, whatever you did, if you were here in the U.S. And if you're not, hope you had a good holiday, because we took Friday off. All right, we are 3 minutes late for court right now, so we're watching for any motion there on the camera. That seal. It's a good seal. I think this is one that deserves to be 3D and possibly even in color. The state of Utah seal is complex enough that that some of the meaning is lost in the black and white. The eagle with its arched wings is there. You can see the sunrise over the Wasatch Mountains. There are a number of other things on here, but the big thing with the lines on it that the eagle's sitting on is a beehive, because Utah is their little slogan is the state of industry. They're a worker state, right to work state too, so you can get fired without notice. Did you see any fireworks at all this weekend? We watched some on the YouTube, so we jumped around got some audio. I'm getting left channel only. I'll fix that for you. Okay, we got left and right now. It's very quiet. I'm going to crank it up, see what we can hear. Because of the judge's rule, if a phone rings in court and it doesn't belong to a lawyer, they're the only ones that are allowed to have them, that person will probably get thrown out of the courtroom. So that'll be exciting to watch for. We have not yet selected an item to count as well during this preliminary hearing. So if you have suggestions, all I request is that you start counting whatever it is now. And then if we pick up your suggestion, let us know what the count is currently at so we can count everything as it happened. But we can only count one thing at once. Corey, I have not. My brain also is not woken up enough to remember what that is.
All right.
Here we go.
Please be seated.
The camera's not moving because we don't start until he says we're in session. So he's being very cautious. He's logging into his computer from the tapping of the keys. I think the password is password 123.
Good morning. Court is now in session.
Now we can move.
Calling case 251-403-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Counsel, can you enter your appearances, please?
I like that he uses the gavel.
Chad Grunander, Ryan McBride, David Sturgeon, State, Mr. Jeff Gray, the county attorney, and Chris Ballard are also present.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, Michael Burt, Richard Novak, and Stacy Visser here on behalf of Mr. Robinson, who's seated to my right.
Good morning. Mr. Robinson, good morning. For the record, the court also recognizes the presence of Ms. Erica Kirk. Ms. Kirk, good morning.
Whoa.
First, with respect to courtroom protocol, to maintain security and decorum Any individual who exits the courtroom during proceedings will not be permitted to re-enter until the recess. All counsel are expected to take reasonable measures to safeguard confidential communication. Such measures may include the use of screen protections on electronic devices and care to avoid the inadvertent capture of privileged or private discussions by recording equipment or by those present in the courtroom. In addition, the microphones at your tables have been turned off. Again, in an attempt to try to minimize the possibility of any of the communications being captured. I ask that if you are speaking, that you come to the lectern, and that microphone will be live. And so that's the best way that we can hear you, and it is captured on the record. All right. Second, the court will address the camera operator, and the court knows there is no still photographer for today's proceedings pursuant to the court's ruling from last week. To our camera operator, would you please approach the lectern?
This is KSL's camera photographer or videographer. He says, good morning.
My microphone, there we go. Now it's back on. Could you state your name for the record?
John Wilson, KSL News.
Mr. Wilson, what duties will you perform today?
Shooting the proceeding according to the decorum order.
All right. And have you had a chance to fully review the court's standing decorum order?
I have, sir.
All right. And you understand all the requirements set forth in that order as it applies to your activities today?
Yes, sir.
Do you require additional time to review the order or to adjust the equipment to ensure compliance?
No, sir.
Do you anticipate any difficulty complying with today's with the order or with any of the court's instructions?
No, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Wilson. I appreciate you being here.
Thanks, Mr. Wilson, our cameraman from KSL. His job is to not shoot the family.
Next, turning to the amended motion to allow the use of portable electronic devices filed by the news media and their counsel. The court appreciates the arguments presented in the motion and recognizes the importance of the press in the criminal justice system. Having considered the motions before the court, the request to permit representatives of the news media to use portable electronic devices during the preliminary hearing is respectfully denied.
No.
The request to permit counsel for the news media to use portable electronic devices during the preliminary hearing is granted. As officers of the court, counsel shall be held to the same standards applicable to the counsel for the parties and comply with the court's standing decorum order. I wish to turn to the matter before us today, the upcoming preliminary hearing, and the court is mindful of the safety and well-being of all parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the public who are present. The court is also mindful of the duty to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of both Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. To serve those important interests, the court reminds all persons who will be in attendance that the portable electronic devices will not be permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. In addition, each person who is in attendance will be afforded the dignity and respect due to them, and pursuant to the standing decorum order, all spectators shall be quiet, civil, and orderly. Spectators shall not engage in any distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening behavior of any kind. Spectators shall not make any audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, shall not otherwise make any gestures during the hearing. And the court recognizes that this hearing may invoke a motion from everyone, and the court understands the human nature of that, but also it's important that this courtroom is orderly. Spectators shall not wear or display any pins, buttons, signs, clothing, or photographs expressing support for or against any person related to this case, or the status of this case as a capital offense. Turning to counsel. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that over these past 10 months, I've had a chance to observe each of you, and I find that you are all competent, prepared, and that you care deeply about this case. I ask you to continue to conduct yourselves in accordance with the rules governing professional conduct. civility, and ethics. I also ask that you remain mindful of the constitutional rights of all parties, and in every engagement that you treat each person you engage with the dignity and respect they are inherently due, as they are human beings. I want to turn also to objections, the format that I wish to follow if objections are made. When an objection is made, all parties shall pause so that the objection may be heard. Speaking objections are not permitted. If any party believes that an extended argument is necessary, particularly on sensitive matters, that party may request to approach the bench, and all parties will approach the bench. Both sides will be afforded an opportunity to be heard for or against the objection, after which I will issue a ruling either sustaining or overruling the objection. Once the ruling has been made, direct or cross-examination may resume. I anticipate that we will begin each morning at 9 a.m. with the exception of Wednesday, and we will begin at 1 p.m.
Ooh.
We will take a 15-minute morning break and a 15-minute afternoon break. If there is a situation that necessitates a break, please approach the bench and we can address that. We will recess for lunch at noon for 1 hour each day, with the exception of Wednesday, and court will resume at 1 p.m. and continue until 5 p.m. each day. Does either party need the benefit of the record?
Well, the judge is recognizing people. I want to recognize Bob Mata from Defense Diaries here with us in
Thank you,
chat.
Mr.
Bob, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Do either party wish to invoke the exclusionary rule?
Defense invokes, Your Honor.
All right. The defense has invoked the exclusionary rule. I ask that all witnesses, if present, be excused from the courtroom, and ask that each party monitor the courtroom to ensure your witnesses aren't present, as I'm not familiar with who they are. Of course, victim representative is excluded from that rule, as is the case manager. Okay, and I anticipate that from here on out that they're just going to come to the lectrum. So, okay, so just for the benefit of the record, to the questions, the yes or no questions. Well, the parties have entered their appearances, and they're all present, and neither party wanted the benefit of the record. Ms. Nestor invoked the exclusionary rule. And Mr. Grunander, if you'd like to approach the lectrum as the microphones at the tables are not activated.
Thank you, Judge. We anticipated that the defense would invoke the exclusionary rule. We consulted with defense for just a couple of minutes prior to the start of this hearing. We essentially have two case agents, Your Honor, David Hull and Brian Davis, both from the state of Utah. The defense has consented that both of them can be present. So one is seated at my table, the front table. This is Brian Davis, Agent Davis, and Agent Hull is seated on the bench just on the other side of the bar. He will be present for this hearing as well. Both of these agents will be testifying as part of the hearing.
Thank you. Ms. Nestor, your microphone's dead. If you want to come forward, and it sounds like you've stipulated, but just for the benefit of the record.
We have stipulated, Your Honor, for purposes of this hearing only.
Thank you. All right, so Agents Davis and Hull are permitted to remain in the courtroom during the duration of the preliminary hearing. Any other business that we need to address before we turn to the business of witnesses? Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Richard Novak for Mr. Robinson. Your Honor, the court had issued an order, maybe it was early last week, asking the parties to meet and confer about the question of whether exhibits will be published. And we did, and we can either deal with this as a general matter, or we can deal with it on an exhibit-by-exhibit basis. But I just wanted to make sure that we didn't lose track of that issue. The court had earlier entered an order granting in part the defense motion to exclude I'm just going to say technology in the courtroom because it's a shorthand for video cameras and photography and microphones, because the parties had earlier stipulated that none of the exhibits would be available from the preliminary hearing, would be available for inspection or copying. I understand that publishing the exhibits in the courtroom may technically be different than that, but whenever the court is ready to deal with that issue, we just want to make sure that we do so
Thank you, Mr.
before it's too late.
That's always the right time to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Turning to the state in defense, do we anticipate this being a long argument, or is it something that we can handle? That there are some stipulations that we can address right now, and then the remainder we can address on an exhibit by exhibit basis.
Oh, that's terrible.
Mr. Grunander.
Judge, I don't know that we have any stipulations, but with that said, it is correct, Mr. Novak's correct, we did meet and consult on this issue. I wanted to give the court just a brief roadmap, but part of that was exhibits 7, 8, and 9 that we propose introducing will be graphic in nature. And those were the exhibits I was referring to at the last hearing, where we would like to take a short break before they were published, if they are published, whether it be by way of video and or audio. Judge, I don't see any TVs or monitors here in the courtroom today with respect to publishing something that would go beyond counsel table and Your Honor's bench. So I don't know how much this is of an issue this is going to be anyway, at least with respect to pictures or video.
Thank you. And that's a great point. And the court's thought about this issue in regards to publication of exhibits. Obviously, the court will entertain all motions before any, but after considering it, here's the 2 points that I wish to address. In regards to the exhibits, there is benefit to publication of certain exhibits, but I also do not, and this is going to the camera operator, do not want them to be displayed on TV. I believe it is important that the parties know that the exhibits are being viewed by the judge in real time and in open court. However, what I will do is have the monitor placed against that wall to reduce the possibility of it being broadcast. And so on the exhibits that the court grants to be published in court, and not going to Mr. Novak's point, not to be given copies to, and the court is trying to be mindful that if it's shown on TV, that's essentially giving a copy to. And so the court is taking Mr. Novak's point in consideration. And so the anticipation is, and I know I'm catching staff a little bit off guard, is placing that television right behind Jeff, our bailiff, to minimize the accidental capture by the camera and allowing it to be displayed. I recognize that that is not the ideal spot for viewing, but I'm also trying to balance the rights and important considerations that defense has made. And again, this will be on an exhibit by exhibit basis on what is published or what is not. But for the exhibits that the court rules can be published in open court, that is going to be the location of the monitor. And again, the court spent a bit of time weighing what should be done, where the monitor should be placed to accomplish the purposes of publication, at the same time protecting, especially as it may relate to sensitive material if the court deems that to be publishable in the courtroom. Any questions that I can address from either side? Or clarification needed, or thoughts that you wish to share?
Yeah, we already like the camera to look.
I understand completely.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Grunander, as it relates to that, are we anticipating the possibility of that coming up very soon in regards to publishing potentially exhibits?
Not real soon. But today, certainly, I would anticipate, Judge. For the course information, we anticipate presenting 4 witnesses. They're all law enforcement witnesses. Officer Chris Bagley. He's now with Spanish Fork Police Department. He was with Utah Valley University Police Department. He'll be the first witness. The second witness will be Agent David Hull, and those exhibits 7, 8, 9, we anticipate coming in through him. The third witness will be Agent Brian Davis, again with the state of Utah, a case agent who's here presently. And lastly, Sergeant Jennifer Faumuina, also of the Utah Department of Public Safety. And we do anticipate admitting between 40 and 50 exhibits.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Grunander, I apologize. You walked away before I got my question out. If we anticipate taking a break around 10:30, do you anticipate any potential exhibits for publication being requested prior to 10:30?
I do, Judge. Okay. I do. I think the first several exhibits
get your TV
should
ready.
Be published. So.
All right. Well, let's do this. I want our preliminary hearing to move smoothly and with the least amount of delays as possible. So let's take a brief break to allow the placement of that monitor, a brief test to make sure it's working, and then we can be seamless in moving forward.
One quick question, Judge, for counsel's benefit. Are the monitors at the tables going to be turned on?
The monitors are, and that's why I wanted to give that instruction early on for each party to monitor their monitor, because if the camera is doing a wide sweep picture of the courtroom, I can't prevent the accidental capture. Obviously, the decorum order anticipates not focusing in to the point that is focused on your monitors, but I ask all the parties to be mindful, especially as it relates to the sensitive material that may be published or may not. But please just take a look at that and be mindful of that. But I will leave it to you. So I believe it's important that all parties see what is before the court. So if you have objections, it's right there. You can say, okay, I see what the court's seeing. I have objection or not, or just to confer with your client. I just want to make sure that there is no misunderstanding of what's being presented, to allow all parties the benefit of the record, and it is clear what is being presented to the court for consideration as evidence. Thank you.
And we do have one exhibit that will be in physical form, and so we will be using the easel, I think, that's just over by the jury box.
It's going to be a map.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Before we break, I do wish to remind the parties that this is a preliminary hearing. It is a probable cause standard, and if you could keep that in mind as you're presenting your evidence, this is not intended to chill what you present, but keep in mind that the standard is probable cause, and that is what the court as a magistrate will be looking to. All right, with that, let's, how much time do we need for the placement of the monitor? All right, well, let's break for 6 minutes. Let's make it easy on ourselves. Let's just come back at 9:35.
That's 10 minutes.
And we'll resume court at that time.
Gavel?
Thank you.
All right.
No, he used the gavel at the beginning and the end of the day. I like judges that use the gavel. It's one of the few tools, like physical tools, they have at their disposal. Give it a good, give it a whack. All right. I'm so sorry, KSL. I am so sorry for your cameraman. He has been given an impossible task. And not having the benefit of knowing everything that's going to happen and how it's going to happen, he's going to have to react and has extremely limited areas where he can do that. So he has not shown us the defense table, has not shown us anything other than the judge. I'm pretty sure we're allowed to see the defense table, just not zoom in tight on them. And now we have monitors all over the courtroom, which will also be displaying things which we're not allowed to see. So I hope you like this great the state of Utah seal, because we live here now. The judge's rules have been so restrictive that that we don't get to see much. We will get to hear If there's video played, the audio, we will hear that. And that can be quite impactful as well. But if I were the cameraman, I'd be asking for a little bit of clarification really quickly about not showing any of the exhibits or not showing specific exhibits, because going into this meeting, the defense said we would like to we'd like to argue that some of the exhibits not be shown publicly or not be shown to the media. And now the judge has basically said all of them won't be shown to the media, with the exception of the easel, which I guess we can see. Shannon, I haven't seen it. I need to look again. They'll show witnesses. We'll show witnesses. Yeah, the cameraman's probably terrified. Because if he screws this up, it's just jail time. I mean, it's just being held in contempt. And I'm sure his boss will bail him out. KSL's got money. But this is, we'll see what he tries to do and what he's allowed to do. But is Josh Ritter in court? I know he's there. He's there this week. But I'm not sure if he's in court or watching outside in a very cool air-conditioned RV provided by Fox News. Yeah, if you haven't seen the video, it's not something you're like, oh, what happened? I think a lot of us saw it too much. Started GoFundMe for the KSL cameraman bail money. Tempted to do that. I don't think GoFundMe allows you to raise bail money. I think that's in their terms and conditions, not conditioner. Their terms and conditions, you can't do bail money, I think. Free to be a member for 39 months. 31 months is still faithful. OG. Welcome. Good to have you here. 10 minutes. This 10-minute break is brought to you by the tech department as they're plugging in the monitor in the courtroom. The monitor's going to be placed as we're looking at this seal on our left. So it will be against the wall to our left, which will make it almost impossible to see from this vantage point as this camera is set up just next to that wall, looking across the courtroom. And we're going to see some things. I know we're going to see some things. You can do a beer fund for the cameraman. Drama Llama Mama, you have to understand KSL. KSL is a media entity that is owned by a church. And the church doesn't drink alcohol. So I'm pretty sure they're not doing a beer fund for the camera, although they're welcome to. I just don't think KSL will be like, oh, right, here's your beer money. But, and plus it's Utah, right? Utah has funny laws when it comes to beer. I think they only allow like 2.9% or 3% beer, which I think is low. I think 7% was like the national. So the joke in Utah when you go there is that you will drown before you get drunk if you're trying to get drunk on beer. Too much water. Being streamed on TikTok. Awesome. Are you, Sandra? Are you streaming us on TikTok? I never did really well on TikTok. I mean, I got like 17 million views on one video, but other than that, I didn't do well. And the camera has experienced a slight earthquake. There's the flag. Accidents happen, people. Just trying to right it, get it nice and level. You want that, or we're like 2 degrees off. We're rotated 2 degrees clockwise. We need to get the line from the wood vertical. Now it's worse. Okay, the legs are uneven. There we go. Perfect. Nailed it. First try. And now we're got back the other way. Let me grab a little. Let's capture that still, because that's a good one. Actually, let me turn this off and then capture the still. There we go. All right. Bright Wheel, I apologize. I was a cameraman before I did anything else. That was my love. I loved filming things for the news. Did a little bit for KSL, actually, when I was out there, and then went to work for Fox 13, a competitor across the valley, and enjoyed it. Got a lot of friends that work at all those locations. Is the shaking from how unsteady his hands are currently? No. What he did, he adjusted his tripod legs, which is why we had 3 moments of being off balance. And then at the top of the tripod is a fluid head ball that can pivot. Oh man, careful. Could get in trouble right away. It can pivot and adjust so the tripod legs can be unsteady, and then the ball could be adjusted so it's level. But he's a true professional. He did great. Within a degree. Beautiful messy ball. Speaking of balls, welcome to the gallery. Beautiful messy ball. Appreciate it. Good to have you here. Shelly Small says it sure sounds like you're a jack of all trades. Master of none is basically the closer description of what I'm doing. Shelly, thanks for your super chat.
I wear multiple hats.
Thank you, Greeners. Appreciate that. I'm surprised that the judge specifically recognized Erica, because unless she is the designated victim representative. If she is the designated victim representative, then that's okay, and I think she might be. But if not, I would think that would be inappropriate for the judge to call out that the surviving spouse of the victim is here with us today as we begin this trial. She is? Okay, then it's okay. In that case, what the judge said, recognizing Charlie's wife there, Erica, is okay. But that's the only thing that would make it okay. Devin Daughtry, member for 20 months, makes you an OG. Devin, welcome. It's my first day back after a really rough beginning of summer. I've missed you all. I'm glad to be back. I'm sorry you had a rough beginning of summer. That's terrible. Well, hopefully it gets all better from here. It is, after all, summertime. I'm curious if she will stay during the worst evidence is being shown. I can't imagine being her during that. I don't know if the judge will enforce the rule that she has to stay out and only come in during breaks. Lawyers can sometimes go in and out. Devin, you come back and you gift 5 memberships off the top. Thank you very much, Devin. 5 great people got those. Miss Lisa, welcome. A member for 33 months. Swig Fund would be more appreciated. Oh, okay. I'm not sure if this is just a Utah thing. Have you guys heard of dirty sodas? By show of hands, how many outside of Utah, like list your state, like if you have dirty sodas. A dirty soda is basically a place you can go to just get a drink. It's like a gas station beverage location, but it only sells drinks. And you're like, well, I want a Mountain Dew with a shot of lemon and mixed with, and you can add like flavors and mixes. It's just drinks. And Swig is one of the brands that carries that. And it's huge in Utah. Maybe it's because they don't have alcohol, but it's huge. They do this. It's everything. I mean, I've seen them around in a couple different places. We've got some dirty soda places here in Raleigh area, but it's nuts. Utah has alcohol. They have some state liquor stores. But the laws in Utah are not friendly to alcohol sales. I believe they stay closed on Sunday. You can't buy alcohol on a Sunday, so they go dry for the weekend. Beers have a lower percentage of alcohol than is allowed anywhere else. So even though you've got like Coors brewed in the Rockies right next door in Colorado, they have to make a special batch to ship to Utah. Sound is acting strange. Try going out and coming back in. YouTube's done some weird things lately. Utah just took the fluoride out of the water and they drink all that sugar. They just put the fluoride in when I was, just out of high school, I think. It's good to see there's dirty sodas all over the U.S. Blue law in Arkansas, no alcohol sales on a Sunday. It's very similar to the Bible Belt in that way. Utah is. Michael Barkus is here. I'm back. Gray. Michael Barkus Gray, welcome. It's funny that we're not here to have an argument about fluoride or vaccines or anything else. But I remember as a kid when they would prescribe fluoride, they'd either give it to you at school or they would, like every doctor is like, oh, you've got a child? Here's 5,000 fluoride pills. And they're these little tiny pink pills. And you're supposed to chew them, I guess. Like chew them but yeah. I blame my ADHD on everything I took as a kid. I like clean sodas. Utah beer is now 5% because they stopped making 3.2. That's funny. So all the manufacturers said, "Oh, we'll fix it. We just won't make your beer. Then you won't be able to. You have to change the law." Greeners points out that I have now, after saying it's pickles, not politics, have brought in religion, fluoride, and vaccines to the conversation. That's the limit of it. That's it. We're done. Just hitting all the hot buttons. Just trying to get them out of the way, We can clear them out, and then we can focus on court. I am curious to see how this actually unfolds, if we are going to get to see some of the evidence. Obviously, the testimony is going to be a big deal, but 40 exhibits, that's not a lot, right? When you think of how many exhibits we've seen in other trials, there can be, 70 pictures in a batch, and maybe that's one exhibit, but, 40 is not a ton. There's going to be a lot more than that come in the actual trial. They do have Grillo's pickles. I've seen them I haven't tried them, but they're on the shelf. I think I saw them in Food Lion most recently. You have to wait till afternoon. Is that because they don't want you to buy beer before church? I don't know. That's just funny. I love some of the fun laws we have around the nation. A cancer survivor. Yes, we are going to hear this recording, and we anticipate it has some sort of confession in it, which is going to be huge.
Please be seated. Court is back in session. Noting the presence of counsel and the parties to the state, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, we are, Judge, but prior to calling our first witness, I would like Mr. McBride to make a brief report on discovery updates, and then just inform the court that the state has provided copies of all exhibits for today's proceedings to the defense in advance of this hearing.
So, all right. Mr. McBride.
Yes, Your Honor. My report at the last hearing is the latest report. As of June 18th, we had provided approximately 100% of the material in our possession. Over the last week, we have received additional materials from SBI due to preparation for this hearing. Those materials have not yet been provided, but they will be as soon as this hearing is complete.
Thank you. Defense require the benefit of the record?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. In case the mic didn't pick that up, she declined. All right, turning to the state, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Chris Bagley.
Officer Bagley, if you'd like to come forward. It looks like he's being brought into the courtroom.
The KSL feed is interlaced. You see it you can see as people move around in the courtroom, there sort of is like the edge there, like their head has little lines. That's an aspect of interlaced motion, and it's and a slow.
All right,
frame
Officer
rate.
Begley, if you wouldn't mind coming forward past the lectrum and being sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, Officer Begley, if you wouldn't mind having a seat at the witness table. And after you're situated, to your left is a bottle of water. And if you wouldn't mind bringing the microphone toward you to ensure that it picks up your voice.
Can you hear that?
I can. Thank you. Mr. Grunander, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Christopher Bagley, last name spelling Bagley.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Spanish Fork Police Department as a police officer.
As a police officer. What is your position or your rank there?
Just a senior officer.
Senior officer, okay. How long have you been with the Spanish Fork Police Department?
About 5 months.
5 months. How long have you been a police officer?
26 years.
Okay. Will you briefly describe, for the court's benefit, your training, what you did to become a police officer?
I did the Utah Post Academy, which is about 600 hours of training for basic things to become a police officer, report writing, arrest control, stuff to that effect.
When you say Post Academy, is Post an acronym?
It is.
What does that stand for?
Police Officer Standard Training.
Okay. Were you certified through Post?
I was.
Okay. And what did that certification require?
Going through that Post and graduating, all the academy, all the credits that you could get with hours, and then physical fitness, stuff to that effect, and then graduating from that to earn the certificate.
Was there also testing involved?
There was.
At the academy?
Yes.
Okay. Were you employed in September of 2025?
I was.
And where were you employed then?
Utah Valley Police Department.
And how long did you work for the Utah Valley University Police Department?
5 years.
5 years, okay. And do you recall what your position or your rank was there?
A senior officer there.
Senior officer, okay. Describe, if you would, just your general duties as a police officer at Utah Valley University.
There at Utah Valley University, we'd patrol the campus, we'd walk around, we'd patrol, we would do investigations if there was crimes to that effect. We'd make sure that students or staff, if they needed something, we'd be there for them. So basic police, kind of like a school resource officer, community-oriented policing.
Okay. Was this a full-time position?
It was.
Okay. Did you work in law enforcement prior to UVU?
I did.
And where did you work?
I worked at Utah County Sheriff's Office for 13 years. Before that, I worked with Springville City Police Department for 6 years, and also with the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office for a year.
What were your positions with those departments?
Varies. I did K-9, I did SWAT, I did motors, senior officer, FTO officer, detectives.
Okay. While you were at Utah Valley University, did you have access to the video surveillance system on campus?
Yes, I did.
And how so?
It was at our desktop where our police station is. We have desks, and on our desktops we'd have access to it there. Or we'd go into dispatch and they'd have a wall full of camera systems that we could look at.
How familiar did you become with that system?
Very familiar.
Can you describe how you became very familiar?
Like I said, it was one of our daily routines that we'd go in there. If we were looking for somebody or tracking something back, we'd go in. We'd go back to that time frame. We could trace somebody to track somebody through campus. I'd also turn around and make some maps so it was easier for dispatch or somebody to click on an area in the campuses where the buildings were and be able to click a little bit easier and get a faster response. So made some maps and stuff like that.
And how often did you use this system?
Every day.
Okay. Did you become familiar with the campus at Utah Valley University when you were working there?
Yes.
And explain how you became familiar with it.
Like I said, we'd walk around. I would train other officers. We'd make sure that we knew all the ins and outs, the back doors. We'd make sure we knew where every classroom was, where every entrance and exit was. We'd secure the building. We patrol the neighborhoods. We patrol around campus. And then we also have off-site campuses that we drive to and make sure that they're secure also.
Okay. You mentioned that you patrol the neighborhoods
Yes.
surrounding campus.
Yes.
What about the neighborhood to the north and east of campus?
Yes.
Okay. What was your purpose for patrolling those neighborhoods as an officer for UVU?
One, it was right next to the UVU, so we patrolled it. Sometimes people would run up in that area or be walking up that way. We'd have stolen bikes, stuff like that. So we'd go into the areas, look for stuff. Also, with Orem Police Department, we'd go back up them quite a bit for other calls, and a lot of it would be in the area.
Okay, so back up just a little bit. So Utah Valley University is located in what city?
Orem, Utah.
Orem, Utah. Okay. How familiar did you become with the buildings on campus?
Very familiar.
And the walkways?
Very familiar.
You mentioned the entrances and exits to the buildings?
Yes.
What about parking structures?
Yes.
Same answer for that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the courtyard or the outdoor amphitheater on campus?
I am.
And generally speaking, where is that located on campus?
It's more of the central, it's an outdoor area centered by a bunch of buildings on the around it. So it's in the center of the campus pretty much.
Okay. Can you describe what it looks like, this courtyard, this amphitheater?
It's kind of like an amphitheater look. So you got some grass and a couple of steps that go up. You've got some cement on top with some bushes and flowers. You've got places where people can sit and eat. They come out and study and relax on the grass. And there's a waterfall with a little pond that comes down into a stream. So.
Okay. Are you familiar with the surroundings, the buildings around the amphitheater?
Yes, I am.
Okay. In relationship to this amphitheater, this courtyard, where is the Hall of Flags located?
It would be directly west of the courtyard.
Okay. Is it part of the courtyard or is it just off of the courtyard?
It's kind of the courtyard. It like butts up right against the courtyard, so it would be the west side of the courtyard.
9:50
Okay,
a.m.
so to the west of the courtyard. Is there a walkway across the Hall of Flags?
There is.
Okay,
There's an
and
inside one and an outside one.
Okay, so what is the Hall of Flags then?
The Hall of Flags is kind of like a bridge between two buildings that all the flags throughout the world are represented in there with some chairs where people sit down and relax with windows so you can see through all the way to the Utah Lake.
Okay. What are those two buildings that are connected by this Hall of Flags?
The Fugal building over to like the science building area.
Okay. So you mentioned the Fugal building.
Yes.
Where is the Fugal building located in relationship to this courtyard?
It's to the south of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it run up against the courtyard?
It does.
The building? Okay. What about the Woodbury Business Building? Where is that in relationship to the courtyard?
That's kind of southeast, and it runs up right against the courtyard also.
Okay. And in relationship to the Fugal building, where's that Sorensen? Or excuse me, that business building, the Woodbury Business
Woodbury
Building.
Business is right directly east of the Fugal.
Okay. What about the Sorensen Center? Where is that located with respect to this courtyard?
The Sorensen Center is going to be kind of like a northeast of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it, again, run up against this courtyard?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And where is it in relationship to the business building?
The Woodbury Business Building is just directly south of the Sorensen.
Directly south. Okay. The Losi Center, are you familiar with that building?
I am.
And where is it located on campus?
Directly east of the courtyard amphitheater area.
Okay. Does it run up to the courtyard? The Losi Center?
No, not really.
Okay.
It doesn't run right up against it. So the Sorensen building is kind of like right between those two.
Okay. In relationship to the Sorensen building, what direction is the Losi building?
East.
East. Okay. Are you familiar with the LDS Institute building on campus?
Yes, I am.
And where is that located?
That is going to be located north of the Losi building and just kind of like northeast of the courtyard.
Okay.
That's a religious study building.
And is there a parking structure next to this institute building?
Yeah, there is.
And where is that?
is going to be, so you mentioned the Institute building is going to be north of the Losi Center. There's a parking structure that has several levels of parking. It's going to be directly west of the Institute building. And then they also have a parking structure, not parking structure, parking lot to the north of that across the road.
Okay. With respect to the parking structure,
okay.
Can you describe for the court how one would enter this parking structure, driving and even walking? How do you enter and exit that structure?
So on the north end of the parking structure is Campus Drive. You can drive in and exit on the level 1, so that's the ground level. That's where you'd enter if you're driving in or exiting back out on campus. Then it goes up to level 2, and on level 2, exit is what's called Heat Plant Road. In between the Institute building and the garage is a little road, and there's an exit right there that you can drive out. You can also, if you were to park in there, you could walk out right there at that exit only where I was talking about on that southeast side. You can walk out there, or on the north end of that garage, there are some stairs that go up all the levels, and it goes down to the bottom level and across the street through a tunnel to the LDS Institute building. And then when you pop up on level 2, you can walk over to the Institute building.
Okay. Can you describe how long of a walk it would take from that parking structure to get to the courtyard on campus, approximately?
A couple of minutes, because when you go to that far southeast exit, you can walk directly almost to the courtyard. You can also walk along the south end of the LDS Institute building up towards the Losi building.
Okay. Officer, I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 1. It should come up on your monitor there. Let me know when you can see that.
I can see it.
Just for staff, let's go ahead and not publish it until it's admitted into evidence, so we're going to take it off the monitors. But for the witness, he should be able to see the exhibit. That's fine. So table monitors, witness, but not the main monitor. Thank you. All right, Mr. Grunander, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Do you see that plaintiff's exhibit number 1, officer?
I do.
And do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an area of the buildings plus the courtyard in the middle of all the grassy area. So this is an area of the campus at Utah Valley University.
Is it a photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar then with what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
I'm not sure why the judge did that.
Does it fairly
There's no
and
jury.
accurately portray this area of campus?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Can you tell the court what direction the camera is facing when this photograph was taken?
It's kind of facing north and a little to the east.
Okay. Does it depict a number of the buildings that we've talked about today?
Yes, it does.
For example, the Hall of Flags, does it show the Hall of Flags?
Yes, it does.
The walkway of the Hall of Flags? What about the Sorensen Center? Does it show that?
Yes, it does.
The Woodbury Business Building?
Yes, it does.
The Fugel Building?
Yes.
What about the Losi Center? Can you see that from this photograph?
Yes.
Is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of this area of UVU campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 1.
Your Honor, we would object to failure to lay a foundation for, I'm sorry.
It is a little bit tricky because that microphone.
Sorry about
Ms.
that.
Nestor.
Your Honor, we would object to inability to authenticate. There's not been a foundation laid that this officer took this photo, can verify when it was taken, or by whom it was taken, so we would object.
Let the games
Mr.
begin.
Grunander.
Would you like us to argue now or approach the bench?
Well, as it relates to this, I'll hear argument.
Okay. Judge, first of all, it's very clear, well-established law that the person who took the photograph is not required to be present to lay the foundation for it. What's required for foundation is that the witness has knowledge of what's depicted in the photograph and can testify to its accuracy. And that's exactly what this officer has done. We laid an ample amount of foundation about this area of campus. He's confirmed that it depicts this area of campus that was previously described. He confirmed the buildings that he can see there. He also confirmed that it was an accurate depiction of this on September 10th, 2025.
Thank you. Any further argument, Ms. Nesser? And Mr. Hernandez,
We did file a standing objection at the very beginning of the hearing. I would just refer to our standing objection as well. I know this is not there's no written testimony in this, but just out of an abundance of caution, I want to also refer to our standing objection.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. All right, having considered the arguments, I find I'm going to overrule the objection and admit Exhibit 1. This witness has firsthand knowledge of the location as well as the building locations. That foundation has been laid. He also stated it was a fair and accurate representation of what's being depicted here, and for those reasons, the defense objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 1 is admitted into evidence and may be published to the courtroom.
You can see Mr. Robinson there in the gray shirt.
So the state would move to publish that to the courtroom.
Ms. Nestor was just handed a wireless microphone by the bailiff, so now she can object from her chair.
Officer Bagley, are you able to see the monitor that's here in the court that's pointed towards the gallery?
Yes.
From where you're seated, are you comfortable in describing where the courtyard is on that photograph, on that exhibit?
Yes.
And for the record, where is that located?
So all the grass that looks like a triangle, the amphitheater look, that is going to be the courtyard amphitheater area. It's got the tent in it, the white tent that's at the bottom on the far left of the picture. That would be the courtyard area. That is surrounded by buildings, more of the grass area.
I'm going to approach the photo. Well, I'm just going to. When you look at this exhibit to the left of the photograph, there's a walkway there. What is that walkway?
So the red brick walkway that's going north to the top of the picture on the far left is going to be the Hall of Flags, the outside top of it.
Okay. On the bottom of this photograph, there's a white roofed building. It's the largest building, at least as far as what's depicted on this exhibit.
Yes.
What building is that?
That would be the Fugal building.
Okay. And just to the right of that, so that would be to the east of the Fugal building. What building is that?
The other red brick pathway area, that is the Woodbury business building.
Okay. And if I were to walk north, so left on this photograph with respect to that red brick walkway area, there's another building, sort of triangular in shape, the rooftop. What building is that?
With that white rooftop, that would be the Sorensen building.
That's the Sorensen building. And what about the Losi building? You've described that. Where is that located on this photograph?
If you go to that triangle white roof, if you go directly to the right, so the right side of the picture, that is going to be the Losi building. It's got several levels.
Is it to the right and up a little bit as well? Okay, and that would be east on this photograph, is that correct?
And it's got the gravel rooftop.
Gravel rooftop, okay. I referred you to the LDS Institute building. Are you able to see that in this photograph?
Yes, you are.
And where is that located?
That's going to just be directly north of the Losi building. It's going to be that other white roofed building on the far top of the picture.
Okay. Thank you, officer. We can take that down, Your Honor, as far as the publication. Officer Bagley, I'm going to take you back to the date of September 10th, 2025. Do you recall that day generally?
I do.
Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
At UVU?
I was, yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time your shift started approximately?
Yes, it approximately started about 11 o'clock in the morning.
11 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive a specific assignment shortly after coming on to duty?
Yes, I did.
And what was that assignment?
It was to secure the top of the Hall of Flags on the south end. So we had people that were gathering on top of that were looking down on top of the tent. So we wanted to secure that area. So I was put up on top of the Hall of Flags on the south end.
Okay. My apologies, Your Honor. Could we have Exhibit 1 published again?
Let's go ahead and republish State's Exhibit 1. Thank you.
You mentioned that you were securing the south end of the walkway on top of the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
And so where do we find that in this exhibit, officer?
So if you can see the tent, the white tent, there's that rooftop where the red brick is. I was on top of that, and there's some, actually looks like yellow crime scene tape. That was some of our barriers that we put up so people wouldn't go above that and walk. So I was sitting right by those flower plants that were by the Fugal on the south end.
So is the south end on the bottom of this photograph?
Yes.
Where that walkway kind of begins from the bottom?
Yes.
And you've referred to a tent. Is that the white object we see inside the courtyard?
Yeah, that square white object with the tent.
Okay, thank you. So you were securing that area?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity that morning, you mentioned you checked on about 11 o'clock,
yes,
that morning and later to walk around campus that day?
Yes.
Did you walk along the Hall of Flags that day?
I did.
That walkway?
Yes.
Did you visit the courtyard that day as well?
Down below, yes, on the south end. I was down there.
Okay. Let's see. Officer, I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 2. And that should come up on your monitor there. Let me know when you see that, if you would.
Ms. Nestor's about to
Your
object.
Honor, if we could maybe not have it on the lectern screen, we're getting reports that the documents shown on the lectern screen are being live streamed. So maybe if we could just not show that one until it's admitted.
Mr. Grunander?
I'll submit it to the court, Judge. I've got copies of these for myself.
Okay.
That I can refer to as I'm asking questions.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and grant the request by Ms. Nestor. We'll go ahead and there should be a power button to turn it off.
Not sure where that's at.
Thank you, Jeff.
Go ahead.
Just yank the cable, Jeff. There you go.
Sorry. Okay. You're good.
And if at any point, Mr. Grunander, you do need to use the monitor, let's revisit that. And obviously, Ms. Nestor, you can renew your objection if needs be. But for now, the monitor's turned off. Let's go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. Officer, do you see State's Exhibit number 2 on your monitor?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a picture from the east side looking west of the campus.
Okay. Are you familiar with what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And does it show, for example, the Losi Center that we've talked about?
Yes, it does.
Does it depict the Woodbury Business Building that we've talked about?
Yes.
What about the Fugel Building?
Yes.
Does it show the Sorensen Center?
Yes.
And also the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
In this particular exhibit, can you also see the courtyard?
I can. A partial of it.
A partial of it? Okay. Does it fairly and accurately depict this area of campus of UVU on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit number 2.
Your Honor, we renew our standing objection. We also argue that a foundation hasn't been laid in terms of the time this was taken or who took it, and at what point in time this was created and how. So I don't think he has any personal knowledge of that, and we'd object.
We're up to 4 now. Sorry.
Same arguments, Judge. He has testified that he's familiar with it. He has personal familiarity with it. He's testified that it's fair and accurate as of the day of September 10th, 2025.
These are the
what was asked of
maps.
him.
This is like a
Right.
picture
And
of
we'll go ahead and
campus.
overrule the objection by defense, noting that the witness has laid, he has expressed
This is gonna be a
that
week
this
and a
is a
half.
fair and accurate representation of what it purports to be, and he's familiar with it. He was there on the day, on September 10th, and because that foundation has been laid, State's Exhibit 2 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. State moves to publish Exhibit 2.
All right.
Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to this exhibit on the monitor facing the gallery of the court today.
Okay.
Can you describe, there's a large building in the middle of that photograph, slightly above the middle, but what building are we looking at there?
You're looking at the top of the rooftop of the Losi building. It's got 2 different grays, like a lighter gray and a darker gray.
Are you familiar with that rooftop then?
Yes, I am.
And what's it made of?
It's made of gravel.
Gravel, okay. You mentioned two different grades, or did you say
Grays.
grays? Grays, okay.
Yeah, grays.
All right. Now, you described that you could see the courtyard, but it wasn't easily visible in this photograph. Where is the courtyard located on State's Exhibit number 2?
So you got the white roof that's going to be in the middle, just to the top of the building where the LOSI is that I described. There's a white roof there. That's the Sorensen building. And it's just below that. You can see some grass, and that's where the courtyard is. It's just to the left of that white roof.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if the witness could actually come down from the stand and point out where the courtyard is located in this exhibit for the court's benefit.
All right, do we have a second microphone so it picks up his voice? Okay, Ms. Nestor, thank you for allowing us.
Now you can't
Officer,
object.
you may step down, approach the monitor, and I would ask that you speak into the microphone when responding to a question.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can.
Another
Thank
one
you.
back to Ms. Smith.
So, Officer, for our benefit, would you describe again where the LOSI Center is in this photograph?
The LOSI Center is going to be this one with the gray roofs. It's got two different colors of gray.
Two different colors of gray. Okay. I'm blind. I can't see those two different colors from here, but can you describe where the court... Looks like we went blank.
There we go.
Can you point to where the courtyard is located on that exhibit?
Courtyard is going to be here where this grass is in this area right here.
Okay. And what about the Fugle building?
Fugle building is going to be this building right here.
And the Woodbury Business Building then?
Woodbury is going to be this one right here with this red brick path.
And the Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be this white roofed one that's right here.
Okay. Now on this exhibit, can you see the LDS Institute building and the parking structure that we've talked about?
No, not really. You got the back side of the Institute building, which is right here, and the parking structure's over there. So you can't see it in this.
Mr. Gernander, let me stop you just for the benefit of the record, because the record is picking up the audio. When you're pointing it to, and I know it may be a little bit laborious to do this, but as you're identifying, indicate the general location on it, the left side, right side, middle, upper, lower, just so the record knows to some degree where you're pointing. In that way, because the video isn't being captured, so if you would do that, it just creates a more complete record. Yes. Thank you.
The witness is walking around, pointing out at the screen. He'll be back on the stand in a minute. He's got a wireless mic right now.
So, again, let's point to the courtyard, and if you'll describe as best you can where that is located on the photograph.
On this photograph, the courtyard is going to be this grass area that's going to be towards the top of the picture. The baseball field's behind it. It's closer to the surrounding buildings. There's some grass in there. That would be the courtyard area.
Okay, we've talked about the Hall of Flags and the walkway above that hall. Where is that located on this photograph?
The Hall of Flags is going to be right by the courtyard, just to the west of it. There's a red brick towards the top of the picture. There's a red brick pathway that goes from the Fugle building, which is on the left of the picture, towards the right of the picture, which is the science building area.
Okay, and then the Sorensen Center, is that the building in the middle with the large white roof?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of towards the upper part of the picture, middle of it. It's going to be a white roof. That will be the Sorensen Center.
And just to the north and east of the courtyard?
Yes, north and east.
Okay, and then finally, if you would describe the LOSI building, the location of that on this exhibit.
The LOSI building is going to be pretty much in the middle on the right side, so middle to the right. It's going to have two different colors of gray, a darker gray and a lighter gray. There's a red pathway, and that will be the LOSI Center.
Okay. You mentioned, officer, that there were different stories on the LOSI building. How many stories does the LOSI building have?
There's 4.
4 stories? Okay. You mentioned that you were familiar with the rooftop. Do you know how to gain access to the rooftop of the LOSI building?
Yes, there's actually an outside stairway right here that comes up. It's going to be just to the south of LOSI building. There's a red pathway right directly in the middle of the picture. Off to the south of that, on the left side of the picture, is an outdoor stairway.
Is that open to the public?
It is.
And how would someone access the roof from that stairway?
If they came up, they would put them right here on this pathway that goes between the LOSI Center and down towards the computer science building. There's a red pathway. There's actually a little handrail, like a little guardrail, probably about a couple feet high, that somebody could jump over.
Is that area restricted? Is it off limits?
Yes, it is. There's kind of like a natural barrier with the guardrail, and from there on, there's no path. It's gravel roof, so it's not paved like everything else.
But someone could hop over that railway?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You can take your seat again.
Now Ms. Nestor has 2 microphones. Jeff's going to come take one, I think.
Officer Bagley, I'm now going to refer you to your attention to State's Exhibit number 3. That's going to come up on your monitor as well. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I do see it.
Okay. And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a drone picture of the campus, more of the courtyard, looking eastward.
Okay. I've asked you about several buildings on campus. I'm going to ask you about those same buildings, whether they're depicted in this exhibit, okay? Do you see where the Hall of Flags is located?
Yes, I do. It's down towards the bottom. It's a red brick pathway. It would be the Hall Flags.
Okay. What about the Fugal building?
Fugal building's going to be to the right of the picture. It's going to be a white roof building off to the right, directly south of the courtyard.
And the Woodbury business building? Where's that at?
Woodbury is going to be another red path that's going to be just to the east of the Fugal building. It's got a gray roof and some red path.
The Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be on the left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof, different levels, and that would be the Sorensen Center.
Okay. The Losi Center, where's that located in relationship to the Sorensen Center that you've described?
Of the Sorensen Center, it's going to be just directly east of the Sorensen Center, towards the top of the picture. You can see the 2 different colors of gray of the gravel that's on the roof.
Okay. And can you see the courtyard in this photograph?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Is this picture a fair and accurate depiction of this area of Utah Valley University's campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
There comes an objection.
State offers Exhibit 3, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we renew the standing objection. We also object again that this individual can't identify when the picture was made or how it was made or by whom.
Mr. Gernander.
Same response, Judge. And just for the record, I was also point the court to State v. Purcell, which is a Supreme Court case here in the state of Utah in 1985, which essentially stands for the proposition that if a competent witness with personal knowledge of the facts represented in a photograph can testify that that photograph accurately represents those facts, the exhibit's admissible. He's also spoke about the date being September 10th, 2025. The showing that's required here is essentially a prima facie showing. We're not required to show proof beyond a reasonable doubt, for example, that it was accurate that day or even a preponderance of the evidence.
This is for
but we'll
Ms.
submit it
Nestor.
on that, Judge.
The judge knows this. That was for Ms. Nestor's benefit.
Taking a brief glance at the case you cited.
I can give the citation if Your Honor would like.
If you have that, I'd appreciate that.
This is a brand new, he's a
711
brand new judge.
Pacific 2nd, 243. And I'm looking at page number 245.
I've had to do a lot of work on the audio. It's coming through only in one channel and very low. So if you've tried to watch somewhere else, you can't hear it. Welcome. We fixed it.
The court finds that the witness is familiar with the scene. He testified that it is a fair and accurate representation of what State's Exhibit 3 purports to be, and the court finds that necessary foundation has been laid. And
You have to look at case law for foundational ruling.
overrules the objection. State's Exhibit 3 may be admitted, is admitted, and may be published.
State would move to publish State's Exhibit 3.
All right.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer, if you would come down into the well of the court, I'm going to ask you a few questions about this Exhibit 3 as well.
Okay.
Can you point out where the Hall of Flags is located and describe that for the record?
The Hall of Flags is going to be down here on the bottom of the picture. It's going to have a red brick pathway with some flowers along the top of it.
You mentioned that you were securing an area of that.
Yes.
That hall, that walkway. Where were you stationed?
I was down here by the end of the flower pots, which is down here on the south side towards the Fugal building on the far right of the picture.
Okay. In relationship to where you were stationed, where is the Fugal building then?
The Fugal building is just to the right of me, so it would be on the south end of me.
Okay. And so it's on the right side of the photograph there?
Far right side of the photograph, yes.
What about the business building?
The business building is just going to be in the middle of the picture on the far right. It's going to have some red brick pathways. It's going to be multi-level, and that would be the Woodbury building.
Okay. The Sorensen Center, where is that located on the photograph?
Sorensen Center is going to be middle to far left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof on top of it, multi-level.
Okay. And the Losi Center, where is that located?
Losi Center is going to be towards the top of the picture, kind of off-centered a little bit, but it's going to have the 4 or 5 floors that are, the 4 floors that are sitting right there.
Okay. Can you describe those stories, what we're looking at? Where do you find 1, 2, 3, 4, and possibly 5?
So this is ground level where the courtyard is. So this, as you go over in towards the Losi building inside, there's an elevator that would be ground 1, level 1. Level 2 would be the second one where these red ATVs are sitting on the grass right there in the middle of the picture. If you go up from that, that would be the 3rd level. And your 4th level, which is the actual top level of the building, is that very top one with the windows that you can see.
Okay. Is there an atrium on the top of that?
There is an atrium. It's got a little sphere on the top of it. It looks like a little square right on top of the Losi building. That would be an atrium.
Now, you mentioned 2 shades of gray on the rooftop of the Losi building.
Yes.
Can you see that on this exhibit?
I can. So where the atrium is a lighter gray gravel. And on the west side, because I'm looking east, on the west side, there's 2 ventilations for the Losi building, 2 vents on top of that. It's in the darker gray gravel.
You mentioned you're familiar with the rooftop of the Losi Center, correct?
Yes.
When someone is standing on the Losi Center, can they see down into the courtyard?
Yes, they can.
And where is the courtyard located from
It's
the rooftop?
going to be in the center of the picture with the grass and the atrium-style steps.
Would that be west of the Losi Center then?
Yes, it would be directly west of the Losi Center.
Okay. Now, in a couple of the other exhibits, we saw a tent that was down, set up in the courtyard. Can you see that tent set up in the courtyard in this photograph?
You cannot in this picture. You can't. It would be where I explained where the Hall of Flags is. It's directly underneath the Hall of Flags, like just on the grass right there.
Okay. Is there a clear line of sight between the tent and the top of the Losi Center, the rooftop?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Is some of it obstructed?
Yes.
Obstructed by what?
The Sorensen building that's right here, this white roof that's going to be, this kind of obstructs a little bit of the view of the courtyard.
So where would you have to be standing or perhaps lying down on the Losi Center to see into the courtyard where that tent was?
On the far south side of the Losi building, you could have a line of sight towards the courtyard.
And that's the top roof?
The top roof, yes.
With the darker shade of gray that
yes.
you see? Okay. Thank you, officer.
This is the map of the school here.
I am going to refer the witness now to State's Exhibit number 35.
There's your Losi Center. You're talking about the Hall of Flags. That's over here.
And Officer Bagley, when you see that, go ahead and let me know.
So there's the roof they're talking about.
Do you recognize what that is, officer?
I don't have it yet.
Oh, okay. So we don't have this in electronic form? We do. Okay. Well, I'll refer you to the exhibit that's to your left and behind you. Do you see that?
I do.
And it's marked as State's Exhibit 35 with a yellow sticker. Is that correct?
Yes, I can see that on top left of the photo.
Well, for the record, if we can publish that on the witness's screen.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander. I was just going to mention that we shouldn't display it until it's been admitted in. So,
that's for the benefit of the jury. But
Do you see State's Exhibit 35 in your monitor?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an aerial view of the campus and the northeast area, just north of the campus neighborhoods of Utah Valley University in Orem.
Okay. And how can you personally tell that this is a photograph of the campus and the neighborhood to the northeast of campus?
I can tell because I recognize all the buildings, the roads that are around it, the streets, the roundabouts, the neighborhood to the north or towards the top of the building or picture also.
Now, I've asked you about several buildings and landmarks on campus. Are you able to see the courtyard on this exhibit?
Yes, you are.
And just for the record, can you describe where this is located on the exhibit?
So right in the center towards the bottom, there's a white triangle roof. That's white. That would be the Sorensen building. It's the patch of grass that's just directly south of towards the bottom of that on the picture. So it's kind of centered, but more towards the bottom, right in the middle.
On this exhibit, are you able to see the Fugel building?
Yes, I am.
And in relationship to this courtyard, where is that located?
That's going to be south of the courtyard with the white roof.
What about the Woodbury Business Building?
Woodbury Business Building is going to be to the east, and it's going to have a red brick path top.
Okay. Can you see the Hall of Flags on this?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the courtyard again?
It's directly west of the courtyard.
And the Losi Center. Can you see the Losi Center?
Yes, you can see the Losi
Where's
Center.
that at?
It's going to be kind of northeast of the courtyard. The two patches of gray that's almost in the center of the picture, just to the slight right of the center.
Okay. I've asked you previously about the LDS Institute building. Can you see that on this exhibit?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the Losi Center?
It's directly north of the Losi Center. It's got a white roof, and it's almost directly in the center of the photo.
Okay. And as we've talked about a parking structure that's nearby the Institute building, do you see that?
Yes, it's just to the west or left side of the picture of the Institute building.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of Utah Valley University's campus and the surrounding neighborhood to the north and east on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 35.
Your Honor, renew the standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no indication on this photograph of when it was taken in terms of relation to the actual incident at issue here.
She's doing a double
Thank you, Ms.
renewal
Nestor.
and then a new objection.
Mr. Grunander.
Same response, Judge, but I would just add one more case for the court's benefit. This is State v. Wager, or Wager, W-A-G-E-R. This is a Utah Court of Appeals case from 2016. The citation is 372 Pacific 3rd, 91. And the significance of this case, Your Honor, at issue there was a photograph of the defendant there who was smoking methamphetamine allegedly in his bathroom. The witness that was testifying, that laying the foundation at trial, was not present when the photograph was taken. Could not tell the date on which it was taken, but he had been in the bathroom before, was familiar with the defendant's bathroom and familiar with the defendant. He testified to that personal knowledge, and the court found that was sufficient foundation. So that case, in addition to the other case, the Purcell case, and my previous arguments, and I'll submit it to the court.
Ms. Nestor, anything else you wish to add?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Given the testimony of the witness who's testified he's familiar with this location, he went in detail describing the various neighborhoods and location. He mentioned the roundabout and identified the buildings in State's Exhibit 35. And it was noted that it is a fair and accurate representation of this campus as of September 10th, 2025. The court is going to overrule the objection and states Exhibit 35 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. The state moves to publish it, and if granted, may I approach the exhibit?
You may.
This is interesting. We might see a trend here with the prosecution speaking to argue with the objection made by the defense and providing case law with the new judge. That might be critical in helping a decision win your way if you can provide
Officer,
case
I've
law.
asked you about a number of the buildings located on campus. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about those and to help orient the court to what the judge is looking at, and then ask you about some of the streets in the neighborhood, okay?
Okay.
For the court's benefit, can you point out where the LDS Institute building is?
Yes, I can.
And I'm going to approach the witness again if you could describe where it's at on that Exhibit 35.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So you want the LDS Institute building? Is what you're
Yes,
asking?
please.
That is this white roof right here is the Institute building.
Is that in basically the center of the exhibit?
It's almost exactly in the center of the exhibit.
Okay, and where is the LOSI Center located on that?
If you were to go down towards the bottom of the photo, there's two different grades of gravel on this roof. This would be the LOSI building right here.
So below the Institute building and to the right slightly.
Slightly to the right.
Can you point out for the court's benefit where the courtyard is?
The courtyard is going to be to the west or left side of the picture. There's some grass in between two buildings that have a white roofs. There would be a grass area right there with some steps. That is going to be the courtyard area, and that's going to be down towards the center bottom of the photo.
So that's to the left and down?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned the parking structure. Where's the parking structure next to the Institute building?
There's two Institute buildings right here in the center with the white roof. The parking structure is going to be just to the left of the Institute or west side. There's a road in between it called the Heat Plant Road, which is the road that goes between those two.
And can you point out for the court's benefit how one would enter that or exit that parking structure by way of vehicle or walking?
By entering, you can enter and exit right here on the north side of the parking structure. There's an entrance and exit right here. That's
for
into level 1.
For a vehicle?
For vehicles.
And I guess someone could walk in there as well.
Yes, if they were to park into this LDS Institute parking lot over here on the north side of that, there's a tunnel that goes underneath the road that still comes out into the parking structure itself. And then they can exit out here on the second level onto Heat Plant Road, which is that road between the LDS Institute building and the parking structure is the Heat Plant. They can exit there and go back towards Campus Drive. So you could walk out either up here on the northeast side of the parking structure and cross over to the LDS Institute, or you can come out here to the southeast side and you can exit there and walk down to the courtyard or behind the LDS Institute building towards the LOSI Center.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned Campus Drive. Where's Campus Drive located on that?
Campus Drive starts right up here towards the top left of the picture. It's almost like a T. And it's the curved road that comes all the way down in front of the Institute building and the parking structure. And it goes all the way around campus, comes back down to the bottom of the picture where the roundabout is, and that would be Campus Drive.
Okay. Are you familiar with where 800 South is in Orem?
Yes.
Is that depicted on this exhibit?
It is.
Where's that at?
It's at the top of this photo. It's going to be the long straight road. That's right here at the top of the photo.
Okay. What about 850 South? Are you familiar with that street?
I am. 850 South is going to be towards the right of the photo, top right of it. There's going to be a street that goes east to west. It looks like a horseshoe, kind of. It's going to be the road that goes east to west. In the middle of that horseshoe would be 850.
Okay, so 850 is parallel to 800 South.
Yes.
And just below on this photograph.
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with 600 West?
I am.
And where's that street in relationship to 850 South?
That would be on the far right side of the horseshoe, so towards the right side of the picture, and it's going to be the right side of that horseshoe.
And that runs north and south?
North and south.
Okay. What about 720 West? Are you familiar with that street?
Yes, I am.
And where's that at?
That's going to be to the left side of the horseshoe. That runs north and south, and it comes down towards the bottom.
Utah uses a grid system
And
for their
finally,
road names.
925 south.
So it's all numbers.
925
Is that
south
depicted?
is going to be on the bottom of the
Or most.
horseshoe that connects those other two west.
Mostly numbers.
Okay, so just in summary, will you describe the horseshoe and what streets make up that horseshoe?
So the horseshoe comes up off of 800 South, and directly south of that, you'll have 850 South, which is going to be running east to west. On the left side is 725 west of the horseshoe, and it comes down into 925 South, which wraps back around to 600 west on the far right side of the horseshoe, on the right side of the picture.
It's pretty confusing.
Okay, thank you, officer. You can be seated.
I'll show you the map during a break. We'll go over that a little bit. Meanwhile, let me show you this
I'm going
picture.
to take you back to
give you an
September
idea.
10th, 2025. You mentioned you were on campus. You had a particular assignment.
Mr. Gernander, I'm sorry. We're just going to pull down the exhibits.
Okay.
Thank you. You may continue.
Would you like me to take this exhibit down, Judge?
Are you referring to it in your line of questioning right now?
Not right now, I'm not.
Okay, let's go ahead and take it down.
So I'm going to take it down real quick.
So you were securing the Hall of Flags walkway, correct?
Yes.
On the south end.
Yes.
What was happening that morning, that day at campus at UVU?
I came in to do a shift for a special event where we had a guest speaker come in and was going to talk to the students and people around the neighborhood.
Do you know who the guest speaker was?
I do.
And who was that?
It was Charlie Kirk.
Did you see Mr. Kirk that day?
I did.
When did you first see him?
When he arrived on campus, just behind the west side of the Hall of Flags, I saw him pull up.
And can someone access the courtyard through that area?
Yes, they can.
How so?
Where he pulled up underneath the Hall of Flags is a opening to where you could drive a car underneath. So there's access right there. You could walk or drive underneath the Hall of Flags.
And you saw him arrive?
Yes.
Okay.
It's right here. You pulled
Can
up.
you describe what you were
They drove on the
seeing?
sidewalk.
What did you observe?
Parked underneath here.
On that day, I observed Charlie going back, doing some meet and greet with some people, getting some photos taken. He then came underneath the Hall of Flags and went to his tent, and he was there answering questions and talking to individuals that would ask him questions.
The tent you're referring to, is that the tent that we see when it was set up in the courtyard?
Yeah, that white square tent.
The white top?
Yes, he was
Okay.
under that.
Fast forward to about 12:20 or so a little bit after noon, the noon hour. What happened? What did you see and what did you hear?
I heard an individual talking to Charlie, and I happened to kind of glance over the edge of the railing about that time. I could see the right side of Charlie's shoulder, so not his whole body, because he was underneath the tent, so I could only see probably the right side of his body. He was answering a question, kid asked him a question, and then I heard a shot fired.
Do you know what time that was?
Yes.
What time was that?
12:23.
What did you see?
At that moment, I saw him lean to the left, so
When you say him, you see
Charlie.
Charlie?
Kirk. So I saw him go to the left because I could no longer see the right side of his body. So he went further underneath the tent to the north side of the tent, so left.
Okay. Can you describe the reaction of others that were there?
Yeah, so then everybody started getting up and starting to run in more of a chaos kind of situation.
Before you continue, can you describe a little bit? So you mentioned Mr. Kirk was answering questions, talking to individuals.
Yes.
Were there others present?
Yes.
Any idea about approximately how many? How would you describe it in your terms?
In my terms, I'd say when I was up there looking down, I'd say there's several thousand people because you had it on the grass that was jam-packed, in the amphitheater sitting on the grass. You had people standing on the back up along the cement. You had people that were on the second level, the Sorensen, and over by the Woodbury building. There's another level there where a lot of people were standing and watching. So it was pretty packed, several thousand people.
You mentioned you heard something. What did you hear again?
I heard a gunshot.
Okay. And can you describe you described Mr. Kirk's reaction? Was that simultaneous to hearing the gunshot?
Yes, it was.
When he fell to the left?
Yes.
Did you see the reaction from the crowd?
Yes.
What was that?
Everybody kind of got up. They all said, a lot of people were screaming, standing up, and starting to run in all different directions away from the center of the tent.
Okay. You're a police officer helping to secure the area, correct?
Yes.
What did you do?
At that moment, I recognized it as gunfire. I left my post, which was right there on the south end of the Hall of Flags. I proceeded to right where the Fugle and the Hall of Flags meet. There's some outside stairs that I was starting to run down. As I was trying to get down to the bottom of the stairs, people were running up, people were laying down on the steps. I'm trying to jump over people to get to the bottom of the stairs so I can help stop an individual that's probably shooting.
What happened next?
By the time I got to the bottom of the stairs, I was informed on the radio that we had a shooter in custody. So I thought, at that moment, I was like, well, that was kind of fast. Obviously, it was close range probably because we had an individual in custody. Another officer came on and said we had an individual in custody. So I decided to, since the threat is gone, now I can assess for anybody that's injured and start looking for any medical needs that's needed at that moment. I started canvassing the area. As I canvassed the area, I was looking for anybody that was injured. I saw a kid on the ground that was on about the second or third tier in the grass next to a wheelchair, and he was almost convulsing. I thought he'd maybe been shot. Talked to the dad as I was running over there. He said that he was just having a seizure, that he was fine, he was not injured. So then at that moment, I observed that there was no other injuries that I could see at that moment.
Okay. Was your attention drawn to anything else at that time?
Yeah, so after we got some people kind of cleared away a little bit, I thought I needed to start preserving the scene because we had a crime scene. And with some of my experience and training to that effect I decided now we need to contain the scene and help preserve as much evidence as we can. So I started pushing people off the grass, out of the courtyard area because I knew that's where the crime scene was. So as we started pushing those guys out, my Chief Long, that was right next to me, I looked down and saw an empty pistol holder that was sitting just on top of the grass. And at that moment, things had died down just a split second. I realized that the shot I heard was more of a rifle shot and not a pistol shot.
And what causes you to say that?
Just from being around firearms through all my trainings, the difference is, a handgun is more of a short bang pop sound. With a rifle, you have more of a longer, violent bang or crackle sound. It's more of a violent kind of sound. It's longer, so that's why I recognized it.
It's the worst definition.
Is a rifle sound louder typically?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to when you heard this gunshot, could you tell where it came from? As far as direction?
Yes, I knew it came from the east of me.
From the east of you.
Yeah.
Okay. So you see this realization comes to your mind. What did you do next?
At that moment when I saw the holster, the empty holster, I turned to my chief and I said, that was a rifle shot. And he said, I agree. And I looked up at that moment, right in the line of sight, I could see the Losi building had a direct line of sight. So I proceeded to go look at that and see what was going on up there.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe your route to the Losi Center?
So from the courtyard, you can go into the Sorensen Center, and like I said earlier, there was on level 1, there's some elevators or there's stairs. I ran up 4 flights of stairs, got to the 4th level of the Losi building, and proceeded to the south of the Losi building. There's some stairs, which is at breezeway between the computer science building and the Losi building. There's some stairs that go up to the top of that. And so I went to the top of that.
Is that the stairway that you previously described?
Yes, on the outside of the Losi building.
Okay. And it's a public stairway?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you make it to the rooftop?
I did.
Do you know about what time you got there?
I got there at 12:44.
Okay. What did you do when you got on top?
When I got on top, I hopped over the guardrail. I noticed that there was an object which was sitting right about 10 or 15 feet in from the other side of the guardrail in the gravel. That looked out of place to me.
And In relationship to where you hopped over the guardrail, what direction was that object?
To the west of the guardrail.
Okay. And did you recognize the object?
I did.
And what was it?
It was a red and black screwdriver.
Okay. Did you touch that object?
I did not.
Okay. I am going to refer the witness on your screen, Officer Bagley, to State's Exhibit 3.1. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I see it.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what is that?
That's a picture of the screwdriver that I saw that day on top of the rooftop of the Losi building.
Okay. And that's how it appeared on the roof that day?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the screwdriver you observed and found that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 3.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we renew, we renew our standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no foundation laid as to when the photo was taken or by whom. Thank you.
Same response, Judge. My previous arguments.
And did you state that this was a fair and accurate representation as of September 10th, 2025?
I had said that day. I'll ask it again.
All right.
To the officer. Officer Bagley, you saw this screwdriver you're describing on September 10th, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is State's Exhibit 3.1 a fair and accurate depiction of that screwdriver that day, September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
All right.
State moves to admit.
I will go ahead and admit State's Exhibit 3.1 is admitted based off of the first-hand knowledge of this, what this image purports to be, and it is a fair and accurate representation as this item on that date of September 10th, 2025, and this exhibit may be published.
Your Honor, before we continue to publish it and ask a few more questions, right now might be a good time to take a break.
All right.
If that's okay with the court.
All right. Let's come back at, it's 10:43. Let's go ahead and come back, well, 10:44. Let's come back at 11 o'clock, and then we'll resume direct examination.
60-minute break.
Brief recess.
All right. Judge using the gavel. I wonder if he'll use it his whole career or just at the beginning. So, while we go to break, let me show you a little bit about the map. Let's go back to the map briefly here. We won't be able to see anything but the seal by court rule. So, back on the map, let's actually go here first. This is what they allege happened. This is what the university and the state roughly think what occurred. The Hall of Flags is the red covered walkway just above the bright red square. The bright red square is the location that Charlie Kirk's tent was set up on. The Losi building is that tiered building at the bottom of the picture, and they've got the different layers there. This is sort of rotated, so we're looking sort of west-ish, northwest in this image. So if we go to the map, let's see if we can find this right here as well. So here we have in the center of the map, the Hall of Flags is this long hallway. We heard that Charlie Kirk pulled up here. They drove on the sidewalk up here, and underneath the Hall of Flags, there's a little place where you can park. That's where he parked, and then he was right next to the booth that was sort of the bottom of this sort of amphitheater type building. Lots of open space, and the people were up on the first level and second level and beyond, watching this from around, all watching this event. Then you've got the Losi building way up here, and this is where they say they think that or they're going to say that they think that Tyler Robinson was, to make a shot that went over this and down into here. So over the trees, over the bushes, and these trees are not to scale. This is just an architectural drawing. There's a lot of buildings they've described around here. I'm going to go about the street, talk about the streets a little bit. Campus Drive is this little curving road that goes around the buildings here around the outside. It's sort of like a loop around the campus. It's also down here on the bottom. College Drive, Campus Drive, sort of goes all the way around the university property. This area in white, it's not actually white. It's just blacked out because those are residential houses. So there are streets, 800 South, looks like this, and it just continues across off the property all the way across here. If you go further south, down the bottom of the page, because north is up, then the number gets bigger. So we have an 850 South right here. If you go further south than that, you're going to have 925 South. The further north you go, the lower the number. So we have 580 South, 550 South, 500 South. So it's a grid like that. And the same applies to east and west. We have 800 West, which goes down right here and into the campus. That's way in and out. And you're going to hear about the residents around here at 850 South and 600 West. This is going to be the area where they think that that Tyler Robinson had stashed a vehicle, or was, that was his escape plan, was to escape into this neighborhood. So lots of different names for these buildings. Obviously, university campuses name their buildings based on who pays for them. So if there's a former university president or a well-known family in the area that donates, like the Huntsmans or something, like the University of Utah has a lot of Huntsman buildings. Huntsman Cancer Institute, you've probably heard of that. That's named after the people that fund it. So lots of interesting names. Sorensen Building, the Woodbury Building. Here's the Sparks Automotive. There's the Losi Building. There's the Sorensen Center right here. So hopefully that helps just a teensy bit as we're trying to figure out what's happening. Questions. Where was this officer stationed? On the map? Let me show you on the map, because that's the easiest way to see. Okay. The officer was stationed at the bottom of the Hall of Flags. So this red this is the Hall of Flags that runs along here. It's an elevated walkway, and there's a car can drive underneath here to get access to this. But he was stationed over here on this end. And there are some stairs here that can get down to the bottom. So he was stationed right here. When the shot went off, I don't know if he was at the bottom of the stairs or the top. He said he was had to step over people that were laying on the stairs, so he must have been up a little bit viewing this. He ran down, saw that, looked at the line of sight, and said, I'm going to go check out this building. And he ran around the back of the building and saw a screwdriver. And I couldn't tell if it was back over here that he saw the screwdriver inside a fence, or if it was over on the south side. Hopefully he'll explain that a little better. Let's see. Did describe he said he heard one shot, and he described it as a rifle crack. He said it occurred to me that what I had heard was a rifle shot, which would mean longer shot. Rifles have a higher velocity. They're lethal and accurate to a greater distance than pistols are. Pistols can be lethal at a long distance, but not accurate, just because it's the nature of the barrel and how long the bullet is, spun and directed in a specific course. He described the sound as crackly. I've heard it described as a pistol makes a pop sound, a rifle makes a crack sound, and a shotgun makes a boom sound. The shotgun's a boom, and obviously the pistol is a pop, but it's not the sharpness of the crack that we hear from a rifle usually. And being around them a lot, you can tell the difference. I have fired 30-06. I'm familiar with that round. It's a substantial, powerful round. It's one of the bigger rounds that are routinely shot. Say, like if you were going deer hunting, a 30-06 would be effective for hunting large game, deer, moose, elk, probably bear. It's got a punch to it. The buildings make the sound different. Yes, you've got a lot of flat surfaces. Imagine court. When we have weird echoes in courtrooms, think of Judge Middleton's courtroom that has that terrible acoustics and the sound just echoes in there. A college campus with all these flat-sided buildings, glass and metal and concrete, bounces the sound around interestingly as well. .357 makes a cannon sound. It's a big gun. See, we're going to try to answer any questions if you have any that I can. Obviously, I'm not the arbiter of all truth, but if we can find an answer for you, or maybe have somebody here in chat that can answer a question, we'd be happy to do that. Sound-wise, for those that are curious, we've doubled the volume, boosted it 4 decibels, and then boosted it another 5 decibels. So that's what we needed to do to get the audio to where it needs to be. It's coming in very quiet on the pool feed. You guys are, what does the fox say? As someone who has been attacked by a fox, let me tell you what a fox says. It's not ding, 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 ding. It's more of a screech. And the most impressive part is how they can make their long fur stand on end and then get even lower to the ground than they already are and run with their mouth wide open while making that noise. It's terrifying. I was attacked by a fox, yes. It didn't bite me. I got away. Mostly I got away from the kits, and then Mama wasn't as mad at me once I was away. Did not get bit. I was chased. It's a story for another day. Mics are hot, we might get in trouble for, but at least the council table mics are off, so. Is Charlie's wife at the hearing? Yes. We saw a group of people stand up and leave. We believe that may have been family, as they started describing the shooting and what the officers saw. That the judge did not pause anything. People just got up and left. And under the judge's rule, no one's allowed back in unless it's break time. So maybe these people are coming back in. But I do know that this morning we're expected to start seeing video, at least maybe early this afternoon. We're expected to start seeing video that was taken, 3 of them that were taken at UVU that day of the occurrence. And they probably have audio, at least one of them. Tyler's parents come to court. This is the first day, but yes, we believe. I don't know if they came actually. Let me check. We believe most of the family on Charlie's side is here. I think this would be the first time that Tyler's parents came, if they're here. I'll have to get confirmation on that. I'm not sure if they're here. I can tell you the video is not going to be shown on the screen here during this trial. It may be shown during the other, the real trial, but during preliminary we're not going to see it. We might hear it though.
Yeah. Right.
You read that Tyler's parents are here? Appreciate you guys taking it easy on our mods today. These are the basic rules. We're not super strict about a lot of things, but this is one that we'd ask you to follow quite closely. We're here to listen to the evidence. We're here to watch the proceedings, to see the transparency of the process. Not here to argue the politics of this at all on either side. What was the time frame, by the way? The actual time that the shot was heard. Does anyone have the time, the time of day that occurred? Because here in the officer made it up to the Losi building at 12:44. That's really quick. And he already has testified that they said we had a shooter in custody. That turned out to not be true, even though that came over the radio. So 12:23, that means he was 11 minutes or 21 minutes later. So 12:23. 20 minutes later, he made it up to the Losi building. Selena is our court watcher. She is citizen number 1 in the gallery. She was the first person in line for this trial. We hope to hear from her this afternoon. Once court lets out, she can get back to her vehicle. It could be 15 or 20 minutes after court before she can call because of traffic and parking and everything. All right, just fix the audio issue. Let's see. About 1 minute back from court coming back. I think the judge has a microphone on his gavel. It's such a sharp crack. Got to move to Utah and give Selena a break and keep her company. Selena was our court watcher for the Corey Richens trial up in Summit County, just east, a little to the north of where we are now in Utah County, which is south of Salt Lake City. Selena's dedication is unquestionable. She does commit and commits wholeheartedly to being in court. So she doesn't want to drive to court and miss it. So she was there at 2 a.m. this morning, standing in line to be first in line for this. There is no jury yet. The last thing we heard about the jury in this case is that the judge is going to allow for extra time in the selection of the jury because of the problems the state caused by violating that the gag order rule, and talking to TMZ and Fox News and a bunch of others. So jury process is going to be lengthy. It's going to take a lot of time. There are going to be a lot of questionnaires sent out, and it's going to be difficult. And then it's possible there's still going to be another fight about venue that has to come up at some point. change of venue. That is very possible as well. There are a couple counties this could move to. It could move to Davis County up north. I don't think it would be in Salt Lake County. That's basically, it could go to Salt Lake, Davis. Don't think it'd go to Tooele. Could even go to Weber. There are a couple counties north and south where it could go. Why no grand jury? Why are they doing it this way? State's preference. Utah does have the grand jury option, but doesn't do it a lot. A grand jury is secret. I think the state wanted to show that that there was nothing secret about this, that there's not a hidden anything. So they went with a very public preliminary hearing. The results are basically the same. A grand jury indicting is the same thing as Mr. Tyler Robinson being bound over for court, and the judge finding there's sufficient evidence to do so. It would be the same result. It's just one is secret and one is public. I prefer the public one myself. A lot of times we hear evidence that was presented in the grand jury was rushed and not accurate. She will have to go early to get a seat every day. I'm not sure which day she's going to go. She might be there all week. It just depends. She's got some family commitments at home and some health concerns there, so it just depends how that goes for her. Beautiful messy ball. I hear you here. I was reading actually. Well, the judge was making his ruling and telling us we couldn't see the maps. I was reading the rules, the Utah rules, and it has. I think it's. UCGA Rule 4-205, courts are allowed to seal stuff. They're allowed to seal courts. They're allowed to seal evidence for a couple reasons, specifically for, let me see, that's the other one. Specific exhibits or portions can be restricted. The hearing itself is generally public, and the law in Utah presumes that it's open to the public and open to the media. So normally you have to actively close something to prevent it from being disclosed. Here, I don't think the court really went through the exercise of saying, should this exhibit be closed, when he said, don't show the exhibits to the cameraman. And so I think he might have goofed there a little bit, which is frustrating because we couldn't see the maps. Like, he turned off the monitors because we could see the map. Ms. Nestor objected and brought it up to the judge's attention. Hey, they can see the map on the monitor even though it's this big on the screen. I realize there are some things like sensitive victim information, safety risks, fair trial concerns that the judge has to weigh, but I don't think the map would be one of them. I don't think it meets any of those criteria. It needs to find a balance of interest, and I think he ruled a little bit too tight on that one.
All right.
Here we go.
Please be seated. Court is back in session. Before we get started, I want to clarify on the record that pursuant to the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, where victims and victims' representatives are entitled to be treated with dignity and respect, that if they choose to leave the courtroom, they can come back whenever they wish. They're not prohibited to coming back solely at the break. So I just wanted to clarify that in case there was any question about that. In addition, I want to talk about the exhibits as it relates to their admission and publication of the exhibit. So whenever there is an objection to an exhibit, I would ask that the attorneys are clear specifically what they're objecting to. There's basically three levels of objections that could be objected to. First, the admittance of the exhibit itself. Second is the publication of the exhibit to the gallery. And third is the publication which is electronically captured by the media. So, counsel, I'll leave it to you in regards to what you object to or what you wish to respond to. If no objection to the publication media capture of the exhibit is specifically raised, the court will presume there's no objection. So, being that the monitor was introduced today by the court, I wanted to offer that guidance to the parties in regards to your objections. With that, let's go ahead and return to the witnesses. I do note for the record that the counsel is present and all the parties are present, and let's go ahead and proceed. Mr. Grunander.
Thank you, Your Honor. We left off Officer Bagley with just having admitted State's Exhibit 3.1. I believe the court also granted our motion to publish 3.1. So we would ask the court to publish that to the gallery, 3.1.
Ms. Nestor, any thoughts?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll go ahead and publish Exhibit 3.1. Looks like it's just taking a second to come up on the screen. Let's go ahead and unplug and replug in the monitor to see if that brings it back to life, to display.
Judge just employed Tech 101, long-standing rule. But turn it off and turn it back on again. See if it fixes it. Oh, it's terrible. I want so badly to go fix everything.
All right, looks like it's noticing a flicker on my screen here.
Thumbs up.
All right. Yes. All right. Mr. Grunander.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Bagley, so you testified that this is the screwdriver as you saw it on September 10th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to, and this was on top of which roof?
The Low C building.
And in relationship to the entrance, the stairway, and when you hopped over the rail to get there, where was it located?
About 10 or 15 feet in.
Okay. If I could, Your Honor, bring up State's Exhibit number 2 that was previously admitted.
All right.
I would like to have Officer Bagley come down from the witness stand and point on that exhibit approximately where this screwdriver was located and describe it for the record.
All right. You may step down. And if you have a microphone for him as well.
I think there was one up there. Oh, here we go.
use your imagination here.
So if you can describe where you saw that screwdriver, point to that.
Yeah, so this is the Losi building right here with the light gray. Here's the guardrail in the center of the picture with the red brick. Just over that, about 10, 15 feet in, about right there.
About right there. Okay. Now on this exhibit, Exhibit 3.1, there's an evidence tag, yellow number 5. Was that present when you found the screwdriver?
No.
Okay. So that was left there by an evidence tech?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You can take your seat again. Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to your monitor again and have you look at State's Exhibit 3.2. And if you'll let me know when you see that.
Okay, I see it.
Okay. And can you tell us what that is?
Yes, that's a picture of the top of the Losi building looking west.
Okay. And how do you know that that is, in fact, the top of Losi Center, looking west?
I can see the landmarks of several buildings, that the Fugel buildings on the top left of it. You've got on the right is a white roof, which is the Sorensen building on the right side of the picture. This is also the gravel area on top of the Losi building.
Okay. Can you see the courtyard from this exhibit?
Yes, a little bit.
What about the tent that was set up that Mr. Kirk was underneath?
Yes.
Okay. What about the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
Did you mention that this was facing west? What direction are we looking?
We're looking west towards Utah Lake.
Okay. Officer, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on September 10th, 2025 on top of the Losi building?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 3.2, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, I think that we renew our standing objection. There is an evidence tag here, which begs the question that it's not a fair and accurate representation of how he saw it. And we also don't have any indication about when this picture was taken or by whom. So we object to its admission.
I see. Thank you. Mr. Grunander.
Officer, one more question, Judge. Officer Bagley, apart from the evidence tag, do you see an evidence tag on that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Was that present when you were on top of the Losi Center and observed this?
That was not.
Okay. Otherwise, is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
State moves to admit.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Given that follow-up question, noting that the evidence tag, it appears to be number 2 on State's Exhibit 3.2 was not present, but otherwise it is a fair and accurate representation, as stated by the witness to State's Exhibit 3.2. The court will admit it into evidence, and it may be published at the discretion of, or the request of counsel.
That sounds like it's a line of sight
The state
picture.
would move to publish it.
All right.
So it sounds like it's a line of sight from the vantage point of the location I think the shooting occurred.
Officer Bagley, will you describe what it is that we're looking at here?
Yes, on the top of the photo, you got the mountain range on the back. That's going to be looking west. You also have Utah Lake, which is towards the top of it. As you come down towards the center, on the top, you've got a pond, which is the ponds over at Utah Valley University. If you come down from that, from where the water meets that red bricked part, more towards the center is the Hall of Flags. And just below that, where you can see the grass and the white tent, is where Charlie Kirk was sitting looking west, and we're on top of the Losi building.
And is this depicting a particular corner of the Losi rooftop?
Yes, it is.
And this is the top rooftop?
Yes.
Is it the same level where we observed the atrium that's to the north?
The atrium's up just a little bit higher, so this is the top level of 4.
Level 4, okay. And what area of the rooftop are we looking at here?
You're looking
as far as the gravel?
Southwest side of the Losi building.
Southwest side, okay. Is there a line of sight down into the courtyard?
Yes, there is.
In that area? Okay. What else do you observe on this exhibit that's significant to you, officer?
There was some disturbance in the gravel right where, and around the area where in the area where the yellow marker is is there was some disturbance that caught my eye there.
Okay. And does this photograph do it justice?
No.
And how so?
You can't really see the impression I saw the time of when I was up there on that day. I saw a distinct impression in the gravel, and this does not show that.
Okay, so you could see more with the naked eye?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to refer the witness to State's Exhibit 4 on your monitor there. And let me know when you can see that.
Okay, I can see
it's a flat roof. It does have
And
gravel
do you
on it.
recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a nighttime view of that same photo. That was just same view, looking west, and I can see the disturbance in the gravel.
And what tells you that this is the same photograph as the last one, as Exhibit 3.2?
You can see the hall flags. That's direct, almost the top of the photo. In the middle, you got the hall flags. You can see the tint in the grass area, the direct line of sight with the Sorensen building, and I'm on top of the gravel of the Losi building, southwest side.
Is there also an LDS temple that's depicted in that photograph?
There is. It's going to be on the top left of the photo. It's lit up.
Okay. Do you know who took this photo?
I do.
And who took this photo?
Melissa Richards.
And who is Melissa Richards?
She's the lead senior forensic for the state of Utah.
Okay.
Examiner.
And how do you know that she took this photograph?
I spoke to her.
Okay.
Just renew the objection to hearsay that's in our standing objection.
Thank you.
You lost at the
Mr.
Supreme
Grunander, do you
Court on
want
that.
to respond to the objection about hearsay?
Yes, Judge. Under Rule 1102, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation or the authenticity of any exhibit. That's found in 1102 sub B sub 3. I would also point out for the court that under Rule 1101, which is the applicability of the rules, in subsection C1, the determination of questions of fact preliminary to admissibility of evidence when it's determined under Rule 104, which are preliminary questions, the rules of evidence do not apply. 104 speaks directly to laying foundation for an exhibit, so even at trial, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit. I would also just point the court to State v. Griffin.
The judge
This is
better
a
be taking
2016 Utah Supreme Court case. The citation is 384 Pacific 3rd 186, which stands for hearsay evidence is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit, even at trial. And we're at a preliminary hearing today, Judge.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Nestor, before I issue a ruling?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection to hearsay. I note the standing objection by defense. I also note Rule 1102, and I also look to Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, which states nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay evidence as defined by statute or rule in whole or in part at any preliminary examination to determine probable cause or at any pretrial proceeding with respect to release of defendant if appropriate discovery is allowed as defined by statute or rule. For those reasons, I'm going to overrule the objection, and as it relates to reliable hearsay, in this instance, you may proceed.
This is a beautiful
Bagley,
campus.
Did you ask Ms. Richards if this was a fair and accurate depiction of this scene on the Losi building on the night of September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She said it was.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 4.
We don't have the pictures. Obviously, this is a crime.
Just object to relying on what Ms. Richards told him in terms of creating the foundation and refer back to our standing objection.
The state will submit it.
All right. Well, as I look at State's Exhibit 4, and again, I'm just looking at it before me, it said it was a fair and accurate representation. There's a notation, I mean, in the previous exhibits, there's a marker, exhibit marker, and I see two, but it also appears to be other artifacts on this image that I haven't heard any testimony about, and so.
I will follow up, Judge.
All right.
I heard some of these timers.
Officer Bagley, do you see an evidence tag in that exhibit?
Yes, I do, a number 2.
A number 2, and that's yellow and black?
Yes.
Do you see other evidence markers that are red in color?
Yes, they are, to me, they're orange, but they're triangular shaped.
Okay. Were those markers, the evidence tag 2, as well as the orange or red markers, present when you observed that scene that day?
No.
Okay. Were they present, however, when Ms. Richards took this photograph?
Yes.
And she indicated to you that that is a fair and accurate representation of what she observed that night?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 4, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
Objections, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection, noting that the marker, evidence marker, as well as the red or orange markers, I can't tell which color it is, was not present originally. With those included information, State's Exhibit 4 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
I'll show you a picture
State
of the
would move to
campus.
publish that.
The campus
All right.
looking to the east. The Losi building is going to be in here on the bottom right-hand
And
corner.
I would ask for the witness to come down to explain the exhibit.
All right, officer, if you'd like to step down, use the microphone, and as previously
Beautiful
noted,
backdrop.
describe, when you're describing something on the image, where it is located on the image for the benefit of our recording.
So, officer, will you describe for the court what it is that you're looking at?
So what I'm looking at is, I'm on top of the Losi building, which is where the gravel is on towards the bottom center. I'm looking west towards the tent, which is in the upper center, that you got a white tent. You can see the grass down there in the amphitheater. You got the hall of flags that's more towards the top center, and behind that you've got I-15. But what I'm looking at is in the disturbance of the gravel is what I saw that day.
Okay, and what can you describe for the record that disturbance?
To me, when I got up there and I could see this disturbance of gravel, to me it looks like a sniper pad, a person that has been laying in a prone position, and you've got markings of elbows, knees, and feet to where somebody was in the line of sight of where Charlie's tent was.
Thank you. And if we could, again, take the, if we could publish State's Exhibit number 2. You recognize that, right, officer?
Yes, I do.
Where on the Losi rooftop did you observe this disturbance in the gravel?
If you go to the
Can you
center
point
of the
to that?
picture, if you go to the center of the picture in the darker gray part of it, on the left side, so the south side of the Losi building, it would be right in the line of sight of the Charlie Kirk tent that's straight in front of it.
Okay.
Or the southwest side of the roof.
Thank you. You can take your seat.
Tyler is paying attention, looking at the display, the large display, and where he's pointing it out. Seems quite attentive.
And finally, I would direct the witness's attention to State's Exhibit number 5 on the monitor. Let me know when that's there.
It is.
It is
Yes.
there. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is going to be a picture of the side profile of that last photo we looked at with some red or orange markers and a number 2 with also a tape that's there on top of the Losi building.
What was that tape that you said?
There's a measuring tape, it looks like.
Okay. Are you able to tell which direction the photograph is, the photographer was facing?
Yes,
And what direction is that?
it's facing south.
This is a nighttime photograph, correct?
Yes,
Do you know who took this picture?
I do.
And who took the picture?
It was Melissa Richards.
The same individual that you spoke about before?
Yes.
Did you ask her whether this is a fair and accurate depiction of what she observed
Yes.
that night?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said it was.
with respect to what you observed that day, apart from the evidence tag, the yellow tag, as well as the orange or red markers, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed?
Yes.
What's different about what you observed as far as what's on the photograph, the previous exhibit, compared to this?
You can see more of the length of an individual. So you can see that there's 2 elbows, 2 knee areas, plus also towards the far right of the photo is also a marker where like somebody laid a gun down.
Okay.
It's like a prone position.
Your Honor, pursuant to Rule 1102, as well as other authority that's been cited today, the state offers State's Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Your Honor, we renew all the same objections we made to Exhibit 4.
Thank you. Given the foundation that has been laid and that the witness has testified that this is a fair and accurate representation of the scene, noting the tape as well as the markers in that, State's Exhibit 5 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
State moves to publish Exhibit 5, Judge.
All right.
Before turning to what you did next on that day, taking you back to the daytime of September 10th, 2025, did you secure the rooftop of the Losi building that day?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I put yellow police crime scene tape around the portion so nobody else would disturb that area.
And when you say that area, what areas are you talking about?
I'm talking about the roof where it was the southwest side of the roof where I found the disturbed gravel, where it looked like somebody had been proned out in the line of sight of the tent. So right there.
Did you secure the area as far as any of the entrance area up onto the rooftop with police tape?
Yes, so then where that natural guardrail is, that was the other barrier where they were advised not to go any further from there other than police officers.
Okay. If we could go back to State's Exhibit number 2. If we were to zoom in on this photograph, are you able to see the police tape that you put up on the rooftop of the Losi Center, officer?
Yes, you would be able to.
Kimberly, if we can zoom in. Officer, I'm going to have you come down and describe for the court where you put that police tape up to secure that scene, the rooftop area. On the southwest corner of the rooftop.
So this is the top of the Losi building. You got your 2 different grays. The southwest is towards the top, center of the picture. You can see some yellow tape that spans from over here on the far right side of the picture by these black pipes, goes around a silver vent, comes back down around to the corner of that silver to keep everybody out of that area where that prone position was at.
Okay. On that photograph, are you able to see where you put the tape up as far as the access way to that roof near the stairway?
So it was right here, actually, this natural barrier where you have to climb over the guardrail. So this is the other barrier that I had to set up.
And you put police tape on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you eventually leave that area?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you left that area?
Oh, I have it in my notes. It would be when I left that area, it was almost 1 o'clock, about 1:03, 1:01.
Okay. Before leaving, did you
only there for 15
leave
minutes.
the scene with anyone?
I did not leave the scene. Or did I leave the scene to somebody? Yes,
Just
I
to
did.
someone else?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was a county deputy, a female.
Did you provide instructions to her?
I did.
And what were those instructions?
I advised her not to let anybody inside the crime scene.
Okay.
Without being a police officer or an investigator.
Okay. Thank you. You can take your seat again. Officer, upon seeing this disturbance in the gravel, you've described what it looked like to you.
Yes.
Someone lying down in a prone position, correct?
Yes.
What did you do next?
So when I got to the top of the Losi building during that day, I noticed the screwdriver, kept going to the edge, found that prone position. At that moment, I realized, because it was direct line of sight, plus the disturbance in the gravel, where I could see somebody lay down in a prone position or a sniper position, and asked dispatch to get on the Then I realized that we probably didn't have our shooter in custody. From that moment, I asked dispatch to get on the camera system and to see if anybody was on top of the Losi building during the time of the incident.
Were you advised of anything?
I was. Dispatch came back and advised me that there was a male individual on top of the roof that was there at the time of the shooting.
Did they describe what his movements were?
They did. They stated that he ran to the edge, dropped down, crawled, got in a prone position.
I'm going to stop you right there. Ran to the edge. What direction and what edge?
Running west and southwest of the Losi building. So ran towards the tent of where Charlie Kirk was, so they could get a line of sight. And then the individual stood up after the shooting and ran northeast on the top of the Losi building.
Okay. You mentioned that this individual on the video dropped off the edge. Did you get that?
I haven't
far?
mentioned that.
Oh, what happened? What else was described to you?
Then, well, at that moment, so I knew that there was possibly a shooter on the run.
Your Honor, can we just have a continuing objection to all of the hearsay that's being testified to here?
And Judge, my response to that was I'm not actually offering this for the truth of the matter asserted at this point, simply for the effect on the hearer. So I'm not offering what's been described in the video as substantive evidence.
All right. Ms. Nestor, with that clarification, any thoughts?
I'll just stand on the objection. I don't think, I mean, he's clearly offering it for the truth because he's asking him to describe the route of the individual, and it's based on what other people told him. So if he wants to circle back to it after he's put the video in, I mean, we could do that. But right now, I still think it's inappropriate hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Greenander?
I'll submit it to the court.
All right. So as the magistrate, as this is not to a jury, it's to myself as a magistrate, I am not accepting that statement for the truth of the matter asserted, simply for what has been stated. So I'm specifically making that finding as I'm receiving this evidence, and I'm not accepting it for the truth of the matter asserted, only as represented by Mr. Grunander. And with that, the objection is overruled. Mr. Grunander, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So you mentioned you were provided with information that an individual was running north on the Losi rooftop, correct?
Yes.
What else was described to you?
At that moment, I knew I had responding units coming into the scene. I advised other officers that I needed the Losi building secured, searched, because I didn't know exactly what way, other than he ran north. That moment, I went down to the police department, which is just down the stairwell, and looked at the video myself. And
where is the police department located?
It's in the Gunther Trade Building, just directly to the south of the Losi building.
Okay.
So where I described those outside stairs, the building to the left of that or south would be the Gunther Trade Building.
Okay. On what level is the police department?
It's level 3.
Level 3, okay. Upon arriving at the police department, what did you do next then?
I then looked at the footage to verify for myself exactly what expired on that moment, where I could see an individual run to the edge, get up, and then run off, and then drop off the northeast side of the building, of the Losi building.
Okay. Having viewed that, what did you do next?
At that moment, I realized I had more crimes, a bigger crime scene that I needed to contain and preserve for evidence. At that moment, I went and grabbed some more crime scene tape, and I responded to the northeast side of the building and secured an area where I saw impressions of the shoe print inside the grass, and also up above on that northeast side of the building, I could see on the cement where someone had scuffed there and then dropped down to the shoe imprint and then finished going northeast.
Okay, this is incredible.
Okay.
I mean that in both
ways. I can
ways.
take the witness back to State's Exhibit 2.
He's finding shoe prints, scuffs, screwdriver, a area in
You
gravel, an
mentioned
impression
seeing,
in gravel.
an individual drop down. Could you come down and point that area out to the court?
Yes.
This guy has eagle eyes and a sixth sense.
Okay, this is the Losi building again on the top right center of the photo. Southwest side is where the individual was laying down prone in the line of sight, came behind the aquarium or atrium, came behind that on the west side of it, came up to the north side of the Losi building on the east on this white square piece on the far right of the picture. And then he dropped off on the east side of the Losi building into the grass down here below.
So the northeast corner?
Yes, northeast corner.
You mentioned you observed something on the grass?
I did. I saw a shoe imprint that was embedded pretty deep right there next to where he dropped
Okay,
off.
that makes sense. It's a big
And this
drop.
is all footage that you personally observed on the
Yes.
surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. When you got to the scene, describe in as best detail as you can what you saw on the grass then.
So when I got to the scene, I could see that there was a shoe imprint there. When I looked up onto the cement from the roof, I could see some scratching or rub marks from the top of the roof. That was not there. So I could see that looked abnormal. I then decided to put crime scene tape around the whole area in case there was more evidence that needed to be preserved.
On that exhibit number 2, do you see where you placed the crime scene tape?
Yes, I do.
And where is that? Can you describe that to the court?
It's going to be on the far right in the center of the picture. You can see the yellow tape. I came around trees, came up further out of pictures, some more trees. I came down all the way down to the back side of the LDS Institute building where there's a sidewalk to block everybody out of coming up that way.
Okay. Did you at one point leave the scene?
I did.
Did you release the scene to anyone?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
There was 2 Payson police officers that were standing there.
Okay. Were they in uniform?
They were.
Did you provide them with any instructions?
I advised them not to let anybody inside the crime scene other than law enforcement or investigators.
Okay. You can take your seat again, Officer Bagley. You've talked about the disturbance in the gravel that was observed on the Losi building.
Yes.
Did you walk through that disturbance in the gravel?
I did not.
Did you otherwise touch it in any way?
No.
With respect to the shoe print that you observed on the grass on the northeast lawn area below the Losi building, did you walk through that?
I did not.
Did you otherwise disturb that?
No.
Officer Bagley, what did you do next?
From that moment, I then released the scene. I went down to the Fugo building and knew that where the incident command center was at, so I could relay information that I'd found to responding units and people in charge.
If I can have just a moment, Judge.
You may.
All right, so the boot print makes more sense. He first had the video from the Gunther building, so he could see the guy jumping off the roof. So he went to that point and could see where he landed on the grass. Utah, we use sprinklers. We water our grass all the time. The universities are terrible at that. They waste water a ton. It was probably very soft right next to the building, leaving a huge impression.
Ms. Nestor, before you begin, what time would you like to break for lunch? I don't want to interrupt a line of questioning, and so I just want to make sure that we're just taking a look at the clock and when you feel is a good time to break, roughly in that 12:10 range.
I will aim for that, Your Honor. That shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
May it please the court.
Yes.
Good afternoon, or morning still.
Morning.
Officer Bagley, my name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Mr. Robinson today, and I do have some questions for you.
Okay.
So you mentioned that you checked in around 11 a.m. on the day of the shooting. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know in advance there was going to be this event on campus?
I did. I signed up for an overtime shift, so yes. For
you
the special
signed-
event, I signed up for the overtime shift.
Got it. And so did you attend any type of debrief or briefing or meeting to prepare for the security of this event?
I did not, because that morning when I got there, we had individuals on top of the Hall of Flags. So when I walked in, I just checked on, was going to get my uniform on. The chief Long got a text or an email or phone call stating that there's people on top of the Hall of Flags throwing stuff down to the tent. Therefore, he sent the 2 officers that were on duty down to secure the area. I got dressed and then came back and then went to the Hall of Flags to secure that area.
So you never attended any kind of, I'll just use the word debrief or meeting to talk about what the officers on scene were going to do that day to keep everybody safe?
No, not that morning.
Do you know if there was such a meeting?
I don't know, because when I got there, it was people were throwing stuff down on the tent.
And do you know how many UVU officers you guys employ normally?
There was 15.
And do you know how many were assigned to cover that event that day?
That were assigned to cover it. There was 6 of us there was patrol 1 and then 5 others that were there with the chief.
Did you all have an idea there were going to be thousands and thousands of people there? Or was that a surprise to you?
Had an idea.
And you only had 5 officers?
6, yes.
6, I'm sorry, counting you, I was
Yes.
thinking. And of those 6 officers, are you all armed? Do you carry weapons?
Yes.
What type of weapons do you carry?
Glock, pistols.
And was there any use on campus of, I think they're called magnetometers, but the machines you walk through at TSA and the airport where it checks to see if you're carrying anything metal, what we all had to go through to get in the courtroom. Were there any machines like that set up or being used on campus that
Make
day?
her say the word.
And as far as you know, were there any drones that were flying above campus that day?
Not that I know of.
And did anyone ever talk to you about covering anything near or on top of or in the Low C building? Were you ever assigned that area before the shooting?
No,
Do you know who was?
I don't.
And when you got up to the roof that afternoon, was anybody around that was law enforcement?
No.
Nobody on the roof?
No.
Nobody on the stairway?
Nope.
Nobody on the walkway?
Nope.
Okay. And in the state of Utah, is a campus a gun-free zone? Are students allowed to have guns on campus?
It's an open carry state, so yes.
Yep. I carried.
And did you see anybody that was armed that day other than law enforcement?
I did not see.
Were you aware of whether Mr. Kirk had his own security team present there with him?
Yes.
Did you communicate with any of those people?
I saw one individual that was on top of the Hall of Flags right next to me, yes.
Okay, and that was before the shooting?
Yes, and then I saw several down in the crowds and down by him, yes.
And were you aware of whether that person was armed either?
I was aware he was armed.
Okay. Was there any other law enforcement agency besides Mr. Kirk's private security team and your 6 officers, including you, that were covering that event that day? In other words, did you have any Provo police or Orem police or anyone that you knew of or federal agencies?
I don't know.
You never saw any that day?
No, not until the response came in.
And you did mention, I think I heard you just a few minutes ago testify, you turned over the scene on the roof to a woman who was a deputy sheriff, right?
Yes.
And that you turned over the scene where the individual dropped off to, I believe you said, was it Orem
Payson.
Police? Payson Police, thank you. Those people weren't there till after the shooting, right? They were part of just a response of everybody in the area.
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive any type of briefing materials, written materials prior to the event that talked about who would be covering what or anything like that?
No, not that morning. Like I said, it started getting hectic, so we were trying to get down there, secure the area, and push people away from the top of the tent.
Now, when this event was over, you prepared a report, is that right?
I did.
And in the report, it covers a lot of what you testified to with Mr. Grunander, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I think you said you attended, what, 600 hours of post-training?
It's around 600 hours, yes.
And I'm sure somewhere in that training, you were taught the importance of your police report
Yes.
and how it will be relied on years later to recreate events like it's being done right now. And so you know it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your report.
Yep.
Can we put up Bagley 1? Can we switch it over to the defense table, please? Thank you so much. And show it only
State
to
should
the
object
witness.
for everything.
All right.
Do you see that report in front of you?
I do.
And is that the report that you prepared, or did you prepare this report?
I didn't. I did a supplement on it, but I didn't prepare the report. So, like, because the incident was a big agency assist, so obviously it says it has all the responding officers to that effect.
Oh, we need to go to the page. Thank you for pointing that out. Can we please move to page 3 or 5, maybe? Let me look and see. All right, now let me ask the question again. Sorry, you just had the cover sheet up. Is that your report?
Yes, this is.
All right, and did you prepare that?
I did.
When did you prepare this report?
It looks like it was done the next day, either that day or the next day, because I wanted to make sure that I had it done where everything was fresh on my mind.
And do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, as a matter of fact.
May I just step in and just make sure that it's the same one? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
She just wants to see his notes. Which she's allowed to do.
We got to ask this now. Did you use AI to help you prepare your report?
I did not.
Okay, good. When you prepared your report, you referenced when you first heard the shot, don't you?
Yes.
And what is the time that you say that you heard the shot?
12:23.
Right. And when you wrote that report, you did not state in your report the direction you heard that shot come from, did you?
No, apparently not.
And take your time and look at the whole report and see if there's anywhere in there where you ever mentioned that it came from the east or to your right.
It's common for officers to leave out obvious things that seemed obvious to them from their
I don't
reports.
see his direction.
Okay. And you also, I believe, in your report, you also don't state whether or not, you don't mention anything about thinking it came from the Low-C building or anything like that, right?
Later on, when I recognized when I saw the empty holsters, I think I actually said that in there, where I see the empty holster, that I realized the line of sight.
Okay. So let's talk about that holster for a minute.
When I see the empty
So
holsters.
you heard the shot, and you only heard one shot, correct?
Yes.
And then you came down from the walkway above the tent, right?
Yes.
And you came down to really the grassy area that we've all been looking at, the courtyard.
Yes.
And there was kind of chaos, people running around.
Yep.
Yes. And while you were down there, you saw what you said was an empty holster.
Yeah, as I was clearing people out and making sure that the evidence was preserved, about towards the top, after a little bit, I saw an empty holster sitting there.
And when you say towards the top, can you be specific and tell us where you were?
So on the south side in the courtyard, there's some tiers of seating where the grass is different levels, and it was towards the top, maybe just right before the cement is where everybody's standing, so there's different levels, is towards the top on the grass.
And when you saw the holster, can you describe to me what it looked like?
An empty concealed holster.
For what type of
For
weapon?
a pistol.
Okay. And did it have any markings on it?
I didn't even, no, not that I noticed.
And what happened to that holster?
I have no idea.
Did you ever take custody of it?
Nope.
Did you ever tell anyone else to take custody of it?
No,
You just left it on the grass?
I did.
Was it ever fingerprinted to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Okay. At some point, there were drones in the air. Is that right? Did you become aware of that?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
Do you know who put the drones in the air?
Sergeant Cam Nilsson with the Provo Police Department.
So it wasn't UVU.
No,
Did you guys even have drone capability? Did you have a drone on campus that you used?
no.
All right. So someone would have had to bring one after the shooting onto campus because you wouldn't have had one there.
True.
Right. You mentioned that as you were coming down into the grassy area from the top above the tent, you come down the Hall of Flags, you come into the grassy area. You mentioned that you heard, I guess on your radio, that they had a suspect in custody.
Yes.
And so how long do you think between the shot being fired did you hear that?
I was in, like I said, trying to get down the stairs, jumping over people, trying not to step on people as people were fighting up. Within 30 seconds, maybe.
Right. So they pretty much instantly had someone in custody.
Yes, and that's why I was quite surprised.
Were you aware of where the person was taken into custody?
Right down by where Charlie Kirk was sitting by his tent, somewhere down there.
So in the courtyard area, the person would have been in the courtyard area at the time of the shooting.
Yes.
Was that person in or near or around the holster in any way?
No.
You don't know?
No, he wasn't. Where the holster was up on the top level up there, and it was where when the incident happened, when Charlie got shot. Within seconds, the other officer that was down by him said that he was in custody with the prisoner of the shooter. So they had been within right there.
You didn't, at that time, it was your understanding the person they took into custody was close by Mr. Kirk, is that right?
Yep.
But it didn't occur to you that, well, that's not where I heard the shot come from. They must have the wrong person. I should talk to somebody.
During the chaos moment, no. They said they had a person in custody. I figured those guys saw something I didn't see. They took the person in custody, and I thought that was him.
Okay. This would be a good stopping place because I'm about to start another section.
Okay.
So maybe we could go 5 minutes early for lunch.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, officer.
We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock.
Oh, she just lost
I do
everything.
want to note for the camera operator, if you would just be cognizant and turn off the microphone during breaks and when we break for recess.
We got in trouble.
That would be helpful. Does either party need the benefit of the record before we break for lunch?
Not the state, no.
All right. We are in recess.
All right.
Cameraman turns off the mic immediately. So there we go. We're going to stay here with this live feed from court because we are in the media pool. We're going to bring you everything that happens if it's carried on this. And we may get to hear from Selena during lunch, but it's going to take a few minutes. Because of the judge's order, the media and the public are not allowed to bring any electronic devices, keyboards, iPads, smartwatches, cell phones, cameras, anything into the courtroom, or even have them on the 4th floor. There's nowhere else for you to store it in the courtroom. You basically have to leave it in your vehicle, which means you have to get all the way back to wherever you parked before you can make a phone call. So we'll give her a few minutes before we go to lunch and see if we can hear from her there. I do want to see if I can show you. Let's do this. Let's go to 7 here and turn that off. I'm going to bring up Google Maps. As they've talked a little bit about some of campus, this officer that's testifying, Officer Christopher Bagley, he seems like a little bit of a Superman. Just happened to be in the right place at the right time. He's there, to hear the gunshot. He rushes down. Says, "Oh man, line of sight. That would put it Losi building. Let me run up there." Sees the holster. Sees the screwdriver in the grass. runs up on the roof, sees the imprint of the guy on the roof, checks the video, sees the boot print on the grass where he jumped off. That's a lot for one officer to have found it all. That's the part that's like, wow, that's incredible. But at the same time, it does sort of make sense when there were that many eyes on it. He probably got some outside information. Obviously, he got some from the video that showed the Tyler Robinson allegedly running off the northeast corner of the Losi building and jumping down, and he was able to run over there and see the boot print, which makes sense. Let me show you why that makes sense, though. Hang on just one second. EVU campus. We'll bring out the Google Earth just a bit for you. Where are we on? 3. Only 16 objections so far. I'm not counting all of the renewals, but she has renewed a lot of objections this morning. We're afternoon now. All right, here we go. Let's go to UVU campus. There, do you see that? Great. All right, so this is the UVU. We've been talking a lot about these maps and these buildings. If you zoom in over here, this red stripe that goes sort of from the bottom sort of up towards the top of the page, that is the Hall of Flags. So, that is next to this amphitheater area. The tent where Charlie was at the bottom of this amphitheater. People were standing around on these different levels. If you zoom out a little bit, we have the Losi building right straight across here on this top floor. And there's a line of sight from this, well, I'll put the red dot right about where they say he was. I think it's right about here. Now I can't. There's a line of sight where you could see this tent from that point on the roof. When he jumped off the roof, he actually ran from this southwest corner up around here, around the back of the atrium, and up here to this corner right up here, and jumped off in this area, landing on the grass. Now, lucky, we've got a Google Earth car that came up here and showed us what this parking lot looks like, and it'll show us the hills here really quickly. So we've now pulled into the parking lot. If we turn, we can see that corner of the Losi building right there. This is the area where he jumped off right over here. And this height, it goes down, the hill drops down towards the building. So this is probably about a 12-foot drop, or 12 or 15-foot drop. So if he hung from the edge of the roof, edge of the railing, scuffing it up a little bit as he climbed over and dropped down to the ground, that's why you'd have a boot print there. So you could see that. And you can see you've got the atrium over there in the middle that he ran over in back of. And then if you were to see over the other side over there, that's going to be where the, over and down the hill, that's where the shooter was, or where the event was. KSL has switched us to just a live view feed. So they've turned off the camera in the courtroom. I need to ask, is this live from your side, or as usual delay that you do with cameras? We're in the media pool for this. We filed with the court to get access. We're part of the pool, so we get the feed. The cameraman, the actual camera, is provided by KSL. They're the ones who are designated for this portion of the trial. They'll be the camera for the next 5 days, and so they are providing us a secure link to the feed that comes straight out of the courthouse. So we all get the same link. Is that what you're asking? Let's see. Selena says she's calling. Wonderful. Let me connect right now. We've got our court watcher who's going to be calling right now.
Call from Selena.
Hey, Selena. How are you doing?
Hi. I'm tired, but I have the same lucky spot. I get the handicap spot right outside the doors.
I tell you, that placard pays off. We need you to not ever get better. You have to be able to park there all the time.
Well, unless my leg grows back, I'll be all right.
Yeah, we're giving you a hard time. Selena, you've been a court watcher for us before at Corey Richens. This is sort of day one of the preliminary hearing. Well, it is for the Tyler Robinson trial. I know your morning started about 2 a.m. when you headed off to the courthouse. Tell us a little bit about your experience there this morning.
Oh, my goodness. So, first of all, Don Jr. is here.
Donald Trump Jr. is in the audience, yes.
Yeah, sitting the row in front of me. And Secret Service are everywhere. There's SWAT inside the courtroom. It is just unbelievable. He's sitting on the same row as Erica Kirk. So when we first saw him, we're like, is that Don Jr.? And yes, it definitely is. So what else was I going to say? Oh, Erica has 2 rows of family. And when they mentioned the gunshot, just the detective just saying the gunshot, she and half of her family got up and went out of the courtroom, and then they came back in. But after lunch, I think we're going to hear the video, and that's going to be, I'm sure they won't be in there for that.
Yeah, that was amazing. Yeah, we weren't expecting, Don was a surprise to me. Obviously, he's got no direct connection. This is basically like a celebrity sighting in court, which I don't know how I feel about. We'll skip it for now, but it did seem strange when I heard the news.
Same. And yeah, I have mixed feelings about it as well. And it's kind of like all the Secret Service around him, all the hoopla, all the extra SWAT people in the courtroom. I don't know. I'll save that too. I'll save my opinion on that. But anyway.
Yeah. Tell us about you heard the judge's rulings. We don't get to see much of anything.
Right.
In this courtroom.
Oh my gosh.
So you're seeing everything we can't see. We haven't even seen the maps. I've had to sort of fake it with my own maps.
You didn't get to see any of that, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, they've moved the monitor so the TV can't see it. They turned off the lectern monitor, which you sort of got a sneak peek at if you squinted really hard. And as soon as on the far side of the far corner of the room, as soon as they put the physical exhibit away, we can't really see that either. But we get an idea for what's happening. It's starting to, it's going to be a couple days as these locations, the LOSI building and the Hall of Flags and everything, we're starting to understand where those are and how the situation is oriented. Which
and where the tent was compared to them. But we've been able to see all of that. We've been able to see the whole layout of the campus on the monitor, and where the tent shows the tent and everything. And then also we were able to see when they were talking about the screwdriver on the roof found. We were able to see that close up. We were able to see the disruption of the gravel from, being in the shooting position.
Tell me about that, because hearing about an imprint in gravel, I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Is it that the gravel was like pushed away?
Yes. Like, so you could see where he had laid. I mean, there was just pretty much his feet had pushed the gravel away. His hands had pushed the gravel away. There was a distinct height of him that the gravel had been moved. So that was really interesting. I wish you guys could have seen that.
So this roof is a flat style roof. Utah has a lot of those flat style roofs, and gravel is
it's
common.
Completely flat, covered with gravel.
It's called pea gravel, which is like ground up crushed rock. So it's not the smooth river stones. If you ever try to kneel on that or lay on that, it's extremely uncomfortable.
Hurt.
So
oh my goodness.
It makes sense that if you're going to have to kneel there, you'd want to brush it's just a little layer. It's not even, more than half an inch thick. You to brush it away where you're laying so that you're laying on the tar part, or the plastic if they put a rubber sheeting up instead of on that. So it makes sense, but it was when he said I saw the impression on the gravel, I'm like, whoa, this guy's like Columbo.
It totally makes sense because, and you could see like a kind of an image of where he'd laid, and how he put his elbows, more of the gravel was away from where he put his elbows to make the shot.
Yeah. Did you see the boot print picture?
Yes. Yes.
Is it like wet grass? Was that like very saturated soil?
Yeah, and it was definitely pretty visible of the boot prints. I mean, so far everything they have shown us has been pretty, I don't know great pictures, good evidence. And I don't know, my brain's fried. I'm trying to think what I'm wanting to say, but yeah, that you can really tell. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah. That is fascinating. As far as Tyler Robinson goes, he looks to be a little bit animated in the courtroom. He's paying attention. He's looking at things. He might be writing some notes. Any observances you have on that front?
Yes, and we stood up to see if he was, because we were noticing that. So at the end of the first break, we stood up and could tell that he wasn't handcuffed, because we thought to ourselves, he can't be handcuffed. He's doing too much, writing and everything. So whether he's shackled or not, I don't know. But this morning, they brought him in an armored vehicle, and I was able to see them drive up the street with him in that, and followed by many cop cars, and they took him on the east side of the courthouse and went down another road, and there's kind of a driveway that goes down under the courthouse.
Like a salad port.
So that's where they took him.
Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. I think he's staying there for lunch. They're not taking him back to the jail for lunch, so he's going to get his lunch there at the holding cell.
Right.
How long did they say lunch was going to be for you?
An hour. So we'll be back at 1.
Okay. Awesome. So we have about 50 minutes left. Is that about right?
And let me just tell you something real quick. This is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So there was 14 wristbands, and they gave it away. Some of them were given away to media members that didn't get a pass to get in today. So there's only 4 of us that are not media in the public seating area.
That's a dirty trick for the media to steal the public. Were there more
horrible.
public members? Were there more public members who wanted in?
They had to turn so many away. I just can't believe they did that. That is a dirty trick. That's not fair, and had I not been there so early and got my wristband, I would have just been furious.
Wow. As far as media, do you recognize, did we get Josh from Courtroom Confidential? I guess he's from Fox. He's from Fox News when he's there. But
I haven't seen him, but the gal that she works for Fox News now, and her name is Chanley Painter.
She has a huge fan club.
She interviewed me, and I got to talk. I know, and she works for Fox now, and she's very sweet. And then Heidi Hatch, you know who Heidi Hatch is. She's our local.
Channel 2. Yep.
She was using the mirror on my truck this morning to put her makeup on. And
I watched that. I got that video.
That was my truck.
On the passenger
side.
Yeah, that's the best parking space ever. You're like right next to the doors.
I know. So I took a snapshot of her, and I told her, I just took your picture. I had to, of you putting your makeup on in my mirror, but I won't post it. And she said, "Oh, you can post it. It's fine." But it was so funny. Yeah. She had her makeup all set out on a little stand by my door and was just putting it on. So
I might have actually, I'm thinking about it, I might have seen somebody else do it. A second one, because the person I saw didn't have a stand next to him, but they did use your truck, their passenger side mirror there. There's a black truck.
Oh,
right?
It had to be her, blonde hair. There's like
blonde
a
hair?
little
Yeah. Okay.
There's not a stand, but there's a round cement thing, and a little bit away from my truck. She had her makeup sitting over there, and then she would go get it and then put it on. Yep.
That's awesome.
So
never watch that mirror. It's famous. Have her sign it in lipstick, and you could sell it on eBay.
I know Warren likes her so much. We watch her stories all the time, so he is just going to be so excited.
That's awesome.
Let me see. Tyler's family they are in the row behind me, and there's like 10 of them. So,
and mom and dad are there.
I don't know who the others are. Mom and dad. I think there's a sister. I don't really know much about his family. So,
well, as far as the pacing of the trial, it's sort of going slowly this morning. I'm sitting here looking at the
very
schedule.
Slowly. Very slow.
If we're calling a bunch of different witnesses, and this one's just the foundational one, right? He's at the beginning, but he also has had a lot to do with the initial investigation. We haven't got through his cross yet or redirect. So it's, I don't know if 5 days is going to be enough, is what I'm saying. What's your schedule
I don't know.
For watching?
Yeah, oh my gosh, I think it is going very slow, but Nestor objects to everything, as you've all noticed. So that slows it way down.
Yeah.
So there isn't anything that she as far as exhibits, she hasn't objected to, and that just takes time. So.
Wow. Well, Selena, I'm glad you're
I'm going to go and
get
I'm glad
lunch.
I'm here too, and I'm going to eat my lunch, and I left my house actually at 12:30. Got here a little bit after 1 because being this first. Well, we decided to go earlier, and I was kind of glad that we did because we just didn't know. I wouldn't have been able to sleep anyway because I was thinking. This is a bigger trial, so tomorrow we won't. I don't believe we'll have to come quite so early.
Yeah.
But
what time do they hand out the wristbands?
They started handing out the wristbands not until 7.
Oh my goodness, it's a long time.
And this is a cute story too, because I met the Chris who is over the security for the whole state of Utah for the court. Mm-hmm. And when he saw me there, he's like, I knew you were going to be here. So that was pretty funny.
That's awesome. Selena, thank you very much. Get some lunch. Thank you for doing this. And we'll be talking to you hopefully tonight when we break.
Yeah, I'll talk to you after. Okay.
All right. See you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Big shout out to Selena. Oh, my goodness. She's been up since 12:30 this morning there at the courthouse. She does have... I'll see if I can find the clip. I'll find the picture. The Associated Press was running a camera outside the doors. It's I think it's this view is what they're running, but they were running a camera outside the doors this morning, and they caught Chanley doing the makeup in the mirror of her truck, and so I saw it. I'll see if I can find that picture. Maybe I can get it for her. But Selena K, thank you very much for your logging in and your calling in. I love that you're parked right by the doors. You're the quickest person who can get out and make the phone call. I thought you were going to have to park far away, but that little blue pass works wonders. All right, with that, we're going to go to lunch. We're going to leave the live stream up. It's going to be, let's see. Man. KSL turned their camera off, so this is all we have from KSL. I was hoping they would leave the I don't want to break up the live stream because we don't have to today. So should we leave it just like this? Leave it like this, and I'll put my my camera in box 1, my studio camera down there. Let's see, because I need to take a lunch too. Upstream keyer 1 is going to be, let's do camera 4. So it would look like that. Does that work? I think that'll work. You'll allow it? All right, so I can go full screen right there. All right, we're going to go to lunch. We're going to play some music and let you guys get a bite to eat. We're going to be back as this is it's starting slowly, but it's picking up. And there are a couple things I want to watch for. I'm very interested in how this new judge is going to rule and how much the state is going to instruct him on the law using case law, basic level case law on things like foundation and hearsay that we've already seen. I'd see if the defense catches on that if they want to win some objections, they need to start providing some case law for that. So when we're coming back in, well, we're not leaving. There's no portal. We're just going to keep the live stream up. It'll just have the feed from court right here, which will turn on as soon as the camera turns on in court. So we're going to be back in about half an hour. We'll recap what happened then, and there we go. All right. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live. Well, we're live again. We're just going to be back live in about half an hour. So grab a quick bite to eat. We'll be back. We'll talk about what happened this morning, recap those events, and talk about what we expect to happen this afternoon. About 2:50. So thanks to our mods. You guys are amazing. Thank you all for taking it easy on the mods. They have a very hard job, and I can't afford to pay them. So you guys are amazing. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Half an hour lunch. Bye-bye. All right, we are back. We're back as we're getting ready to come back from lunch in the courtroom in Utah County. Orem, I think Provo or Orem. I can't remember if the courthouse is actually in Provo or not. I think it's in Provo. But we're back. We are back. Hope you had a great lunch. We are continuing our coverage of the Tyler Robinson hearing, which should go on all day today and for the next 4 days. And if anything that happened this morning is an indication of what's going to happen this afternoon, it may be for longer. because it's been a little slow, and they have the right to do that, but the defense is dragging their feet just a little bit. So we'll see what happens. Everything has been objected to, literally. Slow as molasses. But we're getting to the interesting stuff. We may have some video that's played here of the actual event. It should not be shown on television, and no, because it's graphic. Now, they've already warned us they're not going to show that to the media today, but it might be played in court. Who's in court? Don Jr., Erica, Tyler Robinson's parents, a bunch of Secret Service, and four people from the public. Everything other than that, it's just press. So that's about who we have. Wish me luck, says Twin Tail Fox. I have to bathe 3 kittens. Easier to bathe kittens than full-grown cats. Or so I hear. All right, welcome. We're going to be going back to court as soon as we get video. Right now, the camera from the courthouse is just showing us the. This is actually the live view bonded cellular encoder save screen. So the KSL, who's the pool media, you see their little logo on the top. That's the name of this transponder. They've named it Channel 2 KSL because they have a Channel 1 KSL, Channel 2 KSL. So it's their Channel 2 encoder, and it takes, 8 or 9 different cellular signals and combines them into one big pipe for the internet and sends that back to their server, which they then send to us, so we have the pool feed. So we won't get the pool feed until the camera is turned on, but as soon as it is turned on, we'll be able to see probably the seal on the courtroom wall. And Mary, I don't have an issue with Don Jr. being there other than there's a lot of people who wanted to be there, and Secret Service took up a bunch of seats. That part's not cool. But I don't have an issue with him being there. I didn't realize they were friends. If he's got a connection there, more power to him. It's great. It's wonderful. I thought it was just like a celebrity showing up saying, "Hey, the cameras are on there. I want to be there," and that was not the case. So I was wrong on that. Let's see. See, if cats haven't been bathed from kittenhood, they're probably going to hate you for it every time. Cats hold grudges. Mine doesn't because it likes me, but man, cats, they can turn on you in an instant. Plus the media taking. I'm more upset, Mary. Actually, I'm more upset with the media taking Publix passes. And this is coming from somebody who has a very strong media connection. I have a media company. I've applied for media passes to all sorts of events, everything from ultimate fighting, racing, news events, political events, sporting events. So I'm very familiar with the process and obviously courts. Here we go. Camera's coming on. This is called bars. Now we get the picture. I'm very familiar with the process, and for the media to be given passes that were reserved for the public, that's bad. Psychosaurus Rex, I love when RA admits he's wrong. It sets a very good example of personal accountability and not being afraid to admit an error. Lucky for you, Psychosaurus Rex, on the daily, at least once. I'm wrong often, and if you can point it out to me in a way that I can recognize, I'd be happy to admit it. There's a seal we've been waiting for. We'll be coming back here in just a couple minutes, as everyone should be back in the courtroom right now, just waiting for the judge. Is Kiki going with you when you move? No. We know that there's another family that believes he's their cat, and so we can't take him from them because All we did was feed him and pet him a couple times. All right. Who doesn't love being wrong? Yeah, I highly recommend it, actually. To be honest, I wouldn't trust a lot of the public being in there with Erica there. I worry for her safety because people are vile. Probably safer with Secret Service taking up seats than public watching online. I hear the sentiment. I don't think the judge is going to put up, if he won't even allow people to nod or shake their heads, I don't think he would put up with any sort of bad behavior in court against any of the victim's family. But I hear that. And Allie B, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for the generous super chat. Oops, I just broke it. I clicked the wrong link. I think this... Somebody should try this. Hang on. If I copy this and paste this down here, this might be a terrible idea. No, I'm not going to do that. Clear. Let's close this down. I was going to give you my link for my chat overlay, but I'm not sure if it would break my chat if you logged in. Okay. All right. Now we're back. Atticus PMA, thank you very much. Am I pink yet on the jury? 7 months. Thank you. Thank you, Atticus, for your jury level support. Integrationing, thank you for your considerate coverage and all that you do in the mods to make this channel what it is. Thank you. It wouldn't be the same without you here, Integrationing. And I can see that by that red courthouse and by the 39 months under your channel profile picture. You are, in fact, an OG on the channel. Thank you very much. Time's up. Ready for lunch to be over. Lois, I'm with you. Let's kick this thing off. Hoping it goes a little bit faster. When we pick up, Miss Nestor is questioning Officer Christopher Bagley. He's had the direct questioning already from the state, and this will be in the cross-examination. And she's asking a lot of interesting questions that have sort of pointed the finger at UVU and the local police for not expecting something to happen, for not having a plan, and, you know, for guarding all the rooftops. Which is, you know, it's a strange argument because, you know, well, it's your fault. You should have planned for it so this wouldn't happen. I don't buy that argument, but this might be an indication of how the blame game is played as court proceeds if we go to trial on this one. And by the way, if we go to trial, I say if. Why? Because I think the state is 100% willing to take this all the way to trial. We know that because they're seeking the death penalty. You can't get that. You can't get the death penalty on a plea deal. If for some reason the state messes up, makes a mistake, like we've seen the state of Idaho do with Lori Vallow, or you know, if they make a mistake and they get sanctioned and the death penalty is taken off the table, I would get very worried that we might have a plea deal, because you can have a life in prison without parole plea deal. And that would save the state millions of dollars. I'd be worried that they'd want a plea deal if the death penalty option was taken away from the state. Right now, they're out for blood, literally. Tammy Lee gifted 10 memberships. Tammy Lee, thank you so much. What a way to start after lunch. Some great people there getting green names and getting out of slow mode purgatory. Okay. Let's see. Won a bunch of money on Norway. Lost it all. Ivan, just send it to me in a super chat. I'll hang on to it. Tell you your team lost, and it'll be like, what would the difference be at that point? At that point. Just super chat me your next World Cup bet. If they win, then you could say, "Man, I lost. That I could have won." But
please be seated.
Just saying, there's an idea. Good to have you here.
Court is back in session. Noting the presence of counsel, I believe we left off cross-examination. Ms. Nestor, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, may it please the court.
All right, you may.
The court is pleased.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I do want to circle back before I start my new section on I just want to specify two things. First of all, we talked about that you had no briefing or no materials about security on campus for this particular event. Did you ever have any operational or tactical plan that you were given for that event?
For this event, no.
Okay. And you also mentioned that you've done SWAT in the past.
Yes.
Were you a sniper?
I worked well with them, but I was not a sniper.
Okay. So when you, okay, just strike that. Also, we talked about the holster that was found. Are you aware if there were any other guns confiscated on the scene that day?
I'm not.
You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know.
All right, now I want to go through with you your timeline. You mentioned that you started at the Hall of Flags, right? And then you came down. It took you a minute to kind of navigate the stairs with the crowd and the chaos and everything. And then you were in the grassy area of the courtyard for a bit. Is that right?
Yeah, so about 30 seconds to get down the stairs, and then I went right down to where the tent was.
And that's where you found the holster.
No, the holster was up higher. So I went down by the tent, so it's lower level. So as I came down towards where Charlie Kirk was shot, I went down towards the tent to assess to see what was going on down there, because I didn't know exactly what. I heard the gunshot, didn't know exactly what was going on.
I'm sorry, I missed that you went down to the tent. So let me ask you about that. So what did you do when you got down to the tent?
When I got down to the tent, Charlie was gone. They put him in an SUV and left. At that moment, there were still some people running around, so I decided to preserve the scene as much as I could with trying to escort people out, and that's why I went back in and started pushing people off the grass area to conserve any ammunition or any casings or anything to that effect that would be around. I wanted to make sure people were off and there was as much evidence preserved as possible.
So just to be clear, by the time you got to the tent, Mr. Kirk had already been removed and taken from the scene. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So in your professional opinion, what was the perimeter of the crime scene?
What do you mean by the perimeter?
The perimeter, like how far did this crime scene stretch? Like where did you want people to move off of?
Oh, well, at first I wanted them all off the grass because, like I said, I thought we had a suspect in custody, so to me it would be a close encounter, so I was trying to push everybody off the grass in case there were shell casings or to that effect that got on the grass. So after I pushed them off to that part and getting up to the top where I saw that empty holster, when I saw that empty holster is when things started slowing down for me a little bit. All the chaos and stuff that's when I realized that it was a rifle shot, not a handgun shot.
Okay. And that's when you saw the low-C building and it occurred to you should go check it out.
Yes, it was right in my line of sight.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the whole time that this is going on, you had an active body camera on your, I guess your collar, is that right?
I was right here on my
your
chest. Yes.
Okay, and it was on.
Yes.
And it appears to me from reviewing your body camera that there was another individual who was with you that went to the low-C building who was in civilian clothing but appeared to have a gun. Who was that?
I don't know who he was exactly. He had a badge on, and I had somebody with me to back me up as I ran up the stairs to make sure I had somebody with me.
So you don't know what agency he's from or where he's from?
No.
And it looked like he had a pistol.
Yes.
Is that right?
A handgun, yes.
A handgun.
Yeah.
And so the two of you go to the low-C building.
Yes.
When you reviewed the videotape at the police department later, did you check to see if anyone had been on the low-C building after the shooting, after this individual had jumped off that you've already talked about? Was there anybody else on the roof? Did you check and see in that gap of time?
In that gap of time, no. So once I put up the barrier, I only walked up to about that point, then I went down and reviewed the video from that moment on.
So were you able to see Are you able to say for one way or the other if anyone else had been on that roof in between when the person jumped off the building and when you came on the roof? Are you able to say one way or the other?
There was people up there looking for an individual that ran that way, because when I first got told the individual ran heading north, that we didn't know where the shooter was, so we started climbing up and looking, clearing the building. And then it wasn't until I went to the PD and actually saw him jump off of the building that I knew he was off the building.
Let me rephrase that, because I think I either asked it badly or you misunderstood me. So let me go back again. So from the time that the individual that you spotted on the video jumped off the roof, right? The individual that you thought was in the prone position.
Okay.
Between that and when you got on the roof, did you ever check to see if anybody else had been on the roof in that period of time?
Yeah, and I didn't see anybody.
So you
I
did
didn't
watch?
notice anybody. Yeah.
You didn't, did you look on the video to see that entire, okay, that's what I'm asking. So you did not review the video to see if there was someone between you, that individual jumping off and you coming on, if anybody had been on or disturbed that scene in any way? Okay. But once you put the tape up, then we're confident from that point on the scene was preserved, right? By the way, where did you get that tape?
Officers responded on the scene that he was down on the bottom and threw it up to me, so.
Okay. So you didn't have it on you?
No.
And you didn't leave the scene to go get it?
No.
Someone threw it up?
Yes.
Great. All right. While you were on the roof, did you encounter any spent casings?
As a matter of fact, no. That's why when I saw the prone position where a person would be laying down as a sniper, being around guns and snipers all the time, I was looking for a spent shell casing. I couldn't see one. I was looking over the edge, looking all over the place, making sure the gravel wasn't disturbed, and I couldn't find a shell casing at that moment.
And that would be, the reason you would be looking for that was because some types of guns, when they shoot, eject a casing automatically, right? Some do, some don't.
Yes.
All right. And then you also didn't find any unshot bullets?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of there being a bullet found on another roof?
I'm not aware.
Vicinity? Were you aware of another bullet being found on the scene, not on the roof of the Losi building?
No.
All right, your body cam footage that I reviewed appears to end while you're still on the roof. Do you know why that is?
I think the battery went dead. It was just right at that moment.
Okay. And do you know, did you ever turn it back on that day or go get it, I don't know, what do you have to do, charge it or stick a new battery in it? I don't even know.
Usually dock it, but no, I didn't go back. It was too chaotic running around.
So that 27-minute and 35-second body cam that starts when you're at the Hall of Flags and ends while you're still on the roof, but haven't put the crime tape up yet, that's the only body cam you have that day?
Yes.
All right.
You hadn't charged it the day before either, I think.
You mentioned when you went to the police department, you watched the video where you saw an individual up on the roof,
Yes.
right? And that individual was in the vicinity where you saw the disturbance in the gravel.
Yes.
And when you looked at that video, were you able to identify the individual's face?
I know.
Were you able to identify any markings on their clothing?
I know.
Were you able to identify their height?
No.
When we looked at the picture of the, I think you called it the sniper perch, somebody use your words, it looked like there was a measuring tape laid out next to it. Were you present when they measured like the distance, like how tall that person would have been?
I was not.
So you don't know what that is?
I don't.
Were you able to tell the person's weight from the video that you saw?
I can tell he wasn't heavy set. So
Okay.
More of a skinnier person.
Could you identify what shoes they were wearing?
I could not.
Could you identify anything about a hat or what was on their head?
At the moment, no, I couldn't.
Okay. And did you see a gun in the video?
I saw a long black object in the left hand as he was running across the roof.
And in fact, did you describe that in your report as a bag?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know why.
All right, let's pull that report back up, please. Oh, never mind. I don't think you mentioned what you saw. So in your report, let's pull that back up, please, page 5 on the Bagley 1. So looking at the second page, you're actually going to have to go to page 6, I think. You talk about what you saw on the video where they jumped off the roof. And again, I'm going to remind you of our conversation we had before about you understand how important these reports are.
Yep.
And do you mention anywhere in this report that you saw a gun?
I did not. I just had an object.
Did you mention that you saw that object? Is that on here?
Nope.
Okay, so you left that out. Now, have you looked at that over and over again?
The video? No,
Yeah.
I've only seen it twice.
Oh, really?
Yep.
When's the last time you saw it?
It's been months.
Okay. The last time you saw it, were you able to tell what that object was in his hand?
Yes.
Now-
Well, not tell what it is. I could see there's an object in that left hand, yes.
And could you, knowing what you know about the case today, do you have an idea about what that object was?
It looks like a rifle or something to that effect, a long object.
It looks like a rifle?
Like a long object, like skinny and long. You can see it's like almost like it's covered over something.
So you saw the cover, which was the towel, right?
Yes, and the shape of it is long.
Okay.
You know.
So you can see a towel, but you can't see an actual
I don't know if it
gun.
was a towel or a blanket. I don't know what it was.
But you can't see an actual gun.
No,
the video.
like an object, like a form of a gun, like a long object.
Okay.
She didn't like that answer.
All right. At the end of that day, what time did you leave the campus?
It was probably like 9 o'clock that night, maybe, somewhere around there.
And did you come back the next morning and work some more?
I came back the next morning, yes.
And you worked all day the next day?
On and off.
When you left at 9 p.m., did you or anyone else know who the shooter was on that day?
No, not that I know of.
And when you came back the next morning and worked that afternoon, all that day, did you or anybody on that campus know who the shooter was?
Not that I know of.
Okay. So nothing that you found that day or anyone else to your knowledge on campus was able to identify who the shooter was?
That day, no.
Right.
Well, during the time I was there, no, that I knew of.
I also want to talk to you about that giant picture that was showed to you. Do you know?
Exhibit 35, I think.
Yes, it's Exhibit 35.
Stickles' giant
Do you know
picture.
who took that picture, where it came from?
I do not.
Do you know how old it is?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Who calls it a giant picture?
And the pictures you were shown, Exhibits 1, 2, and 3, that you got up and kind of talked about and showed all the buildings and everything. Do you have any knowledge about where those pictures came from? Or
I
who
guess
took
they were
them?
drone footage, just taken from a drone.
Do you know who was operating the drone?
Sergeant Cam Nielsen from Provo Police Department.
Provo Police Department. Had you seen those pictures before today?
Before today, yes.
When did you see them?
A couple weeks ago.
And that was just in preparation for testifying?
Yes.
Prior to that, had you ever seen those pictures? Can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor?
You may, Ms.
Just one
Hester.
moment.
She's looking for something. Checks with Tyler about something.
One last thing I want to clarify. We heard you testify that Ms. Richards, or I don't know if she's Deputy Richards.
She's a state employee for the forensic lab.
So Ms. Richards.
Melissa.
She is the one who took those nighttime pictures of the stuff on the roof.
Yes.
And You testified that she told you that that was what they looked like that day.
Yes.
When did you meet with her?
I talked to her on the phone. It was several weeks ago in preparation for the trial.
So prior to a couple weeks ago, you never discussed those pictures with
Yeah,
her?
because I'd never seen them.
Oh, so a couple weeks ago is the first time you saw them?
Yeah.
Right. And did you write any kind of supplement to your report, to add on to your report, other than what we've gone through today, that one report you wrote? Have you ever written another one?
I have not.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor. I tender the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Grunander, redirect.
Just one question, I believe, Judge.
All right.
One quick question, then on to the next witness. See how one question becomes two.
If we could pull up State's Exhibit 1.
All right, let's do that.
You've talked about this handgun holster that you observed
Yes.
on the grass in the courtyard.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you would approach the monitor when it comes up and point out as best you can where you observed that holster, okay?
Describe it for those of us that can't see.
Oh, here we are.
Witness makes a long walk over to the TV.
So again, the question is where was that holster lying when you observed it?
So again, this is the picture of the courtyard area facing north. On the south end down here, you got different tiers of grass. On this top tier back here in this area, which is more the center bottom left of the photo. So it's going to be the waterfalls on the left side, so more towards the top of it. On the south side by the Fugal building, that top tier of grass is about where it was at.
In the middle area of that?
Yes.
By the Fugal building. Okay.
And that's where I could see straight up where the line of sight was.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right. May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, officer.
It was a concealed carry holster, which is one that is typically worn inside clothing, not like a police.
Just for the benefit
duty
of
belt.
those in attendance, you may have noticed that I drink some water. Please, if you have water and what's been previously approved, don't hesitate. You can drink.
Just don't spill.
it.
Don't spill.
And let's go to the state. Ready to proceed with your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls David Hull.
All
David
right.
Hull. So Officer Christopher Bagley is done.
Would you like to come forward and be sworn in?
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right. If you'd like to be seated right here at the witness in the witness seat, and once you're situated, there's a bottle of water to your left. And if you wouldn't mind, after you're seated, bringing that microphone closer to you so it picks up your voice. All right, counsel.
Thank you, Judge.
You're ready.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Would you please state your full name and spell your last?
David Hull, Hull.
And are you employed?
I am, yes.
Who are you employed by?
I'm employed by the Department of Public Safety.
And how long have you worked for the Department of Public Safety?
I'm in my 12th year.
Are you a peace officer?
I am, yes.
Are you post-certified?
I am, yes.
When did you receive your certification?
2015.
And since that time, has your certification remained intact? In other words, has it lapsed or been taken away or anything like that?
No, it's been continuous.
Checkered shirt, no tie. I like the look.
You, I think you said you're in your 12th year. Did you already say that? Your 12th year with the DPS. Have you worked for any other law enforcement agency besides the DPS?
No, just the state of Utah.
What is your current assignment with the Department of Public Safety?
Currently positioned as an investigative sergeant at Peace Officer Standards and Training.
Was that your assignment in September of 2025?
No, it was not.
What was your assignment then?
I was under the State Bureau of Investigations, Major Crimes Division as an investigator.
Okay. Is SBI an acronym or an acronym that's commonly used to describe the State Bureau of Investigation?
It is, yes.
I can refer to it as the SBI, and we're all on the same page, right?
Yep.
Okay. How long were you with the SBI?
A little over 7 years.
And what exactly did you do? What was your assignment with the SBI?
I spent just under a year in the Alcohol Bureau and the undercover unit, and then the remainder of that time was with major crimes.
Major crimes. What did that entail?
Predominantly investigating crimes that are considered to be major in nature. Predominantly violent crime, including homicide, sexual assault, in some cases fraud cases. Kind of covered a whole gambit of things, but predominantly violent crime.
And throughout your career with the DPS, have you done any training related to murder investigations specifically?
Yes, I have.
And could you just briefly describe what that specific training entailed?
I've done internal and external courses around lead homicide investigation, officer-involved critical incidents, child deaths and unexplained deaths in children, aquatic homicide, and then just continuing investigations related to homicide itself.
And throughout your career with DPS, have you either played a role in or led a homicide investigation?
I have, yes.
How many do you think?
Either directly or indirectly, I've probably been involved in approximately 40 or so.
And is that throughout the state of Utah?
Yes, we assist throughout the state of Utah.
Were you working September 10th of 2025?
I was, yes.
And did you work shifts? Did you work a certain shift that day, or how does it work at the SBI?
Kind of work 24/7, 365, but predominantly Monday through Thursday, office hours.
Just some rough hours.
On that date, were you asked to respond to the campus of Utah Valley University?
I was, yeah. I was at the office in Taylorsville, and I was asked to respond down to Utah Valley University.
Okay. What did you understand was going on at UVU that day?
I didn't know much. I had been told that there was some kind of an event and an individual had been shot.
Did you have a name?
Someone had told me that Charlie Kirk had been shot.
At that point in time, were you familiar with Charlie Kirk?
I was not, no.
Okay. Did you end up responding? So when you found out that there was an event, that it was Charlie Kirk that had been shot, that was while you were still up in Taylorsville at your office?
Yes, we hadn't been asked to respond at that point. Another agent in the office showed me a video of the shooting, and I went back to work because we hadn't been asked to respond at that point.
At some point, though, were you asked to respond or directed to respond to Utah Valley?
Yes, we were. We were asked to make our way down to the university to provide any kind of assistance that was needed.
Okay. And do you recall who directed you to come down to Utah Valley?
I believe it was Lieutenant Jensen.
And is that something, responding to a scene like this, on a report like that, is that something that's done frequently within the SBI?
Yeah, SBI functions as a supplementary investigative division for really anybody in the state who needs it, whether it's a smaller local agency that just needs additional resources. We often respond with the crime lab to help process crime scenes. But it would be normal for us to be called out to assist another agency.
Okay, so we understand correctly, when you were first directed to come down to Utah Valley, you were just coming down to give whatever help you could provide.
Correct.
Okay. That eventually changed.
Yes, yeah. My assumption was we were responding to assist process a crime scene, essentially.
Prior to September 10th, 2025, how familiar were you with the Utah Valley University campus?
Not very. I think I maybe had been there once before.
How about from September 10th onward? Did you become more familiar with the campus?
Became a lot more familiar with the campus, yes.
And in what way or how?
Both in walking the campus and looking at the incident scene, in viewing surveillance video of the campus and the surrounding areas, and just my general involvement in the investigation. I became a lot more familiar with the buildings, the amphitheater and the surrounding area, and the campus itself.
All right, and we'll come back to that here in a moment. Who else responded to UVU from the SBI?
Originally, I thought it was just myself and a couple of others. I remember Sergeant Falmina, Sergeant Bricker, Sergeant L. Schultz, Sergeant Clark, Agent Brian Davis, and a number of other agents were arriving or were on scene when I arrived there.
Do you recall if other law enforcement agencies responded that same day?
Yes, there was a large law enforcement presence. Federal entities, I believe the FBI, the DEA, ATF, I think some U.S. Marshals. There was obviously our state presence, and then there was county and city and local agencies on scene also.
So had all these folks responded by the time you got here, or had they responded prior to, or?
Some could have been on scene prior to, some were arriving while I was arriving, others arrived later. I know there were several forensic units from various entities, including the State Crime Lab and other agencies.
And did you interact with all these different agencies? You personally?
Throughout the course of the following few days, probably the majority of them, yes.
I think you related that originally the SBI was directed to come down just to see if you could help. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that was all I knew when I left the office, was that go down and see what services, what can you do to help.
And I asked you earlier if that role changed, and I believe you said it did.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about that. How did your role change from what you initially came down to do to whatever it evolved into?
Having been on scene for a little while, there were some conversations and discussions that took place. And I was informed by my lieutenant that myself and Agent Davis would be taking lead on the investigation on behalf of the State Bureau of Investigations.
So the SBI was going to be the lead investigative agency?
Correct.
And you were going to be the lead case agent?
Yes, sir.
Along with Agent Davis?
Yep.
Okay. What does it mean to be the lead investigator or the lead case agent?
It depends on the situation, but predominantly you're responsible for kind of directing the investigation, coordinating information that is coming in. Typically, scenes are fairly chaotic initially, so you're trying to process as much information as possible and make as much use of the available resources that you have. Kind of an organizational role would probably be a good way to describe it.
Okay. So you played an active role in organizing?
In coordination with the administrations of all of the agencies that were on scene, yeah, we were trying to coordinate efforts and get to pertinent information as quickly as possible.
Do you recall whether assignments were made, at least with the SBI agents that responded with you?
Yeah, we have a core group within major crimes that were assigned specific tasks.
Okay. And do they include the agents that you mentioned just a minute ago?
Yes, I believe so.
So each one of those agents with the SBI were given a specific assignment?
Yes, with the information we had, the agents were assigned to do specific things.
And do you remember specifically what assignments were given to whom?
Yes, Sergeant Falmina was asked to coordinate with the State Crime Lab and the responding crime scene techs to manage and process any identified crime scenes. Sergeant Mark Bricker was put in touch with UVU's surveillance and operations team to start working through any available footage or information that we had that had been recorded. Mm-hmm. Sergeant Clark was tasked with the area canvas around the campus area, looking for information or any available information from the immediate area around campus. Sergeant L. Schultz was working with the SIAC and other administration to try and manage the flow of information that had started to occur.
Okay. You said that initially when you showed up, things were a bit chaotic.
Yes.
Did that have something to do with all the different agencies that had responded?
Yes, and I think initially there was still some uncertainty as to whether we were working with an active shooter or an active crime scene. The campus is spread over a large area, and so getting that deemed to be safe is quite a process and involved a lot of people.
Gotcha. Do you know if the campus was deemed safe eventually?
Eventually, my understanding is the campus was locked down and secured, and we were able to start getting people in to start processing crime scenes and doing additional things.
Okay. But you said it sounds like that chaos eventually subsided. You got organized and assignments were made. What was the first thing that you did as lead investigator?
It kind of became organized chaos, but we did have a plan, and our priority was determining whether we had an ability or a way to be able to identify who had been involved in the shooting. Okay. That was our primary focus at that time.
Did that include collecting information that was becoming available?
Yes, we were getting a large volume of information from the general public, phone tips, people sending videos. Analysts were scrolling through social media and social sites as people were posting information onto the internet. So there was a lot of information coming in, a lot of things that needed to be processed through and worked.
Okay, were videos coming in?
Yes, cell phone videos were coming in. If you imagine there's 3,000 people at an event and everybody has a cell phone, there was a lot of information that people were willing to share with us.
Right. Do you know whether you or someone else with the SBI collected or received a video from an Amanda Wright?
Yes, yeah, I know a cell phone video was collected from Amanda Wright.
Okay. And do you know
or Amber
who?
Wright.
I'm sorry?
Amber Wright?
Oh, I'm sorry, Amber. Did I? Well, you tell me, Amanda or Amber?
Amber.
Okay, I apologize for that wrong first name. Do you know who or how that video was collected?
Yeah, I spoke with Miss Wright directly on the phone to arrange a time to go and collect that video. Unfortunately, she wasn't available that day, but Agent Davis was able to go meet with her directly and collect the video.
Do you recall what date you actually spoke to Miss Wright?
If I can refresh my recollection,
well,
I specifically...
Sure, let me ask you this before you do that.
Yes, sir.
So you have in front of you, what, your police report?
I have some notes and a timeline from my investigation that was part of discovery.
And
defense
and
wants those notes.
referencing that timeline or those notes, will they help you recall the date that you called Miss Wright?
They will, yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and refer to that? Don't read from it out loud. Just take a minute. Let me know when you've come across that information and once you've refreshed your memory.
Your Honor, when he's done, may I take a look at the materials as well, please?
Yep.
You may.
Ms. Wright was contacted on April 7th.
Okay. Did you want?
All right. Ms. Nestor, if you'd like to come forward,
May
you
I
may.
approach, Your Honor?
This is one of the rules. If you bring up any notes to help you in your testimony, and you use them while you're on the stand, the opposing counsel is allowed to look at them.
Yep.
All of them. So she's going to be flipping through his little portfolio there. Let's see what he has. It looks like a work. Wonder how much of it's related to this case and how much is something else. See a legal pad in there. She can get copies of these as well. Mr. Grunderson sort of rolls his eyes.
Mr. Sturgill, when you go back, if you wouldn't mind shifting the lectrum to
Thank you, Judge.
my
Thank you.
right.
So we can see.
Yes, it just appears when
blocking.
camera's focused on you, just the way it's positioned. You're in front of the witness, and we just want to.
We don't like looking at the back of your head.
Yeah, it's only going to go that far, Judge.
Right,
Is that going to be far enough?
I think that is sufficient. So, all right. Thank you. I appreciate your help with that.
Yeah, I did just start from the. Are we still connected? Okay.
All right. Let's make sure that Mr. Sturgill is picked up.
You are, because there's a
You may
green
proceed.
light
Thank
on
you.
your microphone.
And if I could make
So-
a correction to that, I think.
Well, let me ask you this first.
So he needs to ask you a
Yeah.
question.
Okay.
So, Mr. Sturgill.
So you've had a moment to look at your
Yes,
notes. Did that help you remember the date that you contacted Miss Wright?
It did, yes.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and tell us what date you contacted Miss Wright?
I contacted her, I think it was April 6th specifically, but Agent Davis met with her on April 7th.
He means 6th.
Well, that was going to be my next question. So you actually talked to her on the, was it on the phone?
It was, yes.
And did you arrange a time for either you or Agent Davis to go get the video from Miss Wright?
Yes.
Is that how it happened?
Yes.
And then you didn't go, it was Agent Davis that went?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. And what, if anything, has been done with that video in preparation for today?
My understanding is that some edits were made by your office in order to protect some of the participants in the video.
Okay. But what, let me ask you this. Did you or Agent Davis visit with Miss Wright again?
Yes, that was in April, and that was where my correction was. The video was originally provided to Agent Mortensen.
Okay.
So I misspoke.
Okay. Let's go back and let's make sure this is very clear.
Sure.
Okay. So someone with the SBI collected a video.
Yes.
From Amber Wright.
Yes, Agent Mortensen contacted Miss Wright on October 8th, and a video was provided to him electronically on October 11th.
Okay. And now I'll ask the next question. What, if anything, has been done, either by you or another agent, with that same video in preparation for today's hearing?
We contacted Miss Wright to arrange a meeting so that Miss Wright could review the video and that we could verify firsthand with her that the video was what she had taken on September 10th at the event at UVU.
Okay. And who had that follow-up visit with Miss Wright?
That was Agent Davis. I was not able to attend.
Okay. And you know that happened because you spoke to Agent Davis?
I spoke to Agent Davis, and he provided me with a written statement that Miss Wright had completed.
Okay.
An 1102.
Okay. And so you have seen that written statement?
I have, yes.
Okay. And you've read through it?
I have.
Does that, do you recall whether that statement was on a form or a piece of scratch paper? What do you recall?
My recollection is that it was on an official, I believe, a State Bureau 1102 statement, which is a written form that is filled out by a witness that contains the 1102 warning.
And by that, do you mean the advisory, the statement that's written on that piece of paper is going to be used at a preliminary hearing?
Yes.
It includes that advisory?
Yes.
Does it also include a warning that if someone provides a false statement, in this case, Ms. Wright, that it could be punishable by a Class A misdemeanor?
It does, yes.
All right. And what do you recall is the essence of that written statement from Ms. Wright? I mean, what does it basically say?
Object, Your Honor. At this point, we want to assert our standing objection to the constitutionality of allowing in Ms. Wright's statement when she is not here present in court to be cross-examined.
They've already lost this.
We did include those constitutional arguments in our standing objection. Also, this does fall under the type of document that should be safeguarded under Rule 4-202.02, Parent 8, Parent F as in Frank, and or should be classified as protected under subsection 5O as in orange, because the disclosure could jeopardize the life, safety, or property of the witness. It's also technically of victims. I mean, if she's present under the current theory and the information, she's technically could be classified as a victim of the event. So it also should be protected under that. So we would object to it being read in public. It would not be admissible at trial in the current format that it is due to its hearsay nature. We do think it would negatively impact our client's right to a fair trial. And furthermore, I believe the witness herself has requested that, particularly because the video contains images of minor children, which I know the state has made an effort to redact, but nevertheless, the reference to the minors, I think, would still fall under the protection. And so for all those reasons, we would object to that coming out in public and being discussed in the public forum and being published in any way. And we object to it coming in.
So if you wouldn't mind just restating.
Can you write that down in a motion?
That you're relying upon so I can fully look at your objection.
It's the UCJA, the Utah, Code of Judicial Administration. I just blinked. The Utah Code of Judicial Administration for Rule 4-202.02, parenthetical 8, parenthetical F as in Frank, and or parenthetical 5 and parenthetical capital O.
All right, thank you.
8F or 5.
Getting there. I want to review this before I hear from Mr. Sturgill.
Okay, so 8F is the following information by the victim or witness of crime, including upon receipt of a notice, a participant in the Safe at Home program under the Utah Code. Business, personal address, email address, telephone number, similar information.
Mr. Sturgill.
Well, Judge, let me address, I guess, a couple of things. Ms. Nestor actually brought up, I think, both the 1102 statement that we intend to introduce and sort of referred to the video. So let me address each of those one at a time. With regards to the 1102 statement that was prepared by Ms. Wright, Judge, it was gathered in compliance with the Utah Rules of Evidence 1102, specifically subsection B8. It's a statement that was gathered by an SBI agent. It was prepared with knowledge of the advisory that it was going to be used at the preliminary hearing, and it also included the warning that if a false statement is given, it's going to be a Class A misdemeanor. Judge, I don't know what additional foundation you'd like. Well, that's kind of where I was going, Judge, is I was trying to lay a little bit more foundation just to introduce that statement alone. I haven't got yet to the video. But with regards to the 1102 statement, it has been collected in compliance with Rule 1102. As I stated, B3 or B8. And as we all know, Rule 1102 allows reliable hearsay, as does the state constitution, Article 1, Section 12.
So what exhibit will this be? I want to look at it not for the purposes of, as a magistrate, taking it into evidence, but see if it comports with Rule 1102 as stated, because I haven't seen it.
Sure.
And I haven't done the analysis to see if that objection is.
Judge, it is State's Exhibit 6.1.
And Your Honor, just for the record, we just want to make a record too that it's difficult for the court to make a reliability finding when the individual is not here to be tested and cross-examined, and for those same reasons that we list in our standing objection, we just want to reiterate to the court that we think it really hampers you from making that reliability determination.
Thank you.
They lost these arguments at the Supreme Court level already before this hearing.
That 1102 doesn't require that, Judge. It doesn't require that the witness be here to corroborate the statement that they've already prepared.
All right. All right. I've had a chance to review State's Exhibit 6.1, taking into note what Ms. Nestor noted, UCJA 4-202.02 and referencing the section she did.
Well, and Judge, I don't mean to interrupt, but I had not yet addressed that rule. I would simply just add to that judicial rule, it has nothing to do with admissibility. It's simply publishing it. And I'm sorry.
So, okay, so let me just hear your full argument.
Yeah, I didn't realize you wanted to hear all of it. I thought you were going to rule on the 1102, but.
Well, I want to focus on the 1102. I want to keep this clean. So let's focus on the 1102, and we'll stop there, and I can make my ruling. And then if there's any objections, I just need to take it one step at a time to be thorough. So I'll hear all your arguments about the 1102 statement. I'll return to Ms. Nestor for any final thoughts, and then I'll make my ruling, and then we can move to the next stage.
I appreciate that.
The 1102 is reliable.
And I think I have addressed the 1102 question as far as admissibility under Rule 1102. I thought that's what you wanted to rule on first, and then I would address the UCJA 4-202.02. And if you want me to do that now, I can do that, and it's just simply that it has nothing to do with admissibility. It has everything to do with publishing that. And Judge, I think if you'll look at that written statement, I believe Ms. Wright's personal information, for the most part, has been redacted. Other than that, and beyond that, Judge, I'll leave it up to your discretion.
Well, as it relates to, well, let me take it one at a time. Let's start with the last statement. What I have in front of me, Plaintiff's Exhibit 6.1, has her full information in here: address, phone number, social security number.
Okay, Judge, I apologize for that. I thought we'd provided a redacted version of
Just
that.
went nuts on that pen.
Yeah.
Fix it. That was the look. He came back. Fix it. Don't hand the defense an easy win by failing to do your job.
What's going on here? I think we provided you with an unredacted version some time ago. The version that we have and are prepared to present today is a redacted version.
Could I have a copy of what you're intending to admit into evidence so I can consider what's before me?
Judge, we can bring it up electronically. We don't have a hard copy of that.
All right, I want to make sure that's not coming on screen. It's just coming on my screen to review it. All right.
This is the first real piece of
No,
evidence.
that's fine. It's not. It's just from my.
From a witness.
I can look it on my screen because I'm trying to evaluate. So if you just want to put it back on my screen. All right. Well.
It's on all the screens. We can do all.
So what I'm doing is I'm looking at this, and just for clarity, moving forward, if there is a particular exhibit, I'll ask that you provide it instead of me relying upon here, just so there's no misunderstanding, and I can see exactly what is being moved into evidence. I don't want to assume, and I want to do the proper analysis. All right. So
and I appreciate that, Judge, and I apologize. I understood that we were presenting redacted copies today, and I think there's just been a little bit of a glitch, so I apologize for that, Judge.
All right. And Ms. Nestor, I just want to make sure that you're looking at this exhibit as opposed to what I was just looking at in regards to your arguments. With this clarification in mind, any update to your argument or anything that you would like the court to consider?
The only other issue I think that exists with this that I haven't already raised is that there's clearly two different authors in the body of the document. One wrote something on the very top line, and then it looks like Ms. Wright wrote the rest of it, which we don't have any indication of who wrote that top line and when they filled that in, if it was before or after she signed the document. So I have some concerns about authenticity with respect to that as well, and that's all I have.
All right, and as I'm determining it does appear that the writing is different. Did you want to lay additional foundation, Mr. Sturgill,
Certainly,
or
Judge,
provide information for the
I'd
court?
be happy to do that. Do you have in front of you State's Exhibit 6.1?
I do, yes.
Okay. You've heard the discussion that just took place. It appears as if there's two different styles of writing on that form.
Yes.
Okay. I imagine that you have the writing that includes the personal information for Ms. Wright, and then directly below that, I think there's a line there that appears to be arguably writing prepared by someone else. Is that in fact accurate, that that is a different
That's correct.
author of that writing? What do you know about that writing on that first line just below statement of incident?
Because we were asking Ms. Wright to verify a specific video, the file name for that video was written on the statement in her presence, and then that video with that file name was then shown to Ms. Wright to verify that it was in fact the video that she had provided to us.
Okay. And so was it you or SBI agent Davis that prepared that?
Based on the writing, it appears to be Agent Davis's writing, but it's not my writing.
All right. But that is the routine, or is that kind of how you commonly do this?
In this case, because we were specifically asking them to verify a specific digital file that had a specific digital name, and we didn't want there to be any errors in how that name was presented, we wrote the file name on the document for the individuals.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Nestor, with that additional information before the court makes its ruling?
Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Could you leave that on the screen for me, please? I appreciate that. And
It's so
scroll
nice to
down
his
to the
staff.
bottom. I just want to review it one last time. All right. And I believe this is Exhibit 6.1. Is that correct, Mr.
It is,
Sturgill?
Judge. And,
Right,
I would move to admit 6.1.
Thank you. So considering the arguments made by Ms. Nestor and Mr. Sturgill, I rely upon Rule 1102 as well as the Utah Constitutional Article 1, Section 12, as I previously mentioned, that final paragraph. It states, nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay as defined by statute or rule in whole or in part at any preliminary examination to determine probable cause or at any pretrial proceeding with respect to release of the defendant if appropriate discovery is allowed as defined by statute or rule. I have examined this and the clarification was made. The previous version of this would fall afoul of having identifiable personal information of Ms. Wright, and so that was removed, and this one with the redacted portion of the identifiable information, personal information for Ms. Wright is before me, and based off that, State's Exhibit 6.1 with redactions is admitted into evidence and may be published.
So it's admitted. That's only one of the
Thank you, Judge.
arms, though. There's still the public, the media aspects.
Agent Hold, that statement that was prepared by Ms. Wright, what does it state with regards to the video that you showed her that day, or I guess Agent Davis showed her that day?
It states that she's confirmed that she did review the video and that it was a true reflection of the video that she took on September 10th, 2025.
And did she identify who's in that video in her statement?
Herself and her 2 young children.
If we could just have a clarification on the court's ruling. So I understand the court overruled and published, and I accept the ruling, but I thought under the court's previous order that the media was not going to film exhibits. And they are filming the ones that are on that screen. So I guess I just need to clarify that, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
No, and I appreciate the clarification. It's important. What my ruling when we came back from break was if you're objecting specifically to the exhibit and then to the exhibit being published in the courtroom and then the exhibit being published which can be captured by media, if that's not specifically addressed, I am going to allow it. So I didn't hear a specific objection to that. So I appreciate you bringing that up, but that's how I'm looking at every single objection, just for clarity of the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. So just to make sure I correct the record, we are objecting to the publication of this under the UCGAA rules for the reasons I said, but I respect that you've ruled on that. And in the future, I guess we'll just make particularly clear we're objecting to publication because I do think anything that's getting on that screen is getting filmed.
Okay.
So thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And Mr. Sturgill, did you want to respond? I mean, it's the genie's a little bit out of the bottle on this particular issue, but any record you wish to make.
Judge, we're simply going to seek to admit each one of these exhibits, and then we're going to leave it up to Your Honor's discretion whether to publish them beyond, well, to what extent you want to publish them.
All right. Well, I would prefer argument on this issue from both sides. I don't. This is the burden of the state, so I don't want to
throw us a bone
exceed my lane by just assuming. So I'll leave it to you to make the argument. What you're requesting.
Quick huddle. Let the media see it. You guys said you wanted to clarify everything. That's why you spoke to the press to get rid of all the conspiracy theories and false information. Now don't hide it from the media now. Take a position.
Sorry about that.
So before you're moving on, Mr. Sturgill, as it relates to this, I want to put this to bed and then we can move on. were you requesting for it to be published on, so the three, you moved it into evidence, which I approved. It is moved into evidence, but I didn't hear anything in regards to publishing to the courtroom, and then lastly publishing, which it would be captured by the camera in the background, in the back.
Judge, we believe these are public documents, and so we would ask that they be published both to the audience and to the public at large.
All right. Well, given that we've gone past the gate on this one, it's been published.
Right.
But I think we're all on the same page in regards to how objections may be made and how the court is going to consider it, so we can move forward. All right. Thank you, Mr. Sturgill.
Thank you.
A lot of these attorney laptops do have privacy screens on, so we can tell they're
Have
using
you,
their computer, but we can't see anything on them.
Have you personally watched Ms. Wright's video?
I have, yes.
Right. And what is depicted in that video?
It's a view of Ms. Wright's position in the crowd at the event on September 10th.
Okay. And absent the written statement from Ms. Wright, can you at least recognize the location that's displayed or depicted in this particular video?
Yes, it's the amphitheater at the Utah Valley University where Mr. Kirk was doing his event.
Okay. On your screen, Exhibit 6. Do you see anything on your screen yet? Just the very beginning.
It's there now.
This particular witness.
Do you recognize what's depicted on your screen right now?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
In the background is the Hall of Flags, and then you have the gazebo under which Mr. Kirk was presenting his event from, and then the crowd between where Miss Wright was and the stage.
Okay. But do you recognize what this is the beginning of?
Yes, this is the beginning of Miss Wright's video.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 6.1.
This is a vertical video shot on a cell phone.
6. I apologize.
From basically the front row.
What level?
Or close to the front at the event, filming.
Hold on, Ms. Nestor. I just want to get the clarification, and then I'll certainly turn to you. So the levels of admitting into evidence, then the next level is publishing it to the courtroom, and then the next level is publishing it in a way that is captured by the media. What is your full request?
Judge, we'd ask that, first of all, it be admitted, that it be published here within the courtroom, and then that it also be published to the public at large.
Boom.
All right, and I'm not quite sure what this particular video is showing. Could you lay a little bit more foundation or proffer that what this is?
Sure. You've seen this video, Agent Hall?
Correct.
What's depicted in this video?
The crowd and the beginning of Mr. Kirk's presentation to the audience in the amphitheater at UVU on September 10th, 2025.
Okay. Does it depict Miss Wright?
I believe towards the end of the video it scrolls back and Miss Wright shows the people that she's with at the event and herself, yes.
All right, is there any act of alleged violence in this particular clip?
No, there is not, Judge, but there is not.
Okay, I just needed that clarification. Ms. Nestor, I'll turn to you. I just wanted to make sure I understand the full scope of this exhibit and then hear from your objection, if any.
Your Honor, with respect to admission, we object to its admission on the grounds that it's not properly authenticated, as Ms. Wright herself is not present in. For all the constitutional reasons we raised in our standing objection, we object to that. As far as its publication, we object to its publication. It definitely is something that in its current form without her here would not be admissible in any place other than a preliminary hearing. And we feel like this would really impinge on Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. And so we're asking it not be published, and certainly if the court does publish it, that it certainly not be filmed.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill, any response?
Judge, Rule 901 addresses authenticating or identifying evidence to satisfy the requirement of authenticating a document, or authenticating a piece of evidence. The proponent, which in this case is the state, must produce evidence sufficient to support a finding that the item is what the proponent claims it to be. And then the rule goes on to explain or provide examples of how this rule can be satisfied. And at the very top, under subsection B1, is testimony of a witness with knowledge. That goes on to say that testimony that an item is what it is claimed to be satisfies this authentication rule. Judge, you have an 1102 statement prepared by the person who actually caught these images on her camera or on her phone, and so, Judge, I think that alone sufficiently authenticates the document, and then even further than that, you have Agent Hull, who has reviewed the video himself and authenticates it, at least with regards to location.
Thank you. As it relates to admissibility of this exhibit, I believe this is State's Exhibit 6. Is that?
It is, Judge.
All right.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I add one more thing just for the record? For purposes of publication question, under UCJA 4-202.02, parent 4, parent R is in Richard, photograph, film, or video of a crime victim are designated as private court records. And I do think that based on what the state has previously referenced, they are perceiving that everyone in the audience is a potential victim. And
She might
so
win this.
we think it shouldn't be published under that rule.
She might win this.
Mr. Sturgill, on that final point.
Judge, I appreciate that argument from Ms. Nestor. And we don't necessarily disagree, but to that end, to protect who we believe is a victims in this video, I believe their faces have been blurred out.
Oh, I see.
Everyone's faces?
Ms. Nestor, have you?
I think it's only the minor children whose faces are blurred out, not Ms. Wright, if I'm not mistaken, unless it's been subsequently altered.
My recollection is they've all been blurred out.
All right. I need to view this again. So let's just put it on my monitor. Again, I'm just trying to make sure that in order for make a ruling on this, I need to view it. So let's put it on my monitor, play it without any sound. Okay, my understanding is the prosecution has control of this exhibit. So what I'm asking is that the sound be turned off, if there is any, and just go ahead and play it. And it's only on, it's on all the parties' monitors, because I want you all to view it, because that can go directly to, as you've mentioned, Ms. Nestor, whether it's possibly admissible. So let's go ahead and play that. The
state's saying everyone there is a victim. Ms. Nestor is playing that card saying because everyone's a victim, none of their faces can be shown, because that comes under the 4R sub-parent private court records. Oh my goodness. It's a private court record.
Thank you. Based off what I've watched, there was some blurring of faces, but not of all the faces, and so I'm going to rule that it is admissible.
They're now watching a feed from court.
Sure, I'll wait until all parties are ready to proceed.
They're watching a news feed. We're about to get kicked out, man.
So anything further? I just want to make sure.
No, Judge, you've had a chance to watch that.
I did. So I'm ruling that it is admissible into evidence, again, taking into consideration the analysis the court's talked about in regards to 1102s and this particular piece of evidence as it relates to the 1102 video, the 1102 statement 6.1. And I'm going to allow it to admit it into evidence, and because the faces of The alleged victims are not all obscured. There are some that are visible. It's not going to be published to in-court monitor and obviously not to be filmed by the media. So the court will receive it into evidence. The court will watch it again right now, and then we can continue to proceed.
Very good. Thank you, Judge.
So if to the state, if you would like to play it again for me.
With audio.
I'm viewing it as it relates to consideration as the magistrate.
Your Honor, sounds like an issue that's going to come up again. I represent the news media. Can I be heard on this issue?
Oh.
Yes.
Whoa. News media, third party.
I just wanted to address it. I've tried to be quiet. I just wanted to address it now because it's going to keep coming up, it sounds like. The classification rule that Ms. Nestor is citing and that Your Honor was just reading is not about in-court exhibits. That is classification for records in the court file. So it is a fundamentally different thing when we are in a public proceeding and the state is presenting an exhibit that you are relying on, and the public is being denied the chance to see it. That is a fundamental violation of the right of access, and it's a qualified right, and I recognize that. But that's not the ruling that you just made. You're just ruling based on the Code of Judicial Administration, which doesn't have anything to do with when something is presented in a public proceeding. So while I recognize there are certain things where I understand that you were going to make an exhibit-by-exhibit evaluation based on certain exhibits that may, be somewhat may cross the heavy threshold of being so prejudicial that they cannot be shown in public. That is not this. And so I just wanted to make clear that the things that are in Rule 202 are not, when it is presented in open court as an exhibit for you to rely on, the public is entitled to see what you're seeing so that they can understand what your decision-making process is. And so this one, it doesn't sound like this sounds pretty anodyne to me. It's not even depicting the shooting.
He's speaking off
I just
the cuff,
wanted to clarify that the classification issue about when, we're filing things with the court and we say like this, maybe we file a motion to classify. That's not the decision that you're making today. The decision you're making today is the state is presenting something to you. You're watching it. You're making a decision based on it. And the people in the gallery have the right to see that. Whether you allow EMC of it is a different question. And we think that the EMC should be allowed too, for reasons that we briefed. But I do think that it at least should be published to the courtroom.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To the parties, do you wish to respond?
We'll submit it.
State just stands there, does nothing. Ms. Nestor.
Well, Judge, I'm sorry.
Oh, hold on. Okay, so we'll go to Ms. Nestor first and then to the state.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Sturgill.
The only other additional observation I'd make is with regards to this video and this video only, the state doesn't believe that the defense really has standing to make an argument on behalf of the victims in this case.
All right. All right, based off of what's been presented in recognizing the argument from the media, I see the differentiation and how they are differentiating the rule that was cited versus what was presented. So I'm going to go ahead and rule that this may be played in the courtroom but not be captured on video. So to the camera operator, I just want to make sure that it's going to be playing on that, but I don't want it captured. I appreciate the patience of the parties as we're going through the many layers that need to be addressed on exhibits such as these. So we'll go ahead and, once that's ready to be played, let's go ahead and do that.
It's captured on audio, though, Judge. Here we go.
Alice?
Thank you. And that concludes Exhibit 6.
Correct. Thank you.
Mr. Sturgill, you may continue.
It's the cake of the judge's own making.
Agent Hull, did you or any other SBI agent collect additional video?
Yes, there were other videos collected.
What additional video did you collect?
A cell phone video from Mr. Phillips was collected.
And do you know who or how that video was collected?
Yes, Agent Schultz made contact with Mr. Phillips September 29th of 2025, and that video was provided to him. Subsequently, in preparation for the proceedings today, myself and Agent Davis met with Mr. Phillips on April 6th, and he completed an 1102 and went through the same process as Ms. Wright. The only difference being on this occasion that because he is a minor, his mother witnessed it and also signed a statement.
Okay. So you personally reviewed Mr. Phillips's video with Mr. Phillips?
Correct.
Okay. And you had him prepare a written statement?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Again, on this written statement, are there two different authors?
Yes, I believe in this instance it was myself that wrote the file name on the form.
Okay. And so you wrote, what part of the statement did you write?
Just the name of the file that we were asking Mr. Phillips to verify.
Okay. I'm going to have exhibited on your screen what's been marked State's Exhibit 7.1. And this should just be for Agent Hall.
That's on my screen.
Is it on your screen? Do you recognize what that is?
I do, yes.
What is that?
The State Bureau of Investigation 1102 form completed by Mr. Phillips.
Okay. And did you gather that from Mr. Phillips?
I did, yes.
And again, does this statement include the advisory that is going to be used in lieu of his testimony at prelim?
It does.
And does it also include a warning that if he makes the author makes a false statement, that it could be punishable by being charged with a Class A misdemeanor?
It does, yes.
Okay. Anything about this exhibit look different than the day you collected it?
No.
Okay. So the state would seek to admit Exhibit 7.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Thank you, Your Honor. We would object to the admission on the grounds that this video does, in fact, show a close-up view of the shooting of Mr. Kirk and grievous injuries in very stark relief. And because of that, we are particularly concerned about our constitutional claims we have made and our standing objection in terms of our ability to get a fair trial if this is published. And I think, again, we have the same issue with the court, being in a position where you're having to make a reliability determination without the opportunity for this individual to be cross-examined. Also, I do think the fact this is a minor that completed this form does make it protected. He's also potentially a victim under the same theory that has been stated for Ms. Wright, and under the UCJA acts for the same reason, the UCJA rules for the same reason, these should be protected private court records, and private means it shouldn't be played to court and it shouldn't be played to the public through the media. So we would object to its admission, we would object to its publication, and we would object to its filming.
Private means it shouldn't be played to court.
Final response.
Judge, you can't see this. It's private.
Well, there's two things here, right? Let me address first the 1102 statement. Judge, I believe, again, that this statement was gathered in compliance with Rule 1102B8. Just double check. And the agent has explained that although Mr. Phillips is a minor, his mother was present. And that explains, I believe he said, the second signature on the form. With regards to publishing it, the 1102 statement, that is, Judge, we believe, again, the presumption is this is a public record, and that it should be not only admitted but published here in court, and also published so that the media can record it. with regards, do you want to address the 1102, and then I'll move on to the video?
All right, so we're staying focused on the 1102. Any final response, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. As it relates to the 1102 statement and to the state representative who is displaying it, could you scroll down? I can only see the top half of this.
It's the girl in green that's doing it.
And just go to the very bottom so I can look at the totality of it. This is 7.1.
Yeah.
All right. Based off what's
time.
before me on the State's Exhibit 7.1, I find that it is admissible under Rule 1102 and to the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, to that paragraph I have referred to previously. And so it is admitted into evidence. And Mr. Sturgill, remind me, were you requesting for it to be displayed? I'm, again, focusing on 7.1.
Right.
In
On
court.
7.1, Judge, with regards to the video, we believe it's admissible. It's been authenticated properly.
Hold on. I'm not talking about the video. I'm talking about 7.1, publishing it in the courtroom versus publishing it on to be captured by the media.
Because we think that the presumption is it is a court record. We believe that in its redacted form. We believe it should be published in all three areas.
All right, Ms. Nestor, any final thoughts?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We're going to go ahead and grant the publishing of Plaintiff's Exhibit 7.1 in court and that the media may capture that.
All right, so now we can see the document, the juvenile who was 17 or younger, 18, under the age of 18, filled out to authenticate the video that was submitted. We're not watching the video. This is just the document that says, come on. Utah Department of Public Safety, statement of incident, what you saw or heard. I viewed the video. It is what it says it is. There's my signature. There's the date. And it's signed by Mom as well.
All right.
So this is authenticating the video, which
proceed.
we're now going to argue over.
Did you admit Exhibit 7.1?
Yes.
It is admitted into evidence and it was published.
All right. Have you personally watched Mr. Phillips's video?
I have, yes.
Okay. And what does it depict?
It's a graphic video. Mr. Phillips was positioned towards the front of the crowd, and it does depict the moment that Mr. Kirk is shot.
Okay. And independent of the 1102 statement prepared by Mr. Phillips, you watching that video, do you recognize at least the location of this video?
I do. It's consistent with the event that Mr. Kirk was presenting at UVU on September 10th, 2025.
Okay.
Here comes
Just at this point, the state would move to
objections.
introduce or would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit number 7. We would simply ask that it be admitted. We would ask, however, that it not be published beyond that.
Ms. Nestor.
Due to the graphic nature and the sensitive nature of the video.
All right.
So as to the admission, the same issues that we raised as to the 1102, we would raise as to the difficulty of authenticating when the individual is not here present, and all the same concerns that we raised about the 1102 itself, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Considering the...
I'm sorry, may I add one more? I apologize. And also under Rule 403, we think it's more prejudicial than probative, and we would raise it for that reason as well.
Any final response, Mr. Sturgill?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And this is Exhibit 7, is that correct?
Correct. Exhibit 7, Judge.
All right. I will admit Exhibit 7 into evidence based off the foundation that's laid. The 1102 is tied directly to this, and so for admission purposes, it is admitted. I am not going to authorize publication in the courtroom or obviously through media, but I will have it played on my screen.
Which means we're going to hear it, guys. Just a heads up.
And I just want to make sure, and please, counsel, given the graphic nature of it, please guard your screens because I believe we all should be viewing this. This is evidence, and I want to make sure that you all are seeing what I see to ensure that that is accurate and it's a fair representation of the exhibit that you are familiar with.
The judge has
whatever you
intentionally
need
not
to
watched
do,
any
I'll give you a
evidence.
moment, and if you could just give me a thumbs up if you're ready to proceed. I want to
Earbuds off. This is a
act
tough
in a
one.
way that is dignified in respecting the rights of all persons. And for those reasons, I just want to make sure we are safeguarding to ensure this is not captured.
This is going to be the judge's
To
possibly
defense,
first reaction
ready to proceed.
viewing this.
All right. To the state.
Just a warning, we may hear a gunshot and crowd noise.
Go ahead and let's play Exhibit 7. Is there sound? All right, let's make sure that. Thank you.
The media, judge is sitting stone-faced watching this. The media, our pool camera muted the audio from court. I did not do that. All feeds are muted.
Thank you. That concludes playing of Exhibit 7. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Holt, any more video that you collected, or either you or another agent with the SBA?
Yes, we were able to collect video. TPUSA had a videographer, Visual Impulse, who was taking coverage of the event, and they provided video to us that they had captured on September 10th of 2025.
Okay. And do you know who or how that video was collected from Visual Impulse?
Yeah, Mr. Farnsworth originally provided, I believe, a flash drive to Lieutenant O'Brien with one of the local agencies. And a short time after that, on September 10th, he provided downloadable versions, electronic versions to Agent Mortensen. And an 1102 was collected from him on May 6th of 2026.
So an 1102 was prepared by someone with Visual Impulse?
Yes, Terrell Farnsworth was the individual that prepared it, and in preparation for this, I spoke to him personally regarding that statement.
And do you know what his association is with Visual Impulse?
I believe he's the owner-operator or the director of the company.
So the media
And
outlet
then who
hired
collected
to
that
film it.
1102 statement from Mr. Farnsworth?
It was Agent Mortensen who collected it.
Okay, and you know that because Agent Mortensen told you, or
He
something?
provided it to me, and then, as I mentioned, I subsequently spoke to Terrell Farnsworth personally regarding his statement.
Okay. You had a chance to look at Mr. Farnsworth's 1102 statement?
I have, yes.
Okay. And again, does that statement include an advisory that any statement that he provided would be used at preliminary hearing in lieu of his live testimony?
Yes.
Did it also include a warning that a false statement would potentially be punished by a Class A misdemeanor?
It did, yes.
Okay. I'm going to have exhibited on your screen what's been marked State's Exhibit 8.1. Let me know when that comes up.
That's come up.
I think it's a single page, is it not?
I believe it is.
Go to the top screen. Go to the top screen down slowly.
He does have a really nice chair. I'm trying not to envy it right now.
See that, Agent Hall?
Yes.
You do recognize that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and again, that is what?
It's the 1102 statement that was provided to me, completed by Mr. Farnsworth from Visual Impulse, who is the videographer for TPUSA for the events that they do.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 8.1.
Ms. Nestor.
Is that it?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, we renew our objection. This is hearsay this statement is hearsay. We have constitutional concerns for the reasons we raised in our standing objection. We also would like to cross-examine Mr. Farnsworth about whether or not and to what extent these videos may have been altered in any way. It is clear that clips were being made out of the larger videos because he sent, even his own statement says he sent larger videos, and this is just a small portion of them. So obviously someone made clips, and we don't know who, and we don't know how, we don't know what they did. And for those reasons and the reasons in our standing objection, we would object to the admissibility of it, and as well the, I don't have a redacted version of 8.1, but I assume there is one. There is personal information on this one. Do you have a redact? Okay, I don't have that one. All right. And we would object to publication just on our concerns for fair trial, the same issues. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I think so. Thank you. And for all those reasons, we would object to its admissibility, its publication, and its ability to be filmed by the media, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, I just wanted to check. Did you get a copy of the redacted?
I was just handed it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that
right.
you had copies.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, okay, thank you. Mr. Sturgill, would you like to respond?
Sure, Judge, thank you. With regards to the admissibility of the statement, Judge, I think the foundation has been laid that this statement was collected in compliance with Utah Rule of Evidence 1102, subsection B8. It constitutes reliable hearsay. It's a statement that's been made by a declarant that's written and it's under oath, or not under oath, but pursuant to a notification of the declarant that a false statement made is punishable. I think there's been foundation to support that. In addition, Judge, Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution makes it very clear that the state at preliminary hearing can rely upon reliable hearsay.
All right. Anything further before I make my ruling? Thank you. All right, applying the same analysis from the previous exhibits as it relates to the written statement under Rule 1102, and also under the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, in that last paragraph, I will overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 8.1. Let me hold off on that final phrase. If you could scroll down to the state representative and just stop right there. Thank you. I just want to make sure I fully review it before I make that ruling.
Jeg kan ikke snakke norsk. No, I can't speak any Norwegian. Although it's a beautiful country. The first country I've ever fished in.
If you could continue scrolling down. And just go ahead and scroll down to the end. I don't believe there's anything else, but I want to make sure. Thank you. So I do rule that, overrule the objection, and State's Exhibit 8.1 is admitted into evidence.
That's the
and
form.
May be published. Well,
Judge, let me speak with regards to that. With regards to the 1102 statement prepared by Mr. Farnsworth in its redacted form, we believe that the presumption is this is a public record and that it should be published both here in court and made available to the public by virtue of the camera.
Ms. Nestor.
No objection.
I just stand on the objection I made before, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Looking at the same analysis, it is admissible under Rule 1102 as well as Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution. And being that the person's identifying information is redacted and not viewable, I'm going to overrule the objection, the standing objection, and have it published both in court and may be published by the media. So let's just get it situated. And what I'll have you do to the representative of the state, pause on this screen and then in 10 seconds scroll down to the full text portion, and then 10 seconds later just slowly scroll to the remainder of the document. Thank you.
We don't need this. This is the form saying it's a real document. 4 videos, Google Drive. Okay, you see what I'm seeing? There's a full file link. They might have just let these out. There's a full file link on that.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh.
She's still going through it. She's going to show
You're
the whole
talking to me.
document. Well, I should have clarified. Thank you.
If it's not protected,
all right, and that concludes.
It just let everything out.
States Exhibit 8.1, the publication of that document. Mr. Sturgill.
I appreciate that.
You need a tech advisor.
Agent Hull, have you personally, so the video that's referenced in Mr. Farnsworth's 1102 statement, have you watched that visual impulse video?
Yes.
And what is depicted in that video?
It's a view from the cameras that Visual Impulse had established at the event, actually looking out from the stage into the crowd. It too is graphic in nature and shows the moment that Mr. Kirk is shot.
Okay. Does it also show Mr. Kirk throwing hats out into the crowd? Do you recall?
If my recollection serves, Mr. Kirk used to do that at the beginning of his events, and I believe the video does show him engaging with the crowd prior to becoming seated on the stage.
Okay. Judge, at this point, the state would seek to admit what's been marked States Exhibit 8. With regards to publication, Judge, it's our position that it not be published here in the courtroom and that it not be published so that the cameras can display it.
Thank you, Mr. Sturgill. Turning to Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we would just renew our objections to authentication for admissibility purposes under 901 for the reason that I mentioned in the 1102, which is, someone prepared these clips. We don't know who. We don't have that person here to cross-examine in terms of what, if anything, was edited. And for that reason, we think it can't be authenticated, and we object to its admissibility and our standing objection for constitutional grounds.
Thank you. Just one moment here.
Judge, would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
Just with regards to authentication, again, the state must produce evidence sufficient to support a finding the item is what the proponent claims it to be. And again, under subsection B1, is sufficient to provide testimony from someone that has firsthand knowledge or observed, has firsthand knowledge regarding the authenticity of that video. You heard Agent Hull testify that he spoke to the owner of and the director of Visual Impulse, I believe it was testified to, that they contract with TPUSA to film their events. This particular video, the state is going to, or seeks to introduce as Exhibit 8, was shown to Mr. Farnsworth. And that is the video that Mr. Farnsworth authenticates and says that this is video that was captured by Visual Impulse cameras. And so with regards to authentication, I think the state has sufficiently provided the court with evidence to authenticate it.
And this is State's Exhibit 8. All right. I'm going to overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit 8 as it relates to publication, citing to Article 1, Section 28, 1A, that this is Declaration of Rights of Crime Victims, and it states to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity. And to those 2 points of respect and dignity, the court is not publishing this in the courtroom, nor is it being published, obviously, online. But the court will watch it in court. And again, to the parties, if you could protect your screens however you choose to, and then I'll check to see when we're ready, and then we'll have it played. So turning to defense, is more time needed to? Okay, thank you.
I think we have a couple pen clickers.
To your screens. All right, I see a head nod, yes. And let's go ahead and play this video only on the monitors, and if there's sound associated with it, the sound to be played as well. And you may proceed.
Our cameraman, once again, has muted the source. The judge hasn't ruled this, but this was his call. So we're going to watch this. We don't know how long the videos are, but standing objection, yeah, continue running, continue objection. Couple things. This is a death penalty case, and every time we hear a death penalty case, at some point during the trial, we'll hear, usually from a lawyer making an objection, that death is different. Death is different, and it is. It gets a lot more scrutiny, automatic scrutiny, after the case is over. And so the judge is being extra cautious here with his rulings. I don't think he needs to go into so much detail by issuing citations for his rulings every time. I think once he's... Whoa. Whoa. Did you see that response? He just about jumped. He just about jumped out of his chair.
And that concludes State's Exhibit 8. Mr. Sturgill, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
Holy smokes.
So any additional video that was collected by either you or another member of the SBA?
Yes, the campus itself, UVU, is very well equipped with cameras throughout, and they were willing to work with us to provide video from those cameras, and so that was collected as part of the investigation also.
With regards to the UVU surveillance video, do you know if video was collected from there behind where Mr. Kirk was seated at the time that he was shot?
Yes, I'm aware that under the Hall of Flags there is I'll refer to it as a breezeway, but a way for people to move from one side into the amphitheater walking underneath the Hall of Flags, and I know there was a camera situated in that location.
Okay. And do you know, with regards to that camera view, well, let me ask you this. So that particular camera view, there was surveillance that was provided to you or another agent from UVU?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall who provided that video to you initially and who collected it?
Initially, I don't know specifically for that video, but I know that whole process was overseen by Mr. Olson, who's responsible for that system.
Okay. Do you have a first name for Mr. Olson?
Curtis Olson.
I'm sorry?
Curtis Olson.
Okay. And do you know what Mr. Olson or Curtis Olson's position is at UVU?
I believe he's a director.
Right. Is it his job to basically gather and forward any video that's captured by UVU?
He has a long title, but I think it's Director of Infrastructure, but he is responsible for that system.
Okay. With regards to this particular video, the video from underneath the Hall of Flags, what, if anything, have you done with that video in preparation for today's hearing?
I went specifically to meet Mr. Olson, have him review the video that we had, and again, like with the others, I had him complete an 1102 statement for us describing his role and verifying the videos. I did that actually on July 2nd of this year.
July 2nd of this year?
Correct.
Okay. Give me just one moment.
Actually, I'm going to correct myself on that if I can refer back to my notes.
Okay, please. Yes, your notes, you have there with you again?
Yes.
And referencing them will help you refresh your memory?
It will, yes.
Okay, so don't read from it out loud. Just look at it and let us know when you've refreshed your memory.
Apologies. July 2nd seemed a little bit too soon. It was June 24th when I met with Mr. Olson.
Okay, and you personally met with Mr. Olson? I
did, yes.
Okay. And did you personally review this particular video, or I guess the Hall of Flags video with Mr. Olson?
Yes.
Okay. And he prepared a written statement?
He did, yes.
And on that statement, was that a bureau provided statement form?
It was, yes.
Okay. And on that statement, do you recall whether it includes an advisory that his written statement would be used in lieu of his live testimony?
It did, yes.
Did it also include a warning that if he provided a false statement on that form, that he could be punished with a Class A misdemeanor?
It did, yes.
Okay. Is there something displayed on your screen right now?
There is, yes. It says
Okay, it should
Exhibit
be
12.3.
Yeah, it should be what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.3. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, it's the State Bureau of Investigation's 1102 statement completed by Mr. Olson.
Does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does, yes.
As the state would seek to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.3.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would again renew our concern about hearsay and our constitutional concerns about that raised in our standing objection. Also, the concern is that the individual basically states they verified the recordings, but doesn't say how, doesn't say whether they viewed it, doesn't say whether someone else viewed it and told them, whether someone else viewed it and told someone else who told someone else who told them. There's just no explanation, and we don't think it's sufficient to meet your reliability analysis, and we object to admission, and we also object to publication. This is for all the same reasons, Your Honor.
For all the objections, one more time.
Judge, again, the state's position is that this written statement was collected in compliance with Rule 1102, subsection B8. It is a statement collected with both the advisory and the admonition. From what we've heard from Sergeant Hull, this individual, Curtis Olson, is the person it's his job, basically, to handle this type of information and turn it over to law enforcement.
All right, I'll have, if the state representative can scroll through so I can review it in its entirety and just stop when the majority of that handwritten statement's visible. Thank you. Let me review that. And if you could scroll down to the bottom of the page. Thank you. All right, under the same analysis for 1102 under Rule 1102, as well as Article 1, Section 28 of the Utah Constitution, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Under Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, that final paragraph, the court overrules the objection and admits State's Exhibit 12.3 as it relates to publication. Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, with regards to publication, and this particular exhibit, it's the state's position that the presumption is that it's a public record, and we would ask that it be published both here in the courtroom and that the cameras be allowed to capture it and publish it as well.
All right. Ms. Nestor.
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
All right. I note the standing objection from defense, and given the in the court's previous analysis for other 1102s, the court is going to publish it both in the courtroom and so it can be captured by the media. What we'll do is the same thing. We'll start at the top, pause for 10 seconds, and go to this middle section, and we'll pause about 20 seconds because there is a little bit, it is more dense, and then we'll scroll down to the very bottom for about 10 seconds, and then that will conclude that. So it's now on screen, and let's go from there. All right, you can scroll down.
It's the UVU statement of the cameras that caught this.
Okay, if you'd like to scroll to the very bottom. Thank you. That concludes publication of this exhibit.
Thank you,
Mr.
Judge.
Sturgill.
Well, In Mr. Olson's 1102 statement, he references more than one video, does he not?
He does, yes.
Okay. So you, with regards to the Hall of Flags video, have you seen that particular video?
I have, yes.
Okay. And that video, what does it depict?
It's a view kind of looking what would be east, under the breezeway towards the back of the stage where Mr. Kirk was situated. It shows some movement behind the stage area, and I believe through the gaps you can see some of the crowd in the amphitheater.
I think I've neglected to do this twice before, so I'm going to do it right this time. Would you please bring up Exhibit 9 without pushing play? Tell me when you see something on your screen.
It's on my screen.
Okay. Do you recognize what's depicted in that still image?
I do, yes.
What is that?
It's the area underneath the Hall of Flags that I referred to as the breezeway.
Okay. And is this the beginning of the video that Mr.
It is, yes.
Okay, that Mr. Olson provided you?
Yes, yes.
Judge, the state would seek, the state asks or seeks to admit Exhibit 9. With regards to publication, this is another video that, due to its sensitive, the nature and the graphic nature of the video, we'd ask that it not be published here in the courtroom, nor published in any way that the media camera could capture it. And following your reasoning, Judge, out of deference to the victims and the victims' rights, to have this type of information protected.
Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would object on our standing objection grounds, constitutional issues in terms of the concern about Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. We agree it should not be published. We object to its admissibility.
Thank you.
Overruled.
Based off my analysis that I apply independently to this exhibit, but it tracks with the previous exhibits, I find that it is admissible, and I will admit it into evidence. This is State's Exhibit, I believe, 9. Mr. Sturgill?
Play it.
No, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is State's Exhibit 9?
Right, correct.
All right. As it relates to publication in the courtroom or by the media, again, citing to the Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, 1A, it states to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, and to be free from harassment and abuse throughout the criminal justice process. I find that this does apply. And in respect and dignity and the human experience, I am going to not publish it in the courtroom, nor will it be broadcast, but the court will watch it in open court. And I note it is about, how long is this video?
3 minutes, Your Honor.
All right. Again, to the parties, if you could just indicate if your screen is obscure. Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And to the state, are your screens secure so they're not viewable? All right. Thank you. Seeing Mr. McBride nod his head, we can go ahead to the state representative. Go ahead and play State's Exhibit 9. And if there's sound, if you could activate sound. I'm not sure if there is. All right, so all right, let's go ahead and replay it. Just wanted to clarify there is no audio, so let's go ahead and restart it. Thank you.
This is security camera footage from UVU. It is 3 minutes long, so I've started a timer here. I'll let you know when it's about done. The judge is watching this as the decider. In this case, there is no jury. This is a preliminary hearing where all he has to do is at the end of this hearing, decide if the state has presented sufficient evidence to meet that probable cause standard, not beyond reasonable doubt, but probable cause standard to proceed with the trial. And so he's going to view this himself. There's no sound. It's security camera footage or possibly from multiple angles of this event. I posted on Twitter just an excerpt if you want to go back and see the moment when he saw the shooting in the previous video and the huge visible reaction that he could not contain His body lurched in response, both probably to the sound of the shot, which was carried in the courtroom, as audio was played in court, even though we could not hear it, as well as what was happening on the screen. But a huge reaction from the judge. That's over on Twitter if you want to see that one. I am Recovery Addict 2, the number 2. Pantoufle, thank you very much. We're halfway through this video. He's watching the security camera footage. I'll get you a link. Yeah, hold on one second. A link on Twitter is right here. Here it comes. And you're fine. It's open. It can be shared and everything if you want. That's the latest. Okay, 2 minutes, 40 seconds. So last 20 seconds or so of video. Thank you, Katrina Money.
State's Exhibit 9 has concluded. Mr. Sturgill.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to ask you just a few questions with respect to that video and the very end of that video, which is State's Exhibit number 9. Throughout that video, you can see a banner. Do you recall seeing a banner that's hanging basically in the middle of that video?
Yeah, I believe that's the rear of the gazebo.
Okay, the rear of the gazebo?
Yeah.
And what gazebo are you talking about?
It's like a pop-up tent that Mr. Kirk was sat underneath while he was addressing the crowd. Okay.
So just really quick, just to be clear, where in relation to that banner that you see depicted in Exhibit 9 is Mr. Kirk?
Approximately dead center.
Okay.
He's on a stage, so he's slightly raised in relation to the bottom of that banner. And then he's seated in the middle of the stage, so approximately in the center.
And how many, if you know, what's the distance between the banner and then where Mr. Kirk is seated in front of that banner, if I'm understanding you correctly?
I don't know specifically. If I had to estimate, I would say 3 to 5 feet.
Okay, so close to that banner.
Yes.
Okay, I also believe towards the end of that exhibit, well, let me ask you this. If you know, what happened to Mr. Kirk immediately after he was shot?
My recollection is that Mr. Kirk's detail, his own security team, removed him from the scene whilst administering first aid, and they conducted what would be called a hasty transport to Timpanogos Hospital.
Okay, before you go any further, that Mr. Kirk being picked up by his own security, is that portrayed in the video? In Exhibit 9, I'm sorry?
It's kind of on the left side. You can see Mr. Kirk come around the left side of the back of that. Kirk being carried down the left side of the video under that breezeway.
Okay. And then you said that he was, that there was a quick transport. Is that the language you used?
A hasty transport.
Hasty transport. What does that mean?
Just they were trying to get him to medical care as quickly as possible, so I believe he was thrown into one of the team's vehicles and then transported to the hospital, as opposed to waiting for an ambulance.
And I think you already stated, but let's just be clear. Do you know which hospital he was transported to?
I believe it's referred to as Timpanogos Regional.
Okay. And do you know if he was treated there at the hospital?
He was, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he was pronounced dead there at the Timpanogos Hospital?
He was, yes.
Okay. And how do you know that?
The medical examiner had an investigator that responded to the scene, and I spoke with him, and he informed me that he was at the hospital when Mr. Kurt was pronounced deceased.
Okay. And that the medical investigator that you spoke to, do you know the name of that person?
Bullock, I believe, Officer Bullock, but if I can refresh my recollection specifically.
If it'll help, if you have it in your notes, it will help you refresh your memory. Go ahead and look at that. Again, don't read from it out loud.
It is Officer Bullock, yes.
Okay. And he is a peace officer?
He functions as a law enforcement officer, and he works also for the medical examiner as a death investigator.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Kirk was autopsied by the Utah Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, an autopsy was conducted by the medical examiner's office.
Do you know when and by whom?
Yes, it was late into the evening of September 10th, or it may even have gone through into the morning of September 11th.
Okay. And do you know who
I'm going to
conducted
refresh
that
my
autopsy?
recollection because of the pronunciation, if you don't mind.
If it'll help you refresh your memory, that'd be great. Again, don't read it out loud. Look at it. Let me know when you've done that, and then we'll go from there.
Dr. Guajado, I believe is how it's pronounced.
Okay. You want to spell that last name?
Yes, Guajado.
Your Honor, if this is not personal knowledge, we object to the hearsay if someone told him all of this. I don't believe this individual was present at the autopsy, so we object to any testimony about the autopsy or what he was told about it.
Mr. Sturgill.
Well, Judge, if I could, I'll just simply lay foundation for the report itself. And I think this is all information that's included on the report.
All right, so as it hasn't been moved into evidence just yet, I'm not making a ruling.
I appreciate
if
that.
you wish to lay more foundation, that's certainly your choice.
So you are aware that the medical examiner's office did conduct an autopsy?
I am, yes.
Okay. And did you receive a report from the medical examiner's office?
I did, yes.
Okay. Detailing the autopsy that was performed?
Yes. Prior to receiving the report, myself and Agent Davis visited with the doctor.
Okay. You visited personally with the doctor that conducted the autopsy?
That's correct.
Okay. And then subsequent to that, and did you discuss the autopsy with the doctor at that point in time when you were meeting with him personally?
Yes, Agent Davis and I had a fairly in-depth conversation, yes.
And where did that conversation take place?
At the medical examiner's office.
Okay. And do you recall the date and time that personal visit took place?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was it within?
It was soon after, within a few days of the incident.
Of the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. And subsequent to that visit, did you receive a report from that doctor that you visited with?
We did, yes.
Okay. And that's the Dr. Guajardo that you're struggling to pronounce his name. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I apologize, but yes, that's who it is.
And the report that was sent to you, do you recall when you received that report?
I don't recall the specific date.
Okay. Have you reviewed that report?
Yes.
Again, you stated earlier that this is not the first murder investigation that you've worked.
Correct.
Okay. I take it this is not the first medical examiner's report you've received.
Correct.
Okay. Do the reports typically look the same?
Yes, they're in a standard format that the medical examiner uses.
Okay. And this report that you received?
Yes.
From who you believe was the doctor you spoke to?
Yes.
That conducted the medical exam. Was there anything peculiar about that particular report that stood out to you?
No, it appeared to be a standard form as used by the medical examiner when they send us reports.
Okay. On your monitor, Exhibit 11, I'm going to have displayed what's been marked State's Exhibit number 11, Judge, for identification.
Right.
And I believe there's 9 pages. So let me know when you see that on your screen.
It's on the screen.
All right. What I'd like you to do is just look at this as it scrolls down through the 9 pages and wait till we get to the very end. And if you need us to pause or stop or slow down, let us know. I want you to be able to look at all 9 pages.
Now we get to judge him on his ability to speed read or comprehend data at a rapid pace. This goes through 9 pages. It's a long report. I'm not a marksman. I'm not here to argue marksmanship or not. But in an old Enfield 30-06 rifle,
that?
Yes, sir.
with flip-up
Do you
sights,
recognize what that
rabbit
is?
ears, no scope.
Yes.
What is that?
I can
That's,
hit
the
a
medical
1-foot
examiner's
target at
report
600 yards.
examination for Mr. Kirk.
Yeah, do you recall, you don't recall exactly when you received that?
I don't unfortunately remember the specific date when I received it.
Do you remember how you received it?
Then provided to us electronically.
Okay. Via email?
Sometimes via email, also on disk, compact disk.
Okay. And does there appear to be anything in the exhibit before you? Has that report changed at all? Or does it accurately depict what you received initially from the doctor?
It accurately depicts it.
Does the state would seek to admit Exhibit 11?
Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, this is an expert report without the expert being present, being offered by an individual who's not an expert in this field. If they're presenting him as an expert in this field based on the limited questions about his experience in seeing previous medical exam records, I'd like to voir dire him on his qualifications to opine about it. This is hearsay. It's highly technical. It should be presented only through an expert. It could never come in trial in any other way. We submit that it is hearsay. And to the extent they're going to ask this individual about any opinions about it, that would be improper. He's not qualified to do that. And furthermore, we just think that this is clearly falling under our constitutional concerns about the absence of our ability to be effective, to cross-examine, to question we can't even question the expert's experience or CV or anything that we would normally do to determine if this should even be accepted or considered by the court. And so we strenuously object to its admission and for all those reasons to its publication as well.
Okay, how many objections
There is
was
also,
that? 3?
There's some really personal things in there that should never be published that deal with Mr. Kirk's medical condition, history, is the condition of his body. It shouldn't be published, Your Honor.
Thank you. To the state.
Judge,
the defense arguing for the victims is crazy.
Reliable hearsay admissible under Rule 1102 of the Utah Rules of Evidence. I would direct you specifically to subsection B5. For purposes of, and I'm quoting the rule, for purposes of criminal preliminary examinations only, reliable hearsay includes, and subsection 5 specifically states medical and autopsy reports and records. Again, that is supported by Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, which states that reliable hearsay can be relied upon at preliminary examination in whole or in part.
And to the second part in regards to publication.
As far as the publication, Judge, we agree with Ms. Nestor. This is a document that does contain very sensitive information and information that Mr. Kirk's family would appreciate it not being published. And so although we seek to admit it, we'd ask that it not be published here in the courtroom or that it be published in any fashion or way that the public can see it by virtue of the camera.
Ms. Nestor.
So
Your Honor, I just want to point out that even though 1102 has a provision about exams, I mean, the court still has the overarching mission under 1102 to make this reliability finding, right? And it's just completely in a vacuum being offered by someone who's a police officer. So again, we would just argue that you're just not, it's hampering you from making the analysis you need to make to admit it, and we object to it.
All right. Anything further from the parties?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So again, relying upon the analysis,
she is so loud.
Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, as it relates to reliable hearsay.
Got a limiter.
And then turning to Utah Rules of Evidence, Rule 1102, B5, specifically notes medical and autopsy reports and records. The court is going to overrule the objection and admit State's Exhibit, I believe it's 11.
11, yes, sir.
Citing to Utah Constitution, Article 1, Section 28, dignity, portion, respect and dignity. It will not be published either in the courtroom or viewable on media by the camera for the reasons previously stated as it relates to the video. And so the court will receive it, and it is admitted into evidence. And that concludes that portion. Mr. Sturgill, is this a good point to stop to take our 15-minute afternoon break?
I think it'd be a great idea, Judge. I've just got one last question.
All right.
With respect to the medical examiner's report. Agent Hull, in that report, does the doctor relate cause and manner of death?
He does, yes.
Okay. And in that report, what is the stated cause of death?
It was stated as a murder.
And manner of death?
It was a gunshot wound to the neck.
A murder.
I object. It's not stated as a murder. I believe it's stated as a homicide, which is an important distinction.
Judge, I'll go back and correct that.
All right, so I'm going to sustain, well, first of all, let me look at the report. I need to see that section. I need to be able to draw my own conclusion. So, okay, I see, Ms. Nestor, are you referring to page 1 of this report?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Could you repeat that? I apologize.
As it relates to your objection for the misstatements, are you looking at page 1 of the report?
Yes.
All right. So
And, Your Honor, I also need to make an objection on the best evidence rule, too. Thank you.
I like
so
Ms.
I'm
Nestor.
going to sustain the
I
objection
do.
as it relates to the manner of death. It does not say murder, but in regards to the best evidence rule, again, under 1102 and
Does it say murder,
the
though?
Utah Constitution that it permits reliable hearsay, it is State's Exhibit 11 is admitted. Mr. Sturgill.
Agent Hull, I'm going to ask you to look at the first page of Exhibit 11.
Does this refresh your recollection as to
Yes.
what?
See that?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you again, and you can look at it.
Yeah.
And would you mind relating what the doctor reports as the manner of death?
Yes, I misspoke. It does say homicide.
And then the immediate cause of death?
Gunshot wound of the neck.
Nothing further, Judge. Well, at this moment, I think it'd be a great idea that we take a 15-minute break.
Right, we'll go ahead and go on break. We'll come back at 3:25 and resume with this witness at that time. Court is in a brief recess.
All right. And immediately the cameraman kills the mic. So what just happened? Did we just show something? Or just people just stood up in front of it? 43 or so objections. It's hard to track because a lot of them were renewed or previously. Someone asked, and it was right here. Let me pull this up here. I think it was Loves True Crimes. If Miss Nestor lost the appeals, why is she doing this objection? The appeals you're talking about are the appeals to the Supreme Court or the appellate court. I think they went straight to the Supreme Court on something. But they, in Utah, they lost a ruling. They lost a ruling before this judge, and they appealed it and tried to get the court to overturn the judge. And the Supreme Court said, no. Nope, we won't. And now they're back objecting to the same thing they lost over and over and over. And I realize they're trying to preserve the record, and there's a duty to do that. You have to make a timely objection. It has to be preserved for the record. Careful, camera, careful. Small earthquake in Utah. There we go. They have to preserve their record, but some of this is just, I mean, they fought the same battle on a map, on a picture of a map. We don't know. Is this an authentic map? Is this, who was the map maker? You know, this is a picture from the sky of the ground. And so they've been fighting this. You can imagine that when this comes to very critical testimony, which we're getting into, the Emmys report is critical testimony, but when we get into stuff, say like the recorded interview with Lance's roommate, with Tyler's roommate, Lance, it's going to be all daggers out. It's going to be a full assault trying to stop that from going forward. We will hear all the objections heaped on top of each other, one after another, to keep this from going through. Pedantic. Yes, we were covering pretrial of this all the time KR was going on. We've covered pretty much almost everything that's been public. We've covered. State seals an eagle on a Christmas tree. No, Sarah. It's not a Christmas tree. It's a beehive. It's a beehive made of rope, I think. I think they wound like, I think it's rope. It's like twisted rope. Anyway, after the jury is seated, will all of her objections be moot? No. As a matter of fact, some of her objections she's making today might apply more when there's a jury. And some of the rulings the judge is making might fit better when there's a jury. I'm surprised this is going to this extent at the preliminary. A lot of times, in a lot of cases, you will see a defense stipulate, basically, for the purpose of the preliminary hearing only, stipulate to something. This is in some cases seen as a formality. A defense is fighting this one tooth and nail. And what does that give? What does that insight does that give us? Well, there's a chance they might not be wanting to take this all the way to trial. I don't know if that's even an option. States want death penalty, and I don't think you can get that on a plea deal, or maybe on a guilty plea you could. I'll have to check the rules. But they're fighting everything now like there's no battle in the future. And it is a lot, Donna. It's a lot. I'll say this again. I like Miss Nestor. I love strong personalities in the courtroom. I love watching an attorney, fight. Not just go through the motions, right? We've seen the attorneys that go through the motion. Your Honor, we object. We ask for a judgment of acquittal. Don't think the state's met its burden, and sitting down. We've seen attorneys go through the motions to preserve the record, but Ms. Nestor is not doing that. There's nothing about her that's just a formality. She's fighting hard. And if let's just say, for instance, you were accused of this crime, this particular crime, you and I probably could agree that you didn't do it, right? We know, you and me, we know that. Wouldn't you want someone fighting for you that wouldn't let anything slide, that fought tooth and nail, and like, if you're going to convict them of this, you're going to have to prove it. And if not for that, if we didn't want defense to fight this hard in every case, where do we draw the line? It's like, those people we don't like, so they shouldn't get a defense, or they shouldn't get their day in court, or they shouldn't have to be able to exercise these rights. I think if we want it for ourselves, we have to want it for the worst of us, the worst of society as well. We have to be there and say, yes, I will champion the right for defense to drag this 5-day hearing into a 15-day hearing if it has to be that, because Mr. Robinson does have rights that need to be protected. So we're here for it. Let's see. I think they'll try to get death penalty off the table now. If they can't, he'll plead. Right. And Sub Rosa, every time they take this fight and the judge makes a ruling, and then the state might mess up, because the rule book is growing exponentially as every time the judge makes a ruling about certain documents, it's another chance for the state to screw something up. And they already have, right? They already talked to TMZ and Fox. That was a screw up, and the judge ruled on that, and the state won as a result. And Mr. Ballard has to pay the state all their fines and the costs of the extra jury selection process and everything else. They won that, but if they keep pushing these issues, they might win again. And if they win again, maybe this time the sanction might be to get the death penalty off the table. And that's the only thing they want, is to get the death penalty off the table. Yes, but he confessed. Lots of people confess and still go to trial. It can be evidence used against them. Yes. I remember the Brian Koberger hearing where defense stood up there and said, Your Honor, we're not just saying we don't think the state can prove this. We, in our heart of hearts, believe he is innocent of these charges. He's not guilty, Your Honor. And then just a couple weeks later, standing up and saying they were going to plead guilty to all charges. I like Nestor better than Letitia by a long shot. Oh, Letitia gets another day in court. That's going to be a wild one in Colorado. All right. He did not confess. Well, he did not confess to the police. We are told that there is a confession that was made to Lance, and Lance was interviewed by the police and possibly carried some of that over and said what happened. So we'll see. We'll see if that comes in. We should hear that audio recording of Lance and possibly video. We might see that as well in the next 5 days at some point. Britt says, wait, did the judge rule on the last hearing when the DA was a witness? Yes. If you missed that, that was the show cause hearing that the defense asked for because the state had talked to TMZ and Fox News and a couple others when they were trying to correct the record. When the defense had filed a motion that said that there was no match to the gun from the fragment to the gun, and they tried to say, well, there was also, it wasn't excluded or included, but it was in the right class. So they tried to fix that. The judge said he went too far. He did too much. He did find the state in violation, particularly Mr. Ballard, and fined Mr. Ballard. Like, Mr. Ballard has to pay what could be tens of thousands of dollars in fines to the defense for the cost of the defense fighting this and for the cost of the extra jury selection process work that has to go in now, and expands the jury selection process to now include questions about what Mr. Ballard had said to the media. So yes, he did rule on that, but that did not take the death penalty off the table. Prove me wrong. The state seal is clearly, says Corey, a gargoyle resting on a bunt cake. Yes, I see it now. I see it. bunt cake. You know the movie reference for that, right? I think it's a big fat Greek wedding. Will he testify in a squirrel or a rabbit costume? Okay, Dirt Chief, that's a low blow. I think neither, but I hear where you're going with that one. I did hear he confessed to his parents, and they were the ones that turned him in. I'm not sure if they're going to testify, though. They might not be. I don't know. We'll see. The state needs to watch themselves. They do. They have to be very careful. Arkansas Bestie, I've heard that. There was a video that came up on my feed just today that made that allegation. It was a Rode mic, like RODE. I use Rode mics. Just for I'm a big fan of Rode mics. I've got quite a few of them in my studio, and I can tell you, Rode, an Australian company, by the way, does not make microphones that explode. They make some really good mics and do so at a cheap point. And they called Rode because the very first mic was a Rode NT1. It was Model 1. Rodent 1 was the, if you read it, Rode NT1. Rodent 1 was their first mic. Let's see. Step away from the mic, sir. No. Just a bystander. She does. She fights hard. But I like that. I don't want a defense attorney who's going to roll over and play dead in the courtroom. We like the personality. We like the drama of the 3D chess game. It's great. Maybe 4-dimensional chess. I need to look into it before dismissing it. Krista, I hear you, and I think there's video that shows something got hit because there's an object that between two frames changes, and I can look at it if you like. But as far as he wasn't shot. It was an exploding mic made to look like it. That's like saying, you know, there's a chance that aliens hijacked my car and made it speed, and then they teleported away and teleported me back into the driver's seat. And officer, that's why you caught me going so fast. I was just trying to slow down after the mate. Yeah, it's possible, but then again, it's not. It's. I think that would fall under a harebrained idea. If you're trying to say that the mic itself had a charge in it, I don't try to be rude. I'm not trying to be rude. That the mic had some sort of explosive in it that originated the shrapnel. Be honest, we like the spice. Evil aliens, says Sarah. Why did they dig up the soil and pave over it? Probably because of the amount of blood that was there. Can you imagine if people showed up at the UVU to grab, you know, shovelfuls of soil, hoping to get some of Charlie's blood? So the 30-06 wouldn't have taken off his head. No, I've shot 30-06. I shot an Enfield 30-06. That was the one I was familiar with. I shot between 195 and 210 grain rounds, full metal jacket and lead core tip. So 210 as a teenager shooting that, it punches you in the shoulder pretty good. There's a good recoil on that, but it is a high velocity round, especially the lighter, the 195s. They move. There's just a lot of power behind it, and I was saying 600 yards, hitting a target 1 foot in diameter, you know, like a medium-sized Domino's pizza, is something I can do without a scope. They're just very. It's a great round. It's a great accurate bullet in a quality gun. So I'm not convinced that this was, you know, SEAL level 6 sniper, you know, caliber of execution. I've seen just average Joes make great shots reliably with cheap old army guns. All right, time is up. 15 minutes on the dot. Lois, thanks for keeping track on that. I've got 15:06 by my clock, so 6 seconds later. Just glad we get to watch this together. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you guys keeping it clean in here. We're trying to be a different place where you guys can watch this without the drama and the arguing back and forth that sometimes is prevalent on the internet. So we're here for court. I think it would last longer than 5 days. Tony, at this pace, the state doesn't have a lot of witnesses, but they have said they've got 40 exhibits. And I think we're falling behind on the number of exhibits because it's a pretty reliable amount of time that's been taken by the defense arguing the admissibility and the you know, validity in some cases and the relevance of various documents. So they're exhibits. Let's see. This judge takes so many breaks. Glad everyone was behaving. Thank you, Tammy. Hope you're doing great. We took a 1 hour lunch, 2 15-minute breaks, and then a 5 or 10 minute break.
Please be seated.
So we're back.
Court is back in session.
Boom.
And noting the presence of counsel as well as all the parties, I believe we were continuing with the direct examination of Mr. Hull by Mr. Sturgill. Mr. Sturgill, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So, Agent Hull, in addition to what you've already described, what, if anything else, did you do on the 10th of September 2025?
Primary focus was to identify the individual who'd been seen on the roof with the preliminary footage. And so there was a big effort to review as much of the video that we had available to us from both the public, but predominantly from Utah Valley University, in an effort to follow that individual both forward and backwards from the time of the shooting.
Okay. So if I understood you correctly, priority was to identify the shooter.
Yes.
And to that end, you started reviewing even more UVU video than you've already described?
Correct, yes.
Okay. What, if anything else, either did you do or happened initially that helped you identify who that shooter was?
So there was hundreds of hours of video that was reviewed, but the predominant focus, again, was on tracking the individual from the roof, either after the shooting had occurred or trying to trace the steps of the individual prior to the shooting.
Okay.
And we were able to do that through a combined effort of individuals. And the focus was having people reviewing video identify people who could fit the original description of the individual that jumped off the roof.
Okay. At that point, so at this point, approximately how many hours of UVU video do you think you personally had seen or watched?
Myself, maybe 10 or 20 hours of video, being called in to look at different camera angles and different views of individuals. But there was a large team of people reviewing video.
Okay. Reviewing video?
Yeah, from UVU.
Were some of them SBI agents?
Yes, correct.
And combined, how much video do you think you watched that first day on the 10th?
It would be in the tens or hundreds of hours of video was reviewed.
Okay. Did anything else come along
in one day
that helped you identify who that shooter might be?
Only 48 hours.
Eventually on the evening of the 11th, we received word from Washington County that an individual in that area had reached out to law enforcement and was wanting to turn themselves in for the incident at UVU.
Okay. And did you, at that point in time, did you receive a name from Washington County?
Yes, we did.
And what was that name?
Tyler Robinson.
What, if anything, did you do with that information, the name Tyler Robinson?
That information was given to our SIAC, or our State Information and Analysis Group, and they put together what would be called a workup. So they would look at driver's license records, DMV records to determine addresses, obtain pictures of individuals, and then any associated vehicles or things like that.
So was that done with Mr. Robinson?
It was, yes.
Driver's license record was pulled?
Yes.
Did that include, if you remember, or do you know, did that include a photograph of Mr. Robinson?
It did include a photograph of Mr. Robinson, yes.
How about an address and date of birth?
There was an address and a date of birth, and I believe a DMV record with an associated vehicle.
All right. And so that DMV record did include a vehicle that was associated with Mr. Robinson?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember what the make and model of the vehicle was that was tied to Mr. Robinson?
The Dodge Challenger.
Anything else beyond that you remember?
It was silver in color, and I believe there were two registered owners of the vehicle.
Okay, and who were the registered owners?
Mr. Robinson and then his mother.
Do you recall whether or not a date of birth was included in that driver's license information that you got initially?
Yeah, I believe the actual driver's license record was shared, so it would have included a date of birth.
All right. With with Tyler Robinson's personal information, were you able to expand your search at all?
Yes, once we knew a vehicle that we were looking for and we had an actual image of the individual, then we were able to use that video footage to try and track that specific individual.
Okay, and I'm sorry, let me clarify. So when I said expand your search, I'm referencing the UVU surveillance video.
Yes, we were able to.
Okay. And were you able to identify in that expanded search, did you believe you located that Challenger?
We did, yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine at what time or times Mr. Robinson visited the UVU campus on September 10th?
Yeah, we were able to establish that Mr. Robinson had been on campus approximately 4 times throughout the day, twice before the shooting, the time of the shooting, and then after the shooting later in the evening into the early hours of the 11th.
You said that you initially tracked the shooter forward and backward with UVU surveillance video.
Correct.
Okay. Did you do the same thing with that vehicle?
We did, yes.
Okay. Tracked it forward and backward?
Yes, using the UVU footage and additional information that was obtained, yes.
And I believe you said that in total, Mr. Robinson visited the UVU campus 4 times that day.
Yes, that's correct.
And let's just be clear, that's all based on UVU surveillance video. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed what's been marked States Exhibit 12.1 for identification?
I have, yes.
Okay. And well, before we go there, of the video that you have personally watched, does the video include the 10th and the 11th, or just the 10th?
The video I've seen includes the 10th and then a very small portion, I think, about 0:30 of the 11th.
Okay. And I think you said initially you watched about 20 hours of video.
Yes.
Since that time, have you watched additional video?
Yes.
UVU surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. And who provided the UVU surveillance video to you?
It was part of the collection of videos that was provided by Mr. Olson and his team that we already discussed previously.
Okay. Of all the hours of video that you've watched, do you have an idea of how many hours include Mr. Robinson or his vehicle?
Just with UVU or in
just with
total?
UVU, I'm sorry.
Just with UVU would probably be about 16 hours.
And let's be clear, this is someone you believe to be Tyler Robinson.
Correct.
Okay. And this person that you've identified as Tyler Robinson, that you've been investigating and that you viewed in the numerous hours of video from UVU, would you recognize that person if he were in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Is he in the courtroom today?
He is, yes.
Would you point him out and describe something that he's wearing?
Your Honor, we object to unduly suggestive in-court identification for constitutional grounds.
Don't point at my client? What? I've never seen an
Do you wish
objection
to
to this.
specify an unduly constitutional? I'm trying to understand your objection, so I want to make sure I fully understand.
Your Honor, I think there's some, and I'll defer to Mr. Byrd if he wants to jump in, but I believe there's a long line of case law that says, and you ask someone to identify the defendant when they're the only person, sitting at the table with defense counsel, that's unduly suggestive and taints any future or past, well, definitely future identification. So we object to that happening in this fashion at this time.
Mr. Sturgill.
Well, Judge,
Long
Agent Hall
line,
has
what?
testified that he has watched numerous hours of video. Take a step back. He has looked at personal identifying information of an individual by the name of Tyler Robinson. He's looked at the driver's license record, and he's also looked at the DMV records and has been able to determine what car that person drives. He's also looked at surveillance video that he believes depicts this Tyler Robinson. And I've simply asked him if that person that he has seen, both in driver's license photos and the surveillance video, if that person is here in the courtroom today. And I don't know that that's unduly prejudicial or suggestive. It's the routine. I don't know of any other way to do it other than the way I just did it, Judge.
All right, well, I wanted to verify the format of the question. I remembered it in my mind, but to Ms. Nestor, was that an accurate portrayal of the question that was asked?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sturgill, anything further before I issue my ruling?
Well, no, other than, Judge, I believe it's worth noting that Mr. Robinson is in plain clothes. Well, he's in
Counsel,
plain
please
clothes.
approach the bench.
First sidebar of the day, and it's over whether or not the witness can point out Mr. Robinson to the judge. There's no jury here. It's like Miss Nestor, this is a battle that obviously that Miss Nestor is going to fight if there's a jury trial, if and when there's a jury trial as well. But there's no jury. This is just for the judge's benefit to say, yes, this witness knows, who recognizes who that person is. That matches what the testimony is about. And Miss Nestor's like, you can't point at him, Judge. It's unconstitutional. You can't point at him. Unfair identification. What would the founders think?
Based off of what's been presented in court, I'm not finding that particular question as previously posed as suggestive. I find for the purposes of this hearing only that in-court identification
we'll fight this
by
again
Agent
in
Hull
trial.
of Mr. Robinson has been made. Again, this only relates to the preliminary hearing, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Hull, have you reviewed what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1 for identification?
I have, yes.
And where did you review that video?
It was provided to me. I reviewed it on my computer in my office.
Okay. And is that the first time that you've seen this particular video footage?
This particular version of the footage, yes.
Okay, so this particular version the first time, but have you seen the video that comprises, I guess, Exhibit 12.1?
I have seen the original videos, if that's your question, yes.
So what is State's Exhibit 12.1? How would you describe it?
I would describe it as a compilation of the video that we obtained from Utah Valley University during the course of the investigation that depicts the movements of the individual I believe to be Mr. Robinson moving around the campus on September 10th, 2025 into the morning of September 11th, 2025.
Did you prepare this video compilation?
I did not.
Okay, do you know who did?
Yes, Utah County Attorney's Office. I believe Ms. Durfler is the one that produced the video.
Okay. Do you know Ms. Durfler's first name?
Kimberly.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do to authenticate the video in this compilation?
I reviewed the video to make sure that it was a reflection of what I understood the original videos to show.
Okay. What, if anything else, did you do?
I reviewed it. I know that there was some zooms and some changes to the footage.
Okay. Did you meet with Mr. Olson with regards to this particular video?
Yes, this video was also part of that original meeting with Mr. Olson for the prior exhibit, yes.
Okay. So at the same time, you sat down with Mr. Olson and discussed the prior exhibit. And let's just be clear which exhibit that is. So I believe the 1102 statement that you gathered from him is Exhibit 12.3, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So at the same time that you gathered that 12.3 or that written statement that is State's Exhibit 12.3, you talked to him about this specific exhibit as well?
Yes, Mr. Olson was shown this exhibit.
Okay. And did he include that in that 1102 statement?
Yeah, I believe he specifically referenced the exhibit by name, stating that it was a true reflection of the footage from the campus.
Okay. And let's just go back to what you were stating earlier. To you, it appears to be a compilation of videos that you've already seen.
Correct.
That you received as a mass dump, I guess, for lack of a better term, of view video. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And the exhibit 12.1, does it appear to be the same as the raw video that you've seen previously?
It does, yes.
Okay. Are there some minor, are there any added additions or anything different about this particular exhibit?
There are some portions of the video where a zoom is initiated, which wasn't a function of the cameras. I believe some specific individuals have been blurred from the footage, and I believe there are some red circles to show poignant information or individuals within the footage itself.
Okay. So other than the red circles, the blur, and the zoom, does it appear to accurately depict what you've seen in the raw video footage?
I believe so, yes.
Why don't we use the raw video footage? Seems pretty heavily manipulated.
On your screen, I'm going to have displayed an image. Let me know when you see it.
Wait
The image
for
is
it.
there now. Oh, it's gone again.
It's there. It's gone.
Is it there?
It's back. No,
We're
it's
back.
gone.
Yep.
Okay, we're back. So do you recognize what this is?
Yeah, this is the first frame of the video compilation that we just referenced.
Okay. And again, this video portrays what you believe is Mr. Robinson visiting campus that day?
Correct.
Okay, and is it throughout the day?
It is, yes.
And then I believe you said into the early morning hours of the 11th, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Shows the state would seek, or would move to admit what's been marked State's Exhibit 12.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we have
A number of objections.
objections to its admissibility. This is a compilation video that was put together from a bunch of different sources by the county attorney's office. This individual did not create this compilation, can't testify to the accuracy of the actual materials that it was taken from. And furthermore, Mr. Olson himself is just referred to by Agent Hall. He specifically says people have altered these recordings. They've zoomed in when the actual recording isn't zoomed. They've added little circles to people they want you to pay attention to. They've blurred people's faces out. So, I mean, it's been clearly altered. And it's not, I mean, they admit it's been altered. So we have real concern about authenticity of it. Furthermore, this particular video should be protected. And so that deals with the admissibility factor. As far as the publication factor of it, the video should be classified as protected under UCJA 4-202.02 subsection 5. J is in jelly bean, and then little I and little double I, because this is going to interfere with the defense's ongoing investigation, with Mr. Tyler's ability, with Mr. Robinson's ability to get a fair trial. This is basically putting together photos that are clear with photos that aren't clear, putting them all together in such a format that it makes the case that it's all one person. It would be extremely prejudicial for people that may ultimately serve on this jury to watch this video before this case goes to trial. We don't believe a proper foundation's been laid, which would make it admissible at this point. So the fact that it would be shown to the public would be extremely damaging to the ability to put on a defense at trial. And so we object to its publication both in the courtroom and to the media, Your Honor.
I think there were a couple more objections in
Judge,
there.
Ms. Nestor is correct. This is a compilation of a series of videos. The videos, as Sergeant Hull has testified to, is a compilation of raw videos that he has received from Utah Valley University. And he has not only seen this video, but he has seen all the raw footage. And by his estimation, or according to his testimony, these are all videos that are accurate, and they depict what the raw footage depicts, other than those minor additions. Judge, if you refer to Mr. Olson's written statement, it's Plaintiff's Exhibit 12.3. He too has reviewed this video, and he has also identified this video as being accurate with the exception of those additions. In his words, it's the zooms and the red highlights. They weren't part of the original recording, according to Mr. Olson. But other than that, as he states, the same as Agent Hull, these videos are accurate, and they were captured by UVU surveillance video.
Do you have a version of this video that does not have alterations, such as zooming or circling? My concern is that if the 1102 says what it says about the videos, these were the videos.
Right.
But then it was altered. And typically an exhibit which has been altered, and if it wasn't done by the person who supplied the 1102, that can become problematic. And so do you have a version of this exhibit that does not have the zooming in or the circling? Again, I don't know all the alterations that were made, but that seems to fall outside the 1102 because you don't have a person testifying 1102 saying I made the alterations.
Right.
And so that's the concern of the state of what Ms. Nestor was talking about as it relates to the state's evidence. I have that concern about those alterations. I don't know when they were made, what they were made, how much was done to manipulate the video, and I say manipulate to not saying it in a nefarious way, but I don't know what the scope of that is and how much it deviates from what was the original form.
Well, Judge, to answer your first question, do we have a version of this particular video that has not been altered? We don't, not right now, not today. I guess there's a couple of things I'd simply like to point out, Judge, and that is that we have two witnesses who have watched the raw footage. And Agent Hull here today on the stand and Mr. Olson in the form of his written statement. They have both said that this video, with the exception of these alterations, accurately depicts the video that was captured by UVU surveillance video. Judge, I will proffer that those changes made to the video were not done by either. I know who that person is. We could actually call that person as a witness if that would cure that. And we're prepared to do that if necessary. But Judge, I think that our burden is to simply authenticate, what this is. And it is a video that, with only a few exceptions, alterations, that really don't change the substance of the video or the content of the video, they're accurate. They depict what the cameras captured on September 10th and the 11th. And we have two people who have seen that raw footage, and they've explained that's the only difference between what we have originally in the original videos and what you're seeing here today. And the additions, I will submit, Judge, were only added to make it easier to view.
All right. Anything further from the parties?
I think this isn't going the state's way.
I'm sustaining the objection.
Yep.
Typically, when exhibits are admitted to the court,
they're clean.
It is without alteration. If a party circles an exhibit, a photograph, that's not the original format, and I do not have the person who made the alteration, an 1102, to substantiate that. And what I have is the original video, and Mr. Olson saying, this is the video minus the alterations. And we have Agent Hull saying, this is the video and there are alterations, but I'm missing a link. And it may be minor, but in this type of case, I want to be thorough. And I want to make sure that what is minor is still important. And for those reasons, I'm going to sustain the objection and leave it to the parties on how you wish to handle the video in the future. I don't want to provide guidance either way.
Right.
But as it stands today, this exhibit, State's Exhibit 12.1 is not admitted.
Okay. Judge, could I have just one moment?
You may.
So roughly 4% of the objections made by the defense are being sustained. 2 out of 50, thereabouts. Maybe it's closer to 3.5%, but this is a death penalty case. Yes, and I think that was the right call. This was an easy softball pitch for Ms. Nestor to knock out of the park when he brought in this video that has been zoomed, cropped, blurred, and added highlights and circling and editing and compiled with a bunch of other videos. Okay, this is all the no-nos. This is something maybe an expert video analysis might put on, saying, I reviewed all of this evidence from UVU, and these are the parts that I have drawn out from this. We are admitting all the evidence. It's 10 terabytes of data from all their cameras over this period of time, and then we are pulling out these parts to show you why it's important. That's where we'd probably see it with testimony about why we made the alteration, and the original was being available as well.
Agent Hull, you testified that there were 4 visits to campus that day.
Correct, yes.
And the first 3 visits, based on what you have observed, is your opinion that those videos were captured by UVU, surveillance video, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. The 4th visit, the 4th visit too was captured by UVU surveillance video, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was there any other video that was collected either on the 10th or the 11th that you believe might be important or relevant to today's hearing?
There was a large amount of video.
I'm going to be a little bit more specific. Was there, other than UVU surveillance video, was there any other video that you collected and subsequently gathered an 1102 statement for?
Yes, we collected Ring doorbell footage from the surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did that include video from a residence located at 680 West, 925 South Orem?
Yes, that's in the Horseshoe area, yep.
Okay. That's in Orem?
Correct.
And close to campus?
It is, yes.
Okay. And what can you tell us about that video?
There was a Ring doorbell video that was provided that showed a vehicle consistent with the one we had identified as belonging to Mr. Robinson, parking in front of the residence across the street.
Okay. And what can you tell us about the timing and the timing of that parked vehicle?
If I recall, that vehicle parked approximately 0:38 hours on the morning of the 11th.
Okay. So 0:38 hours, what time is that to regular people?
Just after midnight.
To regular
At 12:38 a.m.?
In the morning, yes.
Okay. So how did this video come to your attention that you're talking about, this doorbell or whatever?
This footage was obtained as part of the canvass of the area that was conducted as part of the investigation.
Were you able to identify the owners of that residence?
Yes.
Where that video was collected from?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know who it was collected from and by whom?
It was Mr. and Mrs. Noble. I believe Agent Davis collected the video directly from them.
Okay. And do you know what date it was collected?
If I can refresh from my notes.
If referring to your notes will refresh your memory, go ahead and look at that. Don't read it out loud.
I don't have the specific date, but I do know that myself and Agent Davis returned to the address as we had done with previous videos, and had the owners of the video verify that it was from their system. And we did have them complete an 1102 statement, which would be dated.
Okay. Do you know, so let's talk about this. What does this video look like?
It's a nighttime view looking from the front porch of the residence across the street.
Okay. And what about that video? Why was this particular video significant to you, or why do you think it was related to this case?
We know from the UVU footage that the person we believe to be Mr. Robinson had an interaction with law enforcement. And a short period after that, the vehicle comes to that house, and some additional evidence that was collected from cell phone data and things indicated that Mr. Robinson was in the area, and we were able to locate the footage of his vehicle on that Ring doorbell camera.
Or at least what you believe is his vehicle?
Yeah, the vehicle we believe to belong to Mr. Robinson, yes.
And is there something about this particular video and this I guess vehicle that was captured that leads you to believe that it was Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
Yeah, the vehicle has very distinct wheels. I won't say that they're wholly unique, but in terms of the video footage that we were reviewing, the wheels on the vehicle are fairly unique and stand out on the video footage.
And so again, this is video that you received early on in the investigation.
Yes.
And then in preparation for the preliminary hearing, you went back out and you met with someone about this video.
Correct.
Who specifically did you meet with about this video?
Met with Mrs. Noble.
And what did you do with Miss Noble?
We did what we had done before. We had a specific file that we wanted, or files that we wanted her to verify. The footage itself is broken into, I believe, 10-second segments. So we had specific files that we had her view and confirm that they were actually from her system. Those were written on the 1102 as they have been before.
Okay, and who wrote those file names on this particular statement?
I believe it would be my handwriting on the 1102.
All right. What did you do next?
We had her view the videos and then complete a statement verifying the authenticity of those videos on an 1102.
Okay. Was this also prepared on a State Bureau form?
I believe this was on a State Bureau Investigations form, yes.
And in this particular form on which Ms. Noble provided her statement, does it have the advisory that it would be used in lieu of her testimony here today?
It does, yes.
Does it also contain a warning that if she gave a false statement, she would be punished, or it's punishable by a Class A misdemeanor?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to have displayed on your monitor what's been marked State's Exhibit number 13 for identification. Let me know when you see that, would you?
I can see that.
Okay, and I'm going to have my assistant scroll through that slowly. Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What is that?
The 1102 that myself and Agent Davis collected from Miss Noble.
Okay. And does it appear to be in the same condition as when you collected it?
It does, yes.
This is a copy, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the personal identifying information appears to be redacted, is that right?
It has been redacted, yes.
Okay. It wasn't redacted when you collected it, right?
No, the original form was not redacted.
So other than the redactions, it appears to be in the same condition as it was when you collected it?
That is correct.
State would move to admit Exhibit 13.
Ms. Nestor.
There we go.
I know we renew our concern about unconstitutional hearsay being admitted. We also have the same concerns about the fact that Agent Hull amended this himself, and there's no foundation as to when he filled that in, if it was before or after she signed it. And due to all those reasons, we object to its admission.
Those are two reasons.
Object to its publication as well.
Mr. Sturgill.
Judge, again, it was collected in compliance with Rule 1102. of the Utah Rules of Evidence, specifically subsection B8. It's in writing. It's on a form. It includes both the advisory and the warning. And it was collected by Agent Hull. It's also collected in compliance and being introduced as reliable hearsay, which is lawful to do here in Utah under the state constitution, Article 1, Section 12.
Do you wish to lay more foundation about when the statement was written, whether it was before it was signed or not?
I can do that, Judge. I appreciate that, yes. Agent Hull, do you recall when you collected this written statement from Ms. Noble?
Yes, it was in April.
In April, do you know what day?
April 6th, I believe.
Okay. And you collected it, did you go to her home? I think, is that what you said?
Yes, myself and Agent Davis went to the residence.
Okay. And did you sit there while she prepared it?
I did, yes.
And did you witness her sign it?
I did, yes.
Okay. At this point, I'd move to admit Exhibit 13.
All right, and to the state representative, could you scroll down? Okay. All right, pursuant to the Utah Rule of Evidence 1102 and Article 1, Section 28, Article 1, Section 12, which allows for reliable hearsay, I'm going to move it into, it's going to be admitted into evidence over the objection of defense. I note in particular that it states that I confirm that the above files were taken from our Nest doorbell videos and are accurate. And right before that statement is the notations that were allegedly made by Agent Hull. And so for those reasons, the court finds proper foundation has been laid and that this exhibit in its entirety is admitted into evidence.
It'll
As
be
it relates
published,
to
we get to see it.
publication, I will authorize publication in the courtroom and by the media if they so wish to capture it in that form.
Let me just take this
Again,
moment.
following the same format, have it on that first portion of the screen for about 10 seconds and then scroll down to the written portion for about 15 seconds and then scroll to the very bottom to ensure that the full exhibit has been displayed.
Let me just take this moment to tell you, I told you so. Judge, when you put this method of challenging every exhibit into play, I told you guys it was going to be a mess, and it has become a mess. It's become a trial unto
All right,
itself.
that concludes the publication of State's Exhibit 13.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. The video that you took with you that day when you visited with Noble or Miss Noble, had you previously? Well, you've stated that the videos that you showed the Nobles were actually more than one video.
Correct.
Okay, and I believe you said they were like 10-second clips.
If I recall correctly.
Short
yes.
clips. Okay. And you showed Miss Noble all of those videos that are identified in that statement.
The one shown on the statement was shown to Ms. Noble, yes.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review what's been marked State's Exhibit number 12.2?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you have a chance to review that exhibit?
I believe that was reviewed last week, I believe.
Okay.
With yourself.
Okay. And does that video, is it a single video that you watched?
No, I believe it's 4 separate short videos.
Okay. And as far as, and I understand that, but as far as 12.2 is concerned, what does that exhibit consist of?
It shows the vehicle believed to be driven by Mr. Ronaldson arriving in front of the residence, an individual exiting the vehicle and moving away from it, followed by an individual returning to the vehicle and unlocking it. And then it shows the vehicle a short time later starting and leaving the area.
And those are the videos that you showed Miss Noble?
Yes.
Okay. What I have displayed on your monitor was Ben Mark's plaintiff's or state's exhibit 12.2 for identification. Let me know as soon as you see, should be a still image.
It's there.
Do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yeah, this is the view looking what would essentially be west across the street from the Noble's residence.
Okay. At 12:38 a.m., I guess, or 0:38?
Yes.
Okay. And what is depicted in this? I think you've already described that. So, Judge, I would move to admit Exhibit 12.2.
Ms. Nestor.
Here they are. Objections.
Your Honor, we renew our objection to allowing in the evidence without the sponsoring witness. I do have some concerns because I'm not totally sure if this is a compilation, or if this is just one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 6 videos they took from the Nobles. So if we could have that clarification, I think that concerns me about authenticity, that I don't understand if this is just a portion or if this is the whole thing, or is this just all of them or none of them. And for those reasons, we object to the admission and to publication.
Thank you. Mr. Sturgill.
That's a good point. And I'll ask additional questions before I re-seek to admit it. Agent Hull, this particular video, you've described taking several videos to Ms. Noble and having her review them.
Yes.
Okay. This particular exhibit, 12.2, have you watched it in its entirety?
Yes.
Does it consist of either some or all of those videos that you showed Ms. Noble?
It does, yes.
Okay. And is it a single video? Is it a compilation, that is to say, or is it 4 different videos?
It would
Or a number of different videos?
be a number of short videos sequenced.
Okay. A number of short videos in sequence?
I believe that's how this one plays, yes.
Okay. Just again, I seek to admit it.
Anything further from the parties? All right. Given my previous rulings on exhibits, I applied the same analysis and find that State's Exhibit 12.2, I believe, is admitted over the objection and may be published in the courtroom and by the media, if so chosen.
All right, we get to see this video now. This is the first video we really get to watch.
Play this video. Again, what is it that leads you to believe that this is Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
The shape of the vehicle can be clearly seen as it pulls up, and the distinctive wheels on the vehicle also.
And well, let's go ahead and play it.
Is there any sound associated with this?
There is, Judge, but it's night sounds. It's crickets chirping and.
Okay, I just wanted to see if there was. I just wanted to see if there was sound or not. Okay,
Yeah.
All right. You may play the video.
It's just loud crickets. Car rolls to a stop. There was one. Next video. Looks like the driver's door opens. Somebody gets out. Brake lights on. Headlights on. Same cricket.
So in the first part of that video, what do you see?
The vehicle we believe to be driven by Mr. Robinson pulling up and parking in front of across the street, but in front of the residence.
Okay. And then in the next video, what do you believe is displayed in that video?
There's an individual who gets out of the vehicle. you can hear the door close, and then that individual moves away from the front of the vehicle. There's actually 2 reflective panels on a dumpster, and you can see the individual past those reflective panels.
And in the last of those series of videos?
The second to last one, the individual comes back across those reflective panels to the vehicle, unlocks the vehicle and gets into it. And then in the last video, the vehicle is started and the individual drives away.
Just one moment, Judge.
Yes.
We are at a funky angle to watch that video. So, Ring camera shown on a TV, filmed by a camera in the courtroom with the lights on. It's not the best way to view it. I'm guessing that them in person, they are able to see it a little bit better than we are. Thanks, Laura, about the Reed civil stuff.
Judge, could we approach?
You may.
Sidebar. All right. Probably the widest shot we've seen of the courtroom yet. So we see all the way from Tyler Robinson's bench all the way to the left side of the courtroom. I like fancy court layouts. A lot of wood in this court, but it's not fancy. It's just flat panels. Everything's just pretty plain. I do see 2 pan-tilt zoom cameras mounted up there over the door that exits on each side of the courtroom. Curious if those are security cameras, because they're controllable. Interesting. That might be the cameras that are used to provide the view during a WebEx, which we've had a couple of WebEx hearings. Is there a date for this trial? Not yet. Yeah, out in the Intermountain West, crickets, you mentioned. You've heard some crickets. There are 2 types of crickets. There's the one you see, this little black one, and it chirps, and you find them in 1s and 2s under rocks and boards, and they like hiding their things, they chirp at night. And then there's the kind that swarm and it looks like the ground is alive, as everything you can see is moving in one mass in one direction, eating everything in its way. I've encountered the second version only once, and that was driving from Salt Lake City to Reno, Nevada. And they were crossing the freeway, and it looked like dirt was just moving across the road, just like a flow of dirt across the road. And I found out, yes, you can hydroplane on crickets, which was something else. So I eliminated probably several hundred of them as I passed by. They're like locusts, yeah. Long sidebar here. It's a very clear picture of court. KSL TV providing the pool feed for this one. They'll be our pool cameraman all week long. Tomorrow we'll have the addition of a still photographer from Deseret News. They were not allowed in today because they missed the 14-day filing deadline ahead of the hearing, so that the defense can object to them being a photographer. They'll be here tomorrow and every day thereafter.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break for the attorneys to confer and come back at, roughly 4:30. So court is in recess.
All right, so now we're in recess again. I'm guessing what's happening here is before the state lets this guy off the stand. Start our timer. Lois, you probably started it already, but I'll start mine as well. Before the state lets this guy off the stand, they need another shot at those videos. All those, I mean, this is the rooftop video. This is the shooter on the roof of the LC, and we need that together. We need that timeline that shows where he went and when he jumped down and the object he was carrying. That's very important to their case, and the fact that they had put it all together in a compilation with circles and zooms and red notations and arrows and look here's, that was the reason the judge said, I'm not going to allow it. So either they can get the defense to agree to this, which I don't think they will, or they have to go find those originals and get them ready really fast. And that's a lot of video to get ready really fast. They should have been prepared. But yes, the Deseret News, the newspaper, one of two newspapers in Salt Lake City, is owned by the church, as is KSL. Those two media organizations are church-owned businesses that operate relatively independently. Amber, thanks for the update. We are watching the Utah v. Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing where the judge is determining if their state has sufficient evidence to take Tyler Robinson to trial on the murder charges they filed against him. The state has indicated they are pursuing the death penalty in this case. OG Boy Mama, thank you for the sunshine. Thank you very much. He's going to trial. Yeah, it seems like a foregone conclusion for a lot of us, mostly because the bar is so low. The probable cause bar is, when they do this, like, here's your reasonable suspicion and probable cause, and then you've got beyond reasonable doubt way up here. Yeah, beyond reasonable doubt is way high. We have a very low bar to pass to get past this point in the court procedure. So I'm saying he's definitely going to trial. I'm in Sparks, Nevada, and the last couple here has been massive crickets in Spanish Springs and North Reno. It's crazy. Pam Graham, I have not watched a lot of this beyond the day the news broke. I haven't watched a lot of news on this. I have heard that he turned himself in, and it was through either a family or a friend that they did that. But as far as the actual statement made or any confession, I'm not aware of what that looks like if it does exist. His dad made the call. Kristen, I'm glad we can help a little bit with the audio. KSL's doing a great job on the camera, and they're giving us great audio that gives me a lot to work with. The cameraman is sending only one channel of audio, so if you watch anywhere else, it's most likely just going to be in your left ear or your right ear. I think left, based on what I've seen on their signal. But I'm able to merge that and make it mono and put it in both ears and crank the volume for you. So we do like to make this the easiest place to watch court and listen to court. And we also do that by limiting Miss Nestor's mic so it doesn't peak quite so loudly as well. Because her voice carries quite well. I wouldn't say 99% of everything in Utah is owned by the church. Most of it's owned by the federal government. They own most of the land, BLM type stuff. There are a lot of churches there, a lot of church buildings, and it's predominantly one religion. But the large holdings of lands that this church in Utah, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, holds are ranches and farms, working cattle ranches, producing farms, and they own that. I think they're like in the top 3 in land ownership in England. I think they're number 1 in Florida. Got big cattle ranches down there. They raise a lot of food and beef and everything. Our government doesn't own churches in this country. That's one of sort of the basic principles. They're separate. We're 5 minutes into our break. Let's see. Amber sent me a rules of criminal procedure. Is this in relation to something? I've got that pulled up on my laptop already. Is there something particular there that you needed on that one? Do you know much about dragonflies? Yes, they eat little bugs that I don't like mosquitoes and gnats. Generally, when there's a boom of mosquitoes, it's followed by a boom of dragonflies. It's like when there's a lot of mice, next year there's a lot of foxes. They go hand in hand. Let's see. Anything else? Has it got any less boring in the last hour? Yes, Smooth Joss. We have video. We actually got to see video. This was the Challenger pulling into the dark neighborhood just north of College Campus and somebody getting out and then getting back in and driving away. This is at night, so this was not related to the day of the shooting. This would have been possibly somebody casing out or staking out the location first. Iguanas fall from trees. Iguanas don't handle cold very well at all. And so when you get a cold snap in Florida, they lose their grip and they just fall out of the tree. It'll hurt you. Okay, hang on one second. Hold on, Amber, just 1 second. I'm plugging you in so I can hear. Everyone's going to hear you. Amber, are you there?
Hello, everybody.
Live. How are you doing? Long time no talk.
I know. How is everybody? Work is working.
Yep.
Go figure. I'd go back to work the first day back, and
you should have planned better.
This hearing.
Yeah. You sent me the URCRP Rule 7B, Rules of Criminal Procedure.
Right. I think a lot of folks are confusing what this hearing is for. It is a mini trial before the trial. You can probably hear Jackson laughing. He's jumping on my bed behind me.
Awesome.
So don't mind him. Folks are getting things confused. There is a burden of proof when it comes to evidence. And yes, as annoying as it may be, as obvious as it may seem to some, the defense has a job to do here. And regardless of what you may believe is to be true, it has to be presented in court to a judge to say there is sufficient enough evidence that was legally obtained by the state that warrants a trial for this defendant, regardless of guilt or innocence. It's not that kind of burden. It's only to say that evidence was obtained legally on this defendant as presented, which is how she got that other video sustained that objection. The state didn't have the correct video to present, and he rightfully sustained their objection.
And it had been modified so much that it was like, how can we know that this is good video? Because you've zoomed and you've clipped and you've cut and you've circled and you've blurred. That's not the right way. It's bad video, by the way. It's not good, clear video. It's terrible security camera footage
Right.
And you're zooming into something way off in the corner of the screen that just happened to be caught in one of the camera angles and trying to make heads or tails of it. So
right. And regardless of what video it is that you're looking at, keep this in mind for all of them. Because no matter what creator you watch, no matter what footage you see on what network, it's not necessarily unaltered footage. We're in the day and age where we have to ask in court if something's been AI altered.
Yeah.
Do we not think that we should be more cautious when we look at things that are presented online and saying, but this has to be true because, well, but was that altered? I'm sure that video does look this way, but was it altered in any way? And who can prove that?
Yeah.
Who can attest to its authenticity? Because I, for one, have learned not to trust folks when it comes to
What are you saying? You can't just believe everything you see on the internet, Amber? Oh, come on. What is the world coming to? This is why we can't have nice things.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of new folks in here. Welcome to the channel, y'all. This is such a contentious case, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on. It is pickles, not politics here on this channel, and we keep it that way regardless of what side of the aisle you're on.
Yeah.
And we try to keep it that way in chat as well. Because this is a great legal case to watch, and it's so educational. And that's why we are so family oriented and kid friendly as well, because this is such a great case to do studies on.
Yeah.
And
I
it's
think
such an important case.
It has a lot of interest. A lot of people have looked at this from a lot of different angles, and some of them are, I'll say this, they're out there. But I think that even someone who comes to this and says, look, I'm convinced that the shot was taken from the moon, right? And it was just made to look
Right.
like, Charlie was the fall guy. That's why we have the trial. That's why we present the evidence. And that's why it comes in, and that's why it's challenged by the defense to say, is this valid? Is this not? Did this happen? How do we know it happened like that? So that
Right.
should resolve. Sorry, there's a spam call. I won't take it, Amber.
Please
I won't
don't.
take it.
Please don't,
Yeah.
because I have something else that's really important to say.
Go ahead.
So when we're in chat, especially for those of us who are seasoned in true crime and have watched a trial or two, let's be a little kinder in chats, whether it's this one or any others, please, because some folks are coming into this chat or into this trial for the first time and they don't understand certain things, and their belief may be misguided, and they may just need to be educated a little bit on what's authentic and what's not.
Let me no names. Don't call names. Anyone.
No,
Lawyers,
no name
witnesses,
calling
judges.
people stupid, saying that their opinion is stupid for whatever reason is not.
It doesn't
let's
help
not
the
do that.
conversation. It doesn't.
Right.
We like to have the dialogue and learn, and I learn every day because I'm usually wrong once every day at least. One other thing I would ask you, we do things a little differently here on the channel. We don't just pull up whatever is on YouTube and say, hey, let's watch what they're doing and talk about it. There's a lot of work. I mean, there's a lot of paperwork. There's a lot of filings that I have to do to become a member of the media, and I have to show what we do and how we do it here. And if this channel allows it to just become a free-for-all, in the name calling, finger pointing, and blame game, whatever it's doing, that reflects poorly on me. And the next time we try to get into a trial, it could keep us out from going into where we want to be and get the access we want. So I'd ask you guys just to be respectful for that reason. We'll have the important conversations here, but the dialogues can be respectful, or we
Right.
ask you to have it somewhere else.
With all opinions, it doesn't have to be a one-sided opinion. We want to learn from everybody. What's your perspective? If you can communicate it respectfully, great. We want to hear it.
And I will
Explain
say,
to us why your opinion is this way.
if you're saying why are you even saying this, I haven't seen any of that. That's because the mods are doing a very good job today, and they have had to do a lot of work. So if you didn't see it, the mods did their job right.
Right, and it's been so much so today that I felt the need to call this out.
Yeah.
at the end of the day. So,
you guys, my mods are the best in the world. You know that. You know they're authentic, genuine, salt of the earth people that are just phenomenal. What they do for us in this channel is unbelievable. They while driving on Saturday, on the 4th of July, on a holiday, I had mods that dropped everything to research for when I played a certain song on a podcast 2 years ago. You can't pay people enough to do the sort of work that they do. So please be kind to him today. So Amber, thank you very much. Tell Jackson he can continue jumping on the bed and keep giggling. We like that. So.
he just said, ouchie, now I gotta go. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right. Bye. All right, Amber's gone. Thanks for your moment there. Let me just say, Lois is amazing. She's one that helped me find a song. I wrote a song and I played it on the guitar on my channel on the podcast years ago. It was a song about an older gentleman that he was one of the older people in town when I grew up, and he had all the stories and knew all the people and did things his own way and rode horses all the time, and I wrote a song about him. He passed away about 2 weeks ago, and they wanted to use that song with some of the people that are building basically a memorial for him, and I needed it right then. And so Lois, thank you very much for that. That made it happen. I gave him a copy of the song before he passed away, and he had asked that it be played at his funeral, but I'm not sure if it was. I was not able to attend. So it's cool. All right. Now we're back in court. In just a moment, waiting for the judge to come back and bang the gavel. Hoping to see what the two sides are conferring about. I'm thinking it has to do something with that video, but I don't think the defense is going to give an inch. Just looking at what they fought as far as keeping evidence out, every piece of evidence, even if it's just an overview of college campus, with buildings, where they're located on the campus, I don't think they would stipulate to the admission of something that they have a valid complaint against. So. Let's see, was that the guy who was your mentor? No, that's another wonderful story. This was, I'm talking about Ron Randall. Ron Randall in Centerville. He used to race horses, like chariot race. I didn't know he still did that. It was like Ben-Hur style. But he owned a little gas station in town, and it was probably one of the oldest businesses in town. It's amazing guy. So. Will there be a problem since we saw Erica? No, because it was incidental. It wasn't when she got up and walked out. She stood up and walked into the camera view. The camera didn't pan over to her to see what was happening. This judge I think, appreciates that some incidental stuff happens, including things being caught on monitors. As long as the media doesn't try to do that, I think he's fine with it. All right. Any piece of evidence or video or anything the defense can exclude will help this case. I agree. The judge is going to be back in just a second. There he is. He's back. I'll take this call off the air.
Please be seated. Court is back in session. We ended with the parties, the attorneys discussing. How would we like to proceed?
Judge, I think I just have a couple of questions for Sergeant Hull. To finish out the day, I think we're in agreement that once we've sorted out these few questions, we're all in agreement that we want to break for the day. Is that right, Ms. Nestor? Well, sure.
What?
You may proceed with your questions, and we'll take it from there.
All right.
We want to break for the day?
Agent Hull, I asked you earlier, after you had testified about all the video that you've watched, and video that you believe depicts Mr. Robinson from the UV surveillance. and that combined with the driver's license and the DMV records. Whether or not you believe that that person that you have seen in the video and on the driver's license record is in the courtroom today. And I believe your answer was yes.
Yes, that's correct.
And then I asked you if you wouldn't mind pointing him out and describing something that he's wearing. And I don't believe that I allowed you to do that.
Okay.
Would you do that right now?
Your Honor, just for the record, we would impose an objection based on the 14th Amendment for due process due to an unduly suggestive in-court ID. Also, we believe there's a lack of foundation establishing his ability to interpret the surveillance video. And based on that, we would object.
All right. I
So
note
they
that-
didn't come to an
well, did the
agreement.
state, do you wish to be heard on what was just stated?
Well, Judge, I think we had this discussion, and I think you ruled on that specific objection. And then after you ruled, I just neglected to come back and follow through with the question and the answer. That's my recollection of the bench meeting.
All right. I believe I stated for the purposes of this hearing that identification by Agent Hull of Mr. Robinson was made. I could be wrong, but
Well, and I just wanted to clarify that, Judge, because there was some question about whether that in fact did happen. And so if that's your recollection of what happened, and if you're willing to put on the record that Agent Hull has identified the defendant, I think we're done.
does the defense want to be heard?
Yes. He hasn't done it yet.
Of course.
Why don't you just stipulate?
Your Honor.
Well, if for the benefit of the record and for thoroughness, if you wish to re-ask that question, you certainly
Have him point.
Well, we can see what happens.
If I could, Judge, I'd like to.
Have him point.
Would you please point him out and identify
Like in
something
women's
that he's
NBA.
wearing?
Come on.
Yeah, I believe that Mr. Robinson is between Miss Nestor and other counsel wearing a grey suit, jacket with a dark tie, and a light-colored shirt.
Judge, I would ask that the record reflect that Agent Hull has identified the defendant.
He's like, other counsel. I'm just other counsel. I have a name. All right, so reflected. Constitution.
I mean, I made my objection already.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
No, thank you,
All
Your Honor.
right. For the purposes of this hearing, I find that Agent Hull has identified Mr. Robinson. Again, this is only for the preliminary hearing. You may proceed.
Judge, I think for today, with Agent Hull, we're done for today. We'd ask that at this point we take a break until tomorrow.
All right, so are you saying that you're going to recall Agent, well, we're going to resume with Mr. Hall tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning, and let me explain and I was going to explain this, but let me explain why. Judge, our intent is to prepare an original version of the video that has been in dispute today, without the circles, without the blur, and without the zooming in. And our intent is to introduce that tomorrow as a different exhibit. And we just can't prepare that in the next hour or so. So we're going to need this evening to prepare that exhibit. And we'd like to return with that. Judge, what I would also suggest, well, let me get your take on that, Judge.
All right, does the defense wish to be heard about ending for the day? We have about 19 minutes until 5 o'clock. What is the defense?
Your Honor, we're happy to accommodate the state on that.
So for today, Agent Hull, you may step down, and we'll resume with your testimony tomorrow morning. Anything further, Mr. Sturgill?
Well, Judge, just one other thing, and it's a suggestion.
Agent Hull, can you wait just 1 second? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sure Ms. Nestor may have a position with regards to this, but Judge, we would invite you to review the exhibit that we've been talking about today. It is 12.1. We suggest that you look at it between today and tomorrow, because our intent is to seek to admit the version where it doesn't have the circle or the blur or the zoom in.
And then admit the other.
If that is admitted, we do intend to introduce that exhibit 12.1 as well. And I think it would be helpful if you saw that in advance, And you can compare that to the version that doesn't have the circle, the blur, and the zooming in. I would ask that you do that. I don't know if Ms. Nestor has a different opinion about that, but I think it would be helpful in determining whether or not that particular exhibit, 12.1, is admissible.
Ms. Nestor.
I don't have anything to add to that. I defer to what the court prefers to do on that. I do have another matter before Agent Hull is released that I do want to address with the court, but I don't have any concern if the court wants to look at it in advance. It's kind of a little bit of a long video. I think it's just about 5 minutes, maybe. It's not very long. So if you want to wait until tomorrow, it's not going to slow the matter down very much, but it's up to the court on that.
All right, I appreciate the parties. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until it's properly before me and a motion has been made for either of the videos, and then I'm happy to entertain the motion to review both of them, or however the parties. I don't want to issue a pre-ruling, so I'll wait till it's properly before me, and I can take it from there. Being that it's about 5 minutes, I'm not too concerned about how much time is needed. I also want to be thorough, so I'll wait till it's brought before me and we can address it from there. And turning to Ms. Nestor as it relates to your request.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I recognize that Agent Hull is the case agent and is working with the state in preparing for this.
They don't want him to talk.
But he is still on the stand, and I would ask that he be instructed that he can't discuss his testimony, even though he's the case agent. I don't think it's proper for him to discuss his testimony while he's excused for the night.
Mr. Sturgill.
Not a problem, he says.
So, Agent,
We're good.
from this moment on until we come back in court, you're instructed not to discuss your testimony with anyone, as you are still on the stand for all intents and purposes. And we'll, if the state recalls you this tomorrow morning, then we'll proceed. Okay?
Okay, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused.
For now, Your Honor.
For today. All right. Thank you, Agent Hall. Anything further from the parties, or do either party need the benefit of the record before we adjourn?
No, Your Honor.
Not from the state, Judge.
All right. Noting neither party wishes the benefit of the record, court is in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All right. With the bang of the gavel, we're done. We saw a couple things that were very, very interesting. I think one of the...
110 years ago?
110 years ago, yeah. We're going to wait. We have a court watcher, one of the four civilians, one of the four just regular random people that were admitted into this room. We have one there. Selena Kay is there. She's going to be leaving the courtroom and heading down to her truck right outside the main gates of the court. So we're going to wait for that in just a minute and hear from her. I will say this. We saw some very, very interesting events today. And you guys are playing all the sound effects. My personal favorite was a moment that I thought the judge was going to cut off. And I would even venture a guess as to say that other judges, more experienced judges, would have stopped. And that's when the media lawyer, the lawyer for the coalition, as they call it, the media coalition, which includes like Law and Crime and Court TV, which is one now, KSL, KUTB, KTVX, all the news channels in the area, the newspapers, Deseret News, Salt Lake Tribune, East Idaho News. I think they're all in this coalition. And so they jointly have one lawyer that represents them in court to reflect their interest. He basically interrupted court. He's like, Your Honor, can I just put this out there? You are so wrong. He's like, you are so wrong about your ruling. The state didn't point this out, but defense cited a rule that doesn't apply here. And he just went to town and just argued the media side off the cuff. Okay, he had no idea that this was going to happen. He hadn't been able to prepare an argument or a motion or anything. He just stood up and got a moment to talk, and did. And he got the judge to reverse his decision. in part. And so that was the moment when the state began sort of arguing for the coalition as well in their motions before the judge. Before that, they had all just said, Judge, when it comes to media, we just defer to the court, just whatever you think's best. And then after that, they started taking up the stance that we believe this is a public document and it should be open to the public and the media should be able to see it. And we like that. We like that. So that was a crazy, crazy moment that happened today. Hopefully not too often, because when you're not a party in court, you usually don't get to participate. When you're not representing a party in court, you don't get to participate. And this is like it's a third party that just stands up and is like, oh, I have an objection, Your Honor. And Nestor didn't fight him. Probably because Nestor was outgunned a little bit when she comes to media. I think she doesn't know the rules. She's citing things that just don't apply. And this judge is a new judge. I'm not saying he's a pushover. I think he can hold his own. He just doesn't have the familiarity with some of these areas that you would expect a more seasoned judge to have. That's why he's reading case law when there's an objection made on foundation or hearsay. And so it's sort of the judge is learning as he goes as well, but I think he's trying to make the right decision. And it's going to be interesting to see that continue and see how it changes the lawyers and their arguments in front of the judge. I can already see the state sort of saw this coming, and every time they make an argument, they're providing case law and offering it to the judge, saying, here's the case law, and then the judge reads it, and he's like, well, according to the case law, I'm going to make this reasoning. Defense needs to get on the ball and have the opposite of that. If they want to win some of these objections, because they've only won maybe 2 objections out of 52 today, so they're batting about 4%. They need to be able to present something to the judge that will convince him that their side is right. And so far, they've not been able to do that very effectively. So we're going to wait just a minute for Selena to come out of the courtroom and catch her on the phone. I'd love to get her take of that moment that we saw the judge watching the video. This was the turning point video of the moment that Charlie was shot. This video carried audio in the courtroom, but we did not hear it. The camera shut that off. And here's Selena right now. Hang on one second.
Call from Selena.
Selena, thank you so much for being on the phone. You're exhausted, so we're going to let you go fast.
Oh, I am so tired. I'm going to actually stop and get an energy drink to make it home, because my Diet Coke's not going to cut it. But I just wanted to say a couple things. Ask you a question, actually.
Yeah.
So, were you able to hear the video or the audio of the gunshot?
No. And I was going to ask you, we were just talking about that before you called. Let me tell you our experience just really quickly.
Okay.
We had the camera focused close in on the judge, so it would not oversee any other monitors in the courtroom. And then the cameraman had shut off the audio, so it was virtually silent as we were watching that. And we saw a sharp reaction. He almost lurched forward in his chair and was visibly disturbed at that moment. And it could have just been the sound. But I'm as someone who was there in court, what was it like for you watching and listening to that?
Oh, my goodness. So we didn't get to see it, but we heard it. And we heard it 2 separate times. And I was sitting behind, right behind the Erica, the row, and Don Jr. and everybody were in front of me. Visibly react. Well, actually, I take that back. Okay, so Erica and the Kirk parents, they left the courtroom because they knew it was coming. And so, but everybody else that had stayed, that was sitting there with them, tears were what they were wiping tears. It was dramatic. It was really like that gunshot was so loud, and then this screaming, but we didn't see anything, just the hearing. So yeah, I could hardly wait to get out here and see see if they cut this down for you guys, for everybody else.
KSL's the media pool today, and they did turn the audio off for that. The judge didn't make a ruling on the audio, and we have heard some audio on some of the video, but on this one, like particularly, we saw the first video where the mom had like filmed some of the booth and then turned around and said hi to her kids. We heard that audio, didn't see the video, but on this next video that the judge reacted on, the audio was turned off because probably out of caution.
Oh yeah, probably. Yeah, well, the judge is watching the shooting, and so I didn't see him flinch, but I can imagine that he did because he saw that was
I put the
supposedly
clip
a really
up on Twitter.
graphic
If you wanted to see that clip, just him. It's silent video.
Yeah.
Obviously, for those of us that saw the videos that were played over and over and over when this happened, it wouldn't take too much to line that up, and you could get an idea.
No,
for
not
what
at all.
happened.
And I'm kind of surprised that the photographer cut this down because the judge ordered, the audio to be okay. He didn't want the video played, and he didn't want it video streamed. So, but I just had a feeling because I watched him like he wasn't doing much with his camera when that was playing.
Yeah.
So
it was just locked tight on the judge. The cameramen in this trial are walking on eggshells because defense is all over them. If they make one, as soon as the first time they panned over to see that document, that 1102 document where someone had filled out and said, I verify that this is what happened, the defense immediately jumped up. He's like, well, I can tell you, Judge, they're filming the screen. They're doing it right now. And so they're watching. They're definitely watching. We also saw a moment when the prosecution had one of their phones out, and it had one of the TV station's coverage pulled up on it, and they were showing that. I think they showed that to the family.
They are keeping. So I have to share this fun fact too that I was able to see being inside the courtroom. So the media attorney who we got to see speak, first time I'd seen him, I didn't even realize who he was, but he came out on the morning break and stormed out of the courtroom, threw his bag onto the chair, and you could just see he was like so upset. And then I realized who he was when he spoke. Address the judge on, hey, I tried to be nice, but...
And he got the judge to reverse his decision a little bit. I will say the media collectively has been frustrated in this case because defense has fought the media battle and lost, but continues to fight the battle over and over and over. And the judge is allowing it. And it's brutal. It's brutal. It makes it very difficult to cover. It sets us up to fail. Honestly, the chance of something being shown that's supposed to not be shown is really, really high. If somebody clicks the wrong button and suddenly we're in violation and the judge orders it to be cut, that's not easy to do. It's you're putting the toothpaste back in the tube or the poop back in the horse. Either one, you can imagine the success rate of that.
Exactly.
And
right.
So, yeah, it's...
And I think tomorrow, this is funny, too, because I rode down the elevator with him, the media attorney, and there was a lady with him as well. Yeah. And they were just talking, and he's like, I'm not going to be as nice tomorrow. So I think he said, I'll take one for the team. So I think he just, it must be so frustrating, like you say, because every time you turn, they're trying to cut the media out, Right. So,
and the judge has been good about getting us the access that is presumed to be granted in Utah. Utah's an open state. It's sort of like Florida with the sunshine laws. There's a presumption of openness. There's a presumption of this is a public document. They should get access to it. And instead, the judge has sort of taken the opposite sort of we won't show anything unless we say it's okay, which is not the way the law is written. But it's trying to prevent a problem down the road. The last thing the judge wants is an appeal in this one, right? You don't want to create foundational error during the preliminary hearing portion of a trial in a death penalty case. So
Absolutely. And so, yeah, I think, what have you guys thought of the judge so far in this hearing? I mean, I think I don't know. I think you have brought this up before. He kind of has opened himself up to some headaches that he really didn't need to, if he just would have ruled across the board.
yeah, I think he didn't have to reinvent the wheel with media access, and he did, and he invented a very bumpy wheel. There are other models that work really well and methods to fix the very problems he's trying to prevent. That don't require. I mean, if we go back and divide this day into how much time was spent arguing about the media admissibility of exhibits, we could get like a fourth of the day back. And it's
exactly
we're adding 25% to this. We're going to add an extra day on the tail end just because we're arguing these issues over and over and over that don't need to be argued. And maybe the judge should come out and say, "Look, Ms. Nestor, let me just let you know that for this hearing, which goes over 5 days, you have preserved the record in your complaint, in your objection to hearsay being admitted as evidence in this trial. Don't stand up here and say it every time. It's on the record. It doesn't need to be on the record 40 times for the 40 different people that might become. Yeah. So if he would be a little more assertive there, I would like that, and I think he would like the outcome too.
Yeah, because it drug it on and on and on, and yeah, I wish that would change, and maybe he'll get some insight, tonight and think about it. I don't know, because he seems like not happy that 20 minutes was they were letting out 20 minutes.
Yeah,
early
think
today.
That's our first indication that he's watching the clock a little bit, and that means he knows this is going slowly. And it's still early to say we're going to finish on time or not, but he's only calendared 5 days. And if this takes 6, that's a big headache. That's a big problem. That's a lot of people who these are court cases with set dates and deadlines that get pushed either onto another judge or onto another date because of this. So it's not a small thing. But Selena.
So I'm just sitting in my truck. I got watching right now 15 SWAT guys going up the stairs that were in the courthouse, either in the courtroom or out in the lobby today. 15.
Do we have any indication if we know that if the family's going to be here for every day? Obviously, Don Jr. brings a little bit of an entourage with Secret Service.
Right. I'm not sure about Don Jr. I haven't heard, but I had heard that Erica and Charlie's parents were going to be here all week. Yeah. But I don't know about Don Jr., whether he just kind of we were talking about that. I wondered how he could just be here a whole week with, his busy life, but I guess we'll see. So
I don't know. Yeah, he's obviously, able to go, a member of the public, but it's when he gets a seat, so do a lot of Secret Service people. So. Oh boy, there was at least 10 around him, and when he left, he was in there was a big entourage taking him out. So it'll be interesting. Are you planning on trying to come back again tomorrow? Yes, if Warren's doing okay, I am. He did okay today. So. Wonderful. What time did people show up? I know you got there about 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. What time did number 2 show up in line? How early were you? Actually, here they're all walking out. Erica, she's got a bunch of people around her as well. And sorry, I'm just getting distracted for a sec. But about the next person came about 3. Okay. So I'm going to come. I'm not coming at 1. I'm coming a little later because I think it'll be fine to do that. So. Yeah. And your wristband's just for one day, right? Yeah. I wish it was for the whole time. But I'm so ticked off. Still, we talked about this earlier, so it's a repeat that they let the press take the public wristband, and then so many people that wanted to come got turned away. I just don't think that's right. I just don't. Yeah. I'm with you on that one. As a a big advocate for the press, I don't think that's the right thing to do. I think that, especially for the people of Utah who are footing a big bill on this case. Okay, this is millions and millions that have already gone into it, and millions that will go into this prosecution if this goes all the way through trial. I think as a taxpayer there, you should get to go see a little bit. You should get a few more seats reserved for you.
Like literally four of us that weren't press were all that got in out of 12 tickets, so 12 wristbands. So that's pretty crappy, really.
That's a bad. I mean, that's almost like the defense's objection sustained rate. So,
it is when the press, like the first person that came at 3:00 was a reporter, and he's like, I'm just gonna get
just a public pass,
a seat with the public, and because I can't get into the press box until tomorrow, so.
I happen to know that the PIO reached out to all of us who were in the press pool and said they've lined up the schedule all the way through the week. We know whose seats everyone was supposed to put in their request, if you wanted a seat, what days you were going to be there, and they were building the schedule for everybody. So that's a cheap trick to take up a public seat, but we'll take up that fight somewhere else. So.
Exactly.
Selena.
I'm just going to get here early again as long as I get my wristband. I'm worrying about myself.
Yeah, I'm worried about you too. Drive carefully, drive safely. I know traffic out heading west out of Salt Lake can be crazy.
It's going to be horrible going home.
So find yourself a little gas station, a Maverick or something, and get your beverage of choice. It'll help you make the drive
I'm going to
safely.
get an energy drink and some snacks. And all right, well, I will.
Selena, thank you so much.
We'll
talk to you tomorrow. We'll see you.
Okay, see ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Big shout out to Selena, who literally was up at 12:30 this morning, headed to the courthouse to get in line for us. One of only four just regular citizens, non-media people who got into the courtroom today. Nate Eaton said only 13 seats for public, 14 for public, 13 for reporters in jury box, and Nate will be there Wednesday. Yes, thank you. Nate's one of the great ones. Excellent follow on Twitter if you don't. He's from East Idaho News. The thing is, the 14 seats for public, 10 of them were given to media people who didn't get in as reporters. So it ended up being 23 for reporters, 4 for the public. Bring your own chair, yeah. How's this court defining the press? Just wondering. Swanee, we fill out a request for coverage. We file it with the court. So I've made filings with the state of Utah for press coverage. Some states require us to provide our media links. So we provide websites. We have to show that we have a business license. Some require us to talk about viewership, how many people actually show our videos, how many watch hours we get, or how many views we get. So it varies per state. Utah's pretty easy as that goes. It's not like some of the other states that we've gotten access in, but we're approved media in the state of Utah. So. I think that's it. I think we're going to wrap things up. Guys, it's been an amazing day. Thank you all for being here with us. We'd love if you come back and join us again on the next day, tomorrow as well. Tomorrow's another full day in court. That'll start at 9 o'clock Mountain Time. It means 11 o'clock Eastern Time. Full day in court. Wednesday will be a half day, starting late. And then Thursday and Friday should be back to full days. And then after that, we'll see what happens. So, thank you all. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning. We'll be live about half an hour before court starts. We sing happy birthday to everyone who has a birthday. We do it. We've done it for years. So if it is your birthday, join us. If it's not, join us anyway and sing to the people whose birthday it is. So thank you all. Have a good night. We'll see you in the morning.